Friends and distinguished invitees, once again, my apologies for this delay. We'll start off. I think others will join us. I'm requesting Sri T.S. Krishnamurthy, former Chief Election Commissioner, and Prudence, who is elected to join us in a few minutes' time to co-chair the first session. I'll give a few brief introductory remarks, and then there'll be a very short PowerPoint presentation. Most of you know the facts, but this is more for integrity of the discussion. And what we'll do is we'll go systematically. You have two small documents here. One is a list of participants and their background. Most of you know each other, but just in case we're not very familiar. The other is a list of issues to be discussed today. This is really a roundtable. It's not about speech making. It's not about detailed presentations. It is about finding viable answers because you're all a group of eminent experts, public policy makers, public intellectuals, public opinion makers, and public servants. Lavish, come. And I thank you all for taking time off on a Saturday in Delhi city in the midst of all this smog and winter and the holiday season and the election heat. I deeply appreciate your time and participation. As I said, this is not a seminar and a conference, it is a round table to come up with a viable set of pragmatic answers to challenging questions relating to public finances in the country. I treat, and I think all of us treat political parties with great respect because they command large following. They enable people's participation in a democratic process. They reconcile limited resources with unlimited demands. They reconcile the short-term political considerations with long-term public good, a very fundamental challenge. And they try and reconcile the interests of small, influential local groups with the larger public good. These are very complex challenges. We can be very harsh and critical, but there are real problems in a democracy like ours, any democracy, particularly in a democracy like ours. But as Jawaharlal Nehru said, and that's the first quote in the presentation that he is going to give us, Nehru said, if India wins, who loses? And he went on to add, if India loses, then who wins? I think that's the ratio. There is a line. Within that, we can play around as we please. But if what we do is actually causing the loss of India or loss to India, then I think we have to rethink. That's the context in which we are discussing, whatever we're discussing. We all believe, and I certainly believe, after fighting for a lifetime and continuing to fight for political reforms in the country, and I mean three specific things. The electoral system to make it truly healthy, and we all know what is wrong with our political process. Rule of law, genuine rule of law. Again, we all know what is wrong with that. And genuine decentralization with accountability. I firmly believe without these three things in place, our democracy is not really healthy. We are a democracy, but we all know the flaws. But right now, there's no appetite for these changes across the political spectrum, for whatever reasons. But I believe that things will change for the better. Meanwhile, the one thing that we can be justly confident about or optimistic about is the prospects of moderately high economic growth on a sustained basis for the next 2 or 3 decades, thanks to the good work of the successive governments of the past 30 years, and perhaps even more importantly, the favorable global climate. If that is jeopardized, then I think our democracy is going to be in very deep, deep crisis. I'm not saying it now because I'm 67 years old. I'm an optimist. I have been always an optimist. But there are real danger signals if you don't manage public finances reasonably well. That's the context in which we are having this discussion. And only one broad point I'll make, and then I'll request Vritti to quickly have a presentation. When we talk about public expenditure, there are two broad issues we are all concerned about. One is the short-term individual welfare measures, what I would call ISWs. I would not want to use the pejorative term of freebies. If even in a rich country like the United States, etc., you have to really carry the significant number of the poor people, disadvantaged people, and make the democracy work, and therefore offer short-term palliatives to combat poverty. In a country like India, it's absolutely necessary. While they have to be managed well. The second is unfunded long-term legal liabilities incurred without any concern or care for the future public finances because you're not footing the bill today. These are two different issues altogether because the ISWs, however profligate the expenditure appears, here they go to a large number of poor people and we're getting better at delivery of ISWs. 30 years ago, everything is about leakages. Today it's much better. Whether it is this form or some other form, obviously we all have our serious concerns and questions. But as a broad concept, the bulk of the poor people getting something to minimize the pain of poverty is not something that we can disagree on. And two, they are not long-term legal commitments. You can always withdraw and restructure them. And three, they are funded today. We know the cost today. There is no concealed cost. As opposed to unfunded liabilities, for a small group of people, legally liable, you cannot withdraw them, and you're not funding them today. You're forcing the future taxpayers to pay, and debt burden is mounting. And that's the context in which we are trying to look at a set of solutions. All of you have done phenomenal work in this field and other areas of public finance and public policy and political economy in the country. We're grateful to you that you made so much contribution to this country. A group like this does not require to be told anything about the issues involved. This is only an effort to try and bring together a group of people so that we come up with tangible, politically viable, economically sustainable answers and engage the attention of the policymakers and the general public. And once again, I'm deeply grateful to you for your participation here. As I said before, this is not going to be a seminar of speeches. This is going to be a focused discussion on the specific questions that are already posed before you and some of the relevant questions that you may come up with so that we are part of the solution, not a part of the problem. With these words of introduction and a very warm welcome to all of you. And again, humble apologies for the delay, which is unavoidable, unfortunately. I leave the floor to my colleague, Priti, to make a quick presentation. Then probably we'll have Mr. Yashwant Sinha, I think he's online because he's the man who started this as finance minister. I could not make it personally, probably make a few comments. And then we'll take up issues and then discuss. Thank you. Priti?
Thank you, Dr. JP. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today and committing yourself. Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, I hope it's audible. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I would like to just pick from what Dr. JP was mentioning that these are all known facts, but it was important for us to identify some of the most pressing issues that we are facing in the country today related to public management of finances. And we thought that we'll just lay the broad contours in the presentation. Next slide, please. So quickly starting off where we are at today. So various international estimates suggest that India is on a moderately high growth path and it can be sustained over a few years. And this is attributed to the global climate, which is favorable, and also the successive governments that have taken made steady efforts to promote economic growth in the country. We really need to sustain this effort to lift millions of people out of poverty, realize human potential. But as we know that there are potential threats emanating from the public management of finances in the country, and we want to now dig deeper into the issues, the most pressing ones that need to be addressed and reconciled and come up with a collective set of possible solutions that can be taken in the medium to long term. So starting off with the first issue is revenue deficit. we know that now the states are incurring huge revenue deficits. In the COVID years, it was more pertinent, but there has been a steady show of revenue deficits both at the state and the union level. I would like to just make a brief mention of the point here that how in the Indian society there is a norm of thrift and we do not impose burden on the future generations, but it seems that currently with huge imposition of revenue deficits, we are transferring the burden of the current expenditures onto the future generations. So this is the first issue that we want to take up in the roundtable today, that how far is it sustainable to transfer the burden of current expenditures onto the future generations? Is it ethical? Is it sustainable? Next slide, please. Even the union is guilty of this revenue deficit. As we see from 2019 to 20 and 23-24, the union too has huge marks of revenue deficit. But here in our analysis, we wanted to point out specific issue of structural deficit of the union government. We realized that even with all transfers and taking care of the committed expenditure, the union is saddled with structural deficit. It is not taking care of education, healthcare, infrastructure, rule of law, and it's still in negative position. There is literally no money for the union government. So this is one issue that we wanted to highlight and see what can be addressed. Of course, within the scenario also there can be discussions and deliberations as to how we can make the transfer system more better. But as the finances are structured today, as the transfers are happening, it is important to note that the union doesn't have money to even provide the basic amenities. It is saddled with structural deficit, which is to the order of 2.57 lakh crore in this budget estimates. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Carrying forward the discussion of deficits comes the problem of debt to GDP ratio. As we know, both states and the union have consistently breached the FRBM norms. But the most important issue to be highlighted here is the issue of off-budget borrowings. And in an accounting system as ours, which is cash-based, the problem of repeated deferrals and postponements of bills have come to light. And these need to be addressed. And this is the second most important issue that we have taken up in the roundtable today, that in a cash accounting system, how do we ensure that there is transparent reporting, that even off-budget borrowings are accounted for so that the public knows how much they are carrying as the burden of debt on their heads. Next slide, please. Now we'll be looking at the management in terms of expenditures, both at the state and the union level, about the quality of the expenditures. So as I think everybody knows in this room that the committed expenditure comprised of salaries, pensions, and interest payments is quite high in the country. First, looking at the states, if we look at the state's own revenues, on an average, committed expenditure as a share of state's own revenue stands at 120%. Some states are really bad. For example, Punjab, West Bengal, at a drastically high rate of 171%. But we see also a state like Odisha, which is poor, but is able to manage its finances well. Even with its own resources, it is able to cover these expenditures at 84%, which is below the average of 120%. So we see a lot of variations in terms of expenditures and really need to address what can be done to curb these tendencies. When we look at committed expenditure as a share of states' total revenues, the average at the state level stands at 63%. Again, here, I would like to emphasize that while certain states are doing really poorly, for example, again, Rajasthan, West Bengal, Punjab, which is over like 70%, states like Odisha are able to manage with 38% of their expenditures, which is again below the average of the state position. Next, even the union has a problem of taking care of the committed expenditure with its revenue base available. So here what we have done is we have taken the union's net revenues after tax devolution, but before centrally sponsored schemes are the money towards centrally sponsored schemes is transferred. Here again, we see that the committed expenditure rate is quite high, varying between 70 to 80%. When it comes to committed expenditure as a share of union's net revenues after centrally sponsored scheme transfers, the ratio rises to 173% to 115%. And this is the most topical and important issue for the roundtable today. The pension expenditure, how it is growing over the years. So how we started in 1991, where we were at 7.9%. So we were spending 7.9% of our revenues on pensions. It has grown 3 times to reach 27.4%. Similarly, as a share of states' own revenues, so as a share of states' total revenues, the pension expenditure was 4.7% in 1991, and in 30 years, it has almost trebled to 14.3%. Clearly, the pace of revenue growth has not kept well with the pensions expenditure. Yes, sir.
Variation across states.
There is, so earlier graphs captured that. Yeah, there is.
The trend is repeated even at the union level, where as a share of revenue receipts of the union, the expenditure, which stood at 7.9% in 2004-5, has reached 16.3%, almost doubled. In terms of absolute terms, the expenditure at the state level towards pensions has trebled in 9 years, and it has become 11 times in 17 years. So in 2004-5, as we see in the graph, the pension expenditure of the states stood at 37,000 crore, which is today at 3,99,000 crore. Next slide, please. Even at the union government, this is taking all pensions into account, even including the defense forces. The pension expenditure has grown 3 times in 9 years, which stood at 94,000 crore in 2012-13, is now at 2,54,000 crore. When we look at how, yes, sir.
Giving to the farmers and all that. I mean, old people that all.
No, sir. This is only the organ sector government employees.
While looking from various angles at how we are spending on pensions for a small group of population, we see a huge variation. For example, how in other countries, for example, the US, UK, France, Sweden, these countries are able to take care of the entire population under 18 to 22%. 22% France is spending on its social security for everybody. But let's say 14 to 15% is the norm, where they are able to take care of the entire population in terms of social security. But India is spending 18.2% of its revenues for just 3.2% of the population. So this
of the working population.
So this really brings into the focus the issue of how we are spending so much on a tiny slice of the working age population, whereas at similar levels of expenditures in relative terms, the other countries are so able to manage their social security systems. Plus, it is important to note that these programs are funded, whereas in India, we see that there are 2 layers where there is an unfunded program which is taking care of the 1.84% of the workforce, which is unfunded, and 1.36%, which is funded. So there's a huge variation in terms of how much we spend and how much we cover as a share of workforce.
One second, Priti. This comparison is perhaps very relevant for us to pave way for the future. Only 3.2% of the workforce of India in the form of pensions is getting 18% of public revenues. Most of the rest of the world with a viable pension system, social security system, near 100% of the workforce is getting pension from 15% of the revenues, government revenues. 2, ours is unfunded. The burden is shifted to the future. Theirs is, most cases, fully funded, except a few exceptions. exceptions in terms of sectors.
Sorry, JP, it's actually more dramatic than you put it. 3% of the population getting 18% of government revenues, but they are also benefiting from other things. This is just their pension payment. So it's actually much worse than. Sorry. JP, just to make that point dramatic, 18% of government revenues are spent on these pensions, but these are revenues which are supposed to cater to everything. So it's actually much worse than your dramatic statement.
You're absolutely right. Welcome to Shri Prudence, who has kindly agreed to co-chair the session. Our apologies for having started a little before you arrived. Not at all. I made a few introductory remarks, and then there's a presentation. Already copies available to you. You're fully familiar with that. In the Prime Minister's office, you dealt with this, and you expanded the national pension system. After the presentation, we'll hear Shri Ashwin Sinha, who is online waiting, who is the leader who started this whole contributory pension system looking into the future. So I thought we'd hear from him, and then we will have a discussion on the specific issues. Please continue.
Next slide, please. So the unfair burden and inequitable benefits of the whole pension system is very well portrayed on this graph here. If we see in India, only 3.2% of the working age population is covered by Social Security net, which we also saw is in relative terms taking a disproportionately high amount of monies, government monies, whereas over 90% of the population doesn't have a social security system in the country. This is also one of the points that we want to address in our third session, that how do we build a universal social security system, but ensuring that it is also sustainable and viable.
In the long term, we know there's no way we can do it overnight. It may take another 20 years, but just the beginning of the process.
And if we are to compare our systems with the United States of America, the social security system covers 94% of the working age population there, and only 6% is left. But there are some other measures available in the society to take care of the social security needs. In terms of how much we are giving as benefits in pensions to a tiny slice of the population compared to how much a rich country like the US gives. So we have taken data from Andhra Pradesh, which suggests that the pension benefits in Andhra Pradesh to the government employees is 277% of the per capita income of the state, which we know this trend must be getting repeated in several states and maybe at the union level also. But in the United States, the amount of pension, which is the amount of social security which is given, is just 25% of their per capita income. Next slide, please. The state of Andhra Pradesh has done a realistic projection in terms of what would the state of finances would look like if tomorrow the state reverts to OPS. So as we see in the graph there, currently in 2023, the committed expenditure comprising of salaries, pensions, and interest payments for the state stands at 121%. Which in just 7 years will rise to 142%, and it will double from the current levels to 214%. And in just 7 years from now, the salaries and pensions alone would take 97% of the state's own resources. Basically, other needs are not taken care of. Just under these two heads in 7 years, 97% of the state's own revenues will be taken over. Next slide, please. In terms of committed expenditure as a share of total revenue receipts, currently in 2023, the committed expenditure is 68% of the total revenue receipts of the states, which will increase to 80% by 2030, 165%, almost double by 2050, and 463% by 2100. Fiscal deficit, which is currently at around 3% in the state, would rise to 4.8% in 2030, 6.1% in 2040, 8.1% in 2050, and 10.7% by 2100, practically breaching FRBM norms every other year starting now onwards. Next slide. Debt to GSDP ratio, we aren't certain whether these also includes the off-budget borrowings and deferrals, but the balanced budget position, which stands at 38% today, will rise to 53% by 2030, 77% by 2040, 107% by 2050, and doubling to 211% by 2100. So this is the situation when we are looking at if the states choose to revert to OPS, basically jeopardizing the financial stability and credit of India. However, there are constitutional mechanisms available to come out of this issue, as the founding fathers and the constitution makers took care of the issue when they were framing our constitution. Certain excerpts that I would like to highlight here, which shows how they ensured that Union is the guarantor of the financial stability and credit of India, and they gave us Article 360 in the Constitution, ensuring that India is one divisible unit and all debt is general government debt. There is nothing called state bankruptcy in India, unlike the US. Here, I would like to mention the excerpts by K.M. Munshi in the Constituent Assembly debates, which reads, Article 280 in the draft Constitution and Article 360, which exists today. This article in the Constitution is the realization of one supreme fact, that the economic structure of the country is one and indivisible. If a province breaks financially, it will affect the finances of the center. If the center suffers, all the provinces will break. Therefore, the interdependence of the provinces and the center is so great that the whole financial integrity of the country is one. Circling back to where we started, in 30 years, we have made remarkable progress, starting from the economic reforms of 1991, our prudence steps in 2003-4 of ensuring that there is an FRBM Act in place, and pension reforms this year, and how we manage our public finances. The decisions we take today will really shape up how the future of the country looks like. Either we are able to sustain this growth momentum, which we have picked up in the last couple of decades, or we lead to a fiscal crisis and ensure the future of the country is nil. Dr. JP, if you would like to add some closing remarks.
Really, I think you summed up everything, Priti. Basically, this sets up the whole issues nicely for us to discuss. Douglas he was 40 years ago, I listened to a BBC Wreath Memorial lecture. He was an outstanding civil servant, head of the civil services and treasury secretary. I thought this is very apt. It has always been difficult to interest politicians in reform because of the slow rate of social payoff compared with the short-term political costs of change. It's actually amazing that Indian political system across the spectrum found the integrity and the leadership to come together and do many things. One of them being the NPS. Actually, we must really pay tribute to them. It is sad that now there are tendencies to scuttle away or to dilute, or as Mr. Yashwant Sinha said, unraveling the whole project. Unmindful of the consequences to the future. Really, our cry today, I hope, is not a cry in wilderness. It is to try and persuade with great humility and respect the political system and the public opinion makers in the country that there are huge stakes. And unless we bring some sanity to this country's project may collapse. That's the context. May I now request Yashwant Sinha, who is waiting patiently online, to make a few comments in line of this and his formidable experience. Then we'll take the issues forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us, Yashwantji. You have to, I think, switch on the microphone, sir. You have muted, sir. Still muted. Is it controlled here, or that will you check up? the perils of technology. Some of us still have not mastered these things.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, Dr. JP, thank you for organizing this discussion, and thank you for inviting me to participate in it. I don't envy the fact that you were in Delhi, all of you, and in the gas chamber, and I'm far away in my village home in Jharkhand. But technology is technology, and this has enabled me to participate in this very useful discussion. Let me begin by saying that the problem is not fiscal, the problem is political. We were just talking about the new pension system. And I remember that when we were working on the new pension system, and all these horrible figures which were pointing to a very dismal future were brought before us, we framed the new pension scheme, and I took it to the cabinet. There was no opposition. I took it to Parliament. There was no opposition. I mean, there were muted voices against it. But even in a situation where 98% of the members of Parliament don't understand what fiscal deficit is, this went through. And I don't remember any major disruption, any major movement against the new pension system, or against any of the difficult steps that we took in those days. And the new pension system started on 1st January 2004, and it continued during the 10 years of the UPA. And there would be voices, I suppose, isolated voices here and there, but it continued. Now, suddenly, I find that it's unraveling. And what does it show? It shows that the whole environment for economic reforms in this country has undergone a change. The environment for reforms that was there in our time, or later or earlier, that environment does not exist anymore. And this whole fight for the bringing back of the old pension system will determine whether we are going to go ahead, or we are going to retract on whatever we have done and going back to the old times. Now, as I said, fiscal deficit is a concept which most people don't understand. So you tell them that this is what is going to happen to government finances, and in future they'll say, don't bother about the future, let's bother about the present. And this concern with the present is something which politicians will never give up. And that's why I said that the problem is political. When you get elected for 5 years, You don't get elected only for 5 years. You get elected for 50 years because of the many steps that you may take or may not take would determine the course of events, course of the finances of the country for the next 50 years. So, almost 2 decades have already passed, 20 years, where after the introduction of the new pension scheme. And if it unravels, then it is going to impose a huge burden on the exchequer. The point is, are our politicians worried about it? Are they concerned about it? Do they understand it at all? My experience will show that they don't. And therefore, it's very important that the political will of the government at the highest level must come into play, must demonstrate that there is political will at the highest level. I was able to do many things which were unpleasant, largely because of, or entirely because of the support that I had from the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister's understanding, the Prime Minister's support is most important in our situation. It's very easy for a state government to say that they'll go back to the old pension scheme without realizing what the implications are. In any case, they'll not be around 20, 30 years from now. And therefore, they don't have a sense of responsibility for the future generations. So this is the problem. And it's not merely the old pension scheme. There are a whole lot of other issues in our fiscal management which need serious considerations. And as I said, all this has to be done in a parliament where most parliament members don't understand what the situation is. I remember once I was described by a friend in the opposition as a fiscal terrorist. Some people call me a fiscal fundamentalist, and I did not mind. I admitted to the charge, and I said yes, because I am not concerned merely for today. I am concerned about the future also, and the future demands that we take these steps today. So, whether it's unpleasant, whether it's unpopular, if you think it is in the national interest in the long term, then the government under the Prime Minister must have the will to be able to take that step without bothering about what the immediate consequences may be. I have often said that maybe I was responsible wholly for the loss in elections of the Bharatiya Janata Party, to which I belonged then, in 2004, because of the many harsh steps that we had taken, including the steps that we had taken to reduce subsidies. I remember in my own constituency, when I was canvassing for votes, I went to a remote village. And I remember I came across an old woman. And when I requested her to cast her vote for me, she said, "Aren't you the fellow who raised the prices of mitti ka tel, of kerosene, from 2 rupees to 19 rupees or 20 rupees? And I had to admit that, yes, I am that fellow. Similarly, interest rate reduction, which I regard as one of the most important achievements of our time, that we consistently reduced administered interest rates, which brought the overall interest rate in the economy to a lower level, thereby giving fillip to investment, private investment. Now, it had a side effect. That side effect was that administered interest rates also included interest rates of government employees and public sector employees. So they were up in arms against me. In my constituency, we have a large coal field area. And when I went asking for votes in those areas, I met with a very cold reception. And they said, "You are the fellow who is responsible for reducing the interest rate in our provident fund. And therefore, why should we vote for you?" Now, therefore, if you judge every action of the government only on the touchstone of whether it will fetch you votes or it will reduce you votes, then you cannot discharge the responsibilities that the people have cast upon you. You have to ignore many of these things, even at the risk of losing in the next election. If you have that political will, then you will go ahead. If you don't have the political will, then, I mean, you said freebies is not a nice word, but then you will only be indulging in freebies, whatever discussion you might start. The point is right from the central government to the various state governments, everyone is busy distributing freebies. Everyone is busy making irresponsible promises to the electorate during elections. So God alone will save this country if this continues in this manner. I end here and expect a worthwhile discussion from this very distinguished panel that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for explaining in such a vivid detail the clash between the short-term political price you have to pay and the long-term public good that you have to pursue. We have theme 1. There are 4 issues listed and then sub-issues in each. I requested a distinguished public representative and elected leader who was very much part of this whole national pension system. Manmohan Singh government really took it forward what Vajpayee government started and made it acceptable across the country. Say one state of West Bengal, every state fell in line. Incentives were created. I think it was a masterly management of the federal polity of India. And a lot of that credit goes to the co-chair here sitting with us, who has taken the trouble to come all the way from Mumbai. I know some of the flights are cancelled, the weather is not good even in Mumbai and so on and so forth. We're grateful to you, sir. The first 2 themes, first 2 issues in the theme, it so happens, are largely grand political issues. The 3rd and 4th issues are largely administrative and technical. So I think it felt nicely. One co-chair will take up the administrative and technical issues, and one co-chair will take up the grand political questions. May I request Sri Prudence to lead the discussion on these 2 central issues?
Thank you, Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan. I'm sorry for being a little late. Flew in yesterday night late. I've really come here to understand how we can carry this dialogue further, because apparently the political system, there's clear dividend when we take up the populist stand and tell the government employees that we'll go back to the old pension scheme, and whatever has to happen in the future will be looked after by the future generation, future leaders. Now, there's a clear relationship between the political benefit of a decision, because we are dealing with a very organized and a vocal group, a very small group, but it's very organized and vocal. And we're not able to have a meaningful dialogue with that group, because there are certain people among the leadership of the government employees who understand these things. My government, of course, I'm in the opposition now, but my government in Maharashtra has set up a bureaucratic committee under a senior bureaucrat to find a way out how we can really mitigate the problems shown in the presentation, beautiful presentation earlier, of those horrible graphs, and how the responsibility can be shared. Can we have a hybrid system where the worries of the employees that their pension funds cannot be thrown to the mercy of the private sector? They've seen what happened to the private insurance companies and private pension funds abroad. The security that the state gave them, that your money is safe, that government will ensure that you get pension, and the pension will not be reduced if somebody else makes a mistake. I think there are serious views that why media is possible, where people are made to contribute. At the same time, there is some guarantee that accidents won't happen. That if a pension fund manager messes up or some economic downturn comes, everybody's future is jeopardized. If some why media can be found, then I think it may be possible to carry this dialogue forward today. I must, in the beginning, say that I'm talking to you and come here in my entirely my personal capacity. But I have limitations of my political party which I belong to, and they seem to have taken a different view. And if there is a dialogue within the party, of course, we'll be more informed to take part in that dialogue. But currently, the political dividends of a decision, a populist decision, are very obvious. Like Yashwantji said, whether the hard decisions that their government took in Bajpayee era when Yashwantji was the finance minister, did it contribute to the defeat of BJP in 2004? Some in BJP think that, or some in even the Congress party think that the 91 reforms caused us to be defeated in the 96 election. I think this is the background of a populist democracy that we have. Now, how do you carry this dialogue further? And I think political leadership, those who shape the economic policy in respective political parties, can they sit together and find out why media? Because I think, I personally, having dealt with this issue at a distance, not very closely, because we've not been in the government in Maharashtra over the last 10 years. But it's very difficult to have a black and white solution. Either you take the old pension scheme or you take the new pension scheme. That appears to me today, at this point in time, to be a little difficult. I think via media, where the employees are assured that any accidents with privatizing the pension funds, somebody will guarantee them. There is a cost to it, but will that cost be lesser than the graph that we saw in the bottom? And if the economy does well, of course, there's no issue. And then we can even reform it further. People will be, more enlightened, maybe in 10, 15, 20 years' time, as more and more people in India are covered by Social Security. Right now, the picture is absolutely dismal. And I think this dialogue will not be then restricted only to the government employees, but larger sections of the population will join the dialogue. I think as we discuss this whole issue over the period, the danger of going back to the old ways is obvious. Although many may not understand what fiscal deficit is, rightly Yashwantji said, but there is a feeling that can we pay back our debt? Will the economy collapse like it has collapsed in the neighboring countries? And should we be careful about that not happening? At least that much is understood by everybody. At the same time, the concerns of the employee are genuine, are real. We are entering a new field when we are very comfortable with the LICs and other institutions like State Bank of India. But tomorrow, as government privatizes all these institutions, what happens? What happens if my pension fund is entrusted to a private pension fund and there is something goes wrong, either because of the overall economy or because that pension fund manager messes up or there is a fraud in that pension fund? Then what happens to the employees? I think that if you're able to have a dialogue and come together and say that, because I've talked to some employee unions and they understand that it is a huge burden. But at the same time, they have to tell to the union members that their future is guaranteed, that no accident will happen. They'll be assured of a particular sum which has been coming in the old pension scheme. And there'll be cost of living increases timely. All those issues are guaranteed. Can we, of course, that will mean some contribution from the employees. I mean, it cannot be no contribution. So where is that line? And what will be accepted by the unions? and even be sold to the political leadership. There was, of course, in the elections which happened to the state governments, my party, the Congress party, took a very definite stand of going back to the old system. And some of them, we won the elections, and many attribute that to the support of the employees, government employees unions. But I find a small ray of hope that in our annual plenary in Raipur, there was a debate that this issue should be flagged as a part of economic resolution, and that was not done. I was not privy to why it was not done, but the fact that it was not done, it could have been a part of the economic resolution of the Congress party. So I think there's a scope for discussion, but I think it cannot be a black and white discussion, either take this or take that. How can you have a middle path? And I think I come here to understand from the experts, and I'm no expert at all, and not having been in touch with this issue for a very long time, to learn from those who have really spent their careers to this kind of a planning, and of course the fiscal prudence. So I think let's have a good discussion today. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for calling me.
Thank you, sir. You highlighted very rightly the need to find an approach to strike a balance between the genuine social security needs of government employees and the long-term sustainable health of public finances. That is a central question. We can't take, as you said rightly, a black or white position. We have to find a viable option, because employees are not the enemies of the state. No system can function if we treat them as enemies. At the same time, the people cannot be merely incidental palanquin bearers, or whatever we call that, in a democratic system. They are the central. So I think that's a very aptly put. We have in these two questions that you're going to pilot. One is that can the current expenditure, let's set the ground rules for the country at large, can the current expenditure be met from borrowings in future? It will not stop overnight, but should we not move to a system of golden rule, as the economists say, that borrowings cannot fund the current expenditure? Basic rule. After that, we can figure out many other things. If that is accepted, we require a time frame. How much time realistically, 2 years, 3 years, for the states and the union to come to a revenue deficit zero norm? And third, the anomaly that I think the 14th Finance Commission started of revenue deficit grants to states. Obviously, that becomes anomalous. You can't say revenue deficit should be zero, and then you cannot reward a state for having a revenue deficit. Anyway, the state's backwardness and other indicators are taken into account in providing the constitutional devolution. It's not done on per capita basis. That's just one consideration. And Dr. Govind Rao, Dr. Atul Sharma, and others, eminent people who work in the union state financial relations, you understand much better. But we have to do away with that. So these are the issues in the theme 1, that is current expenditure versus borrowings. Theme 2, intergenerational equity, demands that there is proper accounting of expenditure in a given year. You can't simply defer the expenditure for the future, make decisions today affecting the future. As Shri Ashwin Sinha said, the government is not merely here for today, it's making decisions that impact the next 50 years. If that's the case, can we figure out a mechanism to account for the deferred liabilities in the current budgets across the country, union and states? And off-budget loans and deferred expenditure, no contract. Many states have now figured out, postpone the salary or arrears liabilities, contract, bill spending, postpone to next year, we'll see what happens next year. So can we bring transparency to accounting as it is today? I was shocked to discover that CAG was denied information by public sector financial institutions about the government debts. It's very difficult to believe that it's true. On the grounds of customer confidentiality, public sector banks have actually said no to CAG's office when they asked for the state government debts. So obviously there's something seriously a challenge there. And can we, at least in the medium and long term, move towards an accrual system of accounting so that we can actually overcome this problem. I know it's not easy, but finance commissions have recommended that, early expert committees recommended, but can we begin the process? So these two themes, these are the questions. Before we proceed further, may I request Manish Tiwari, who has some other engagement. He's a doughty warrior fighting a very difficult case, and we greatly appreciate Shri Tiwari's advocacy, recognizing the long-term viability of finances and our commitment to the public good, to make a few comments, and then we'll take up issue by issue. Shri Tiwari.
Dr. Jayaprakash, Shri Yashwant Sinha, and both the chairs of this session, Mr. Prithviraj Chavan, who spoke earlier, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, ladies and gentlemen. I think everybody understands what the problem really is. Question is, where do we go from here? And what Preeti, while presenting, did I get your name correctly? Said a very interesting thing that, thrift is intrinsic to us as a society. And so therefore, why does that thrift not get reflected in the management of our public finances? Why is there so much of financial profligacy when it comes to dealing with public money? I think that is the fundamental mindset question which really bedevils this country. While Dr. Jayaprakash, you were speaking, I was actually looking through the Constitution of India, and I found something very strange, that there is a whole chapter on center-state relations, and it is divided into two subparts: administrative relations and legislative relations. And there is no dedicated chapter in the Constitution which deals with financial relations between the center and the state. There is a pish-pash of articles after that spread over the finances and contracts chapter in the Constitution. And I think there is an immediate need to, first of all, by a constitutional amendment, bring about a certain set of agreed rules of engagement between the center and the states when it comes to public finances. Number two, it's not only the states who are at fault. If you look at the government of India also, and I'm not talking about just the new pension scheme versus the old pension scheme, but free food to 75% of the people in the country. I mean, I can understand that during COVID, possibly there was a requirement. But to continue with a scheme which essentially gives free food to almost 75 or 77% of the population of this country, how viable and how efficacious and how necessary that is something which needs to be looked at. Yes, there is a problem of serious economic inequality on the ground. I represent a predominantly rural constituency. I have 1,500 villages, and I see this economic inequality getting sharper by the day. The maximum amount of claps I get is when I say that if we form government, we will extend Manrega to 365 days. That gets the maximum amount of resonance in village after village. And obviously this means that even sustenance is a problem on the ground. So therefore, we have two paradigms: a paradigm where your public finances are going completely haywire and out of control, and you have a serious problem of growing economic inequality and a she-ball-like economy taking shape, where certain people have access to the largest of the state to concentrate their personal wealth. And this is seriously problematic. But I think to the question of public finances, given the fact that the political class is incorrigibly irresponsible and it is not going to reform the impulse for short-term political gain, how much ever the disaster of long-term consequences may be staring at it in the face, I think there are some constitutional amendments which are required. 293(3) is very vaguely worded. It is caveated very heavily by 293(4), which says central government subject to conditions can give exceptions, etc. I think possibly what you require is a discussion. Can we have a 293(5), which essentially goes to the point that Dr. Jayaprakash, you were making, that states cannot borrow to finance revenue expenditure. Number two, a 293(6), which says that till the state debt to GDP ratio or the national debt to GDP ratio comes within a permissible ceiling, there will be no borrowing in order to fund what Yashwantji correctly said, quote unquote, freebies. And the reason why I say that is I come from a state which is heavily indebted, Punjab. And what we see today is that the state government is actually borrowing not to service the borrowing it has done earlier, but to service the interest burden of the borrowing. What you also see is that the state government is borrowing in order to be able to give freebies to the people. Electricity in this particular case. And the fact is that the political dividends are very clear. If the government in Delhi got repeated, free electricity and free water is a huge part of that. If some people are getting resonance in states, free electricity, is a big contributor, because the chap who gets a zero bill, he's not concerned about what's going to happen in 35 or 40 years or intergenerational equity is going to get impacted. Right? He is concerned about the here and now, the benefit that he's getting. So my short point is that if you think that there can be a behavioral change, I don't see that happening. The only way it will happen is if you make the appropriate constitutional amendments, if you make it mandatory for state governments and the central governments to follow financial discipline, something which the FRBM was supposed to do and seems to have singularly failed at doing. And I leave it at that.
Thank you, Sri Tiwari. Shall we take up now issue by issue, sir? If you notice in the folder given to you on the key issues for consensus building, issue 1, there are 3 questions that are asked, and perhaps we can take them up together because they're all interrelated questions. How do we institutionalize the golden rule or the norm of zero revenue deficit? That is, current expenditure shall not exceed current revenues of the government at the union and state level. Sri Tiwari is suggesting maybe we require a constitutional amendment. It could be argued that Article 293 gives sweeping powers. You can make it conditionality because union government has to approve every debt. But we can discuss. Question 2 is, what's the reasonable period for bringing the state or union debt, union revenue deficit to zero? You can't do it overnight because already we have seen the numbers. Most states are in revenue deficits and union is in perpetual revenue deficit. Revenue deficit grants is perhaps an easier question. Only an aberration created in 2014 or so, largely to deal with Andhra Pradesh, which they made it sort of pan-Indian because the division of Andhra Pradesh. Perhaps that has to go in that form because that is creating a perverse incentive. So these 3 questions together or individually, If the experts give your inputs, then we can take the consensus in the room and then we can move forward. So, who will bell the cat? Dr. Govind Rao? But yes, Ajay Shah, everybody knows Ajay, and this subject is one of the foremost authorities. Thank you, Ajay, for joining us.
There is a problem with simple fiscal rules because they actually do militate against basic governance common sense. The most famous stories of this nature are prudent public finance in the UK involved borrowing 120% of GDP to fight the First World War and 150% of GDP to fight the Second World War. Okay, and most of us would agree that that was a pretty good call. So they actually ran a deficit of 25% of GDP per year for each of the 6 years of the Second World War, and it worked. At the same time, the glory of prudent British public finance is that in most normal years, you're paying down debt, which is you're running a primary surplus. So what we need is this balance that when there is a once in a few decades event, like a COVID pandemic or like a 2008 shock, there should be the legitimate space for the political authority, for the legitimate political authority to go off the manual and do things that are required at that moment. And there should be a deeply ingrained dharma for all of us that in a normal year, you run a primary surplus, i.e., you're paying down some debt. Now, finding this right balance in a fiscal rule is a little bit tricky. So I totally share what Manish Tiwari said, that we need to go upstream, we need to go up to the Constitution, that it is not working to have an FRBM that's a parliamentary law. As an aside, just a few weeks ago, Pratik Datta, Ila Patnaik, Radhika Pandey and I have a paper on precisely this point. It's a careful legal analysis of the FRBM Act. And we basically argue that it doesn't work and it won't work given the Indian constitutional scheme. One parliamentary law that is a money bill itself cannot be effective when faced with a finance bill, which is also a money bill. So we do that constitutional analysis. By the way, just little stories from world history. In 2009, after the global crisis, the thinking people in Germany, the responsible people in Germany, felt very uncomfortable that potentially in the grip of a future crisis, there may be a temptation on the part of the political class to overdo a fiscal stimulus when faced with a crisis. So, fresh out of the 2008 crisis, in 2009, they amended the constitution. It's called the Debt Brake Amendment, and it capped the debt GDP ratio at 60%. And the mechanism is that you can go to any district court in the country and file a claim that the government is in violation of this, and all payments by the government treasury stop. Okay, so there are these kinds of rules and limitations that have been done elsewhere in the world. But I just want to say that we should find this balance. We should find the elements of the culture and the institutions and the financial incentives so that basically we get to old prudent British public finance. The last of the debts of the Second World War only got repaid in 1988 or something. Okay. But the thing is, in a normal year, we should run a primary surplus. We should pay down some debt. That should become our dharma. And then we have space that every couple of decades in recorded Indian history, I would advocate 71 war, 99 Kargil war, 2008 financial crisis, and 2020 pandemic were 4 situations where there would be merit in doing something exceptional in public finance.
Thank you for that caution. One second. War, natural disaster, pandemic, and severe economic crisis. Are these 4 reasonable exceptions? I thought either FRBM Act in India or some of the fiscal rules in the rest of the world actually provided for that.
The
for 5
danger is
years.
if it's written in a loose way,
Yeah.
then every year is exceptional. So
So
we've
the-
got to have those hard rules. As he said, let's go up into the constitution. But we need to think carefully about what little give you want to give.
And before going to Dr. Govind Rao, one question. Now, this is provocative in the light of what Sri Manish Tiwari mentioned. Would it be also plausible to argue that if you read Article 293 with Article 360, the union has inherent duty, not merely the powers, to protect the public finances in the country in order to protect the credit of the country and the financial stability?
I was just going to ask a question on that because one of the comment worried me about the relationships between the union and the states. Because on the one hand, if we want a federal structure where a lot of the decision making is at the state level, but on the other hand, if we constrain or put rules where the union is going to decide how much the state can borrow and for what reason, then I think that we are running ourselves into difficulties later, especially when the political parties at the union and the state are different. So I would sort of urge caution on any rule that constrains the borrowing of the state and which is the decision of the center.
Manish.
This argument about sub-sovereign sovereignty, right? It's a valid argument, and in a federal scheme of things, it's a logical argument to make. But you see, the Constitution does not belong to the Union. The Constitution does not belong to the states. The Constitution belongs to the people of India. So therefore, when you will incorporate something into the Constitution in terms of ceilings, right? Essentially, what was said that you will not run revenue deficits in a regular year, right? Your debt to GDP ratio will have to be within a ceiling. And if it's within a ceiling, that is, you have surpluses, then you can go ahead and spend on public welfare. However, if you do not have that financial headroom, you will not do it. So therefore, under those circumstances, it is not something where the center is going to be exercising a veto or really laying down the law for the states. Here is a constitutional provision which will apply equally to both the center and the state governments. I mean, that's the short point.
Yeah, just a brief intervention before Dr. Govind Rao. Already, Renukaji, Article 293 is that. You're not doing anything new. The constitution makers envisaged that the financial integrity of India should be protected by the union. I'm a great federalist. I've been all my life a champion of not only second tier but third tier federalism. I'm probably one of the few people alive with passionate commitment to third tier governments. But the boundary conditions have to be set by a national architecture. Within the boundary, what you do is entirely for the people of the state and the elected governments to decide. If we say each state can do pretty much what it wants in terms of borrowing indiscriminately without the repaying capacity and burdening the next generation, I don't think the country will hold at all. So there are alternative imperatives. I totally agree with you about the states. The union has no right to tell you where to spend the money, how to spend the money, but union has a duty to tell you you can't borrow beyond the limit because you have a paying capacity. I think these are two different issues. So.
Thank you. I'll come to this constitutional issue a little bit later. But in fact, I'll address the major specific issue which Renuka raised. The macroeconomic stabilization in a fiscal federal system is predominantly a union function, is a central function. If you have allocation, distribution, and stabilization in the Musgravian scheme, macroeconomic stabilization is predominantly a central function. Redistribution, again, is predominantly a central function. That's what theory of fiscal federalism tells you. Now, if macroeconomics is stable, because there is one money supply authority, there has to be overall control over the debt and overall, sort of fiscal management of the country, because the entire thing spills over. If that be the case, there has to be some overall management, sort of ceiling on the debt. That is one of the reasons why in 293, if you very carefully say, It said Parliament can place a limit on the overall debt that can be done by the center. And Parliament did not do it all through. Your FRBM is not necessary if the Parliament had acted the way it should have. In fact, there's a very clearly a statement there that the Parliament can put a limit on the debt. Having said that, so obviously FRBM necessary. See, when the markets fail, the government intervene. What do you do when the governments fail? In order to prevent that government failure, you need to have systems and institutions in place. And FRBM was attempted that, but without a political will, FRBM doesn't succeed. Ajay mentioned about the 2008 financial crisis. The serious problem in the fiscal situation actually started in 2008-9 budget, if you remember. And that's not because of the financial crisis. In fact, 2008-9 was the election year. 3 major decisions were taken. Expansion of National Rural Employment Guarantee for the entire country from the 200 districts. That existed early. Pay revision, implementation of pay recommendations. And, loan waivers. These are the 3 decisions which have nothing to do with your financial crisis. I'm just saying that means, you need to see whether it is really for the financial crisis. You may give a relaxation for a particular thing, but then it should not be misused. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Coming to the revenue deficit issue, if you really look at it, the revenue deficit of the union government is a much more serious issue than that of the state. States as a whole, if you see, the revenue deficit is 0. But whereas in the union government, the revenue deficit is very, very significant. Now, individual states have a huge problem. There are problems with the individual states. And obviously, there needs to be a much greater control over the states. But then the control has to come with control has to be exercised by the union as well as the states. The union has to show the way. And, if you say that, I will continue to run, in fact, the former finance minister mentioned very clearly about some of the decisions that even, apart from the pension scheme. Old pensions, reverting to the old pension scheme is a very bad idea. And having come this far, I think it will be totally retrograde. Everybody know, every serious economist will talk about it. But there are quite a number of other things. What about the power sector at the state level? In fact, the type of subsidies in Punjab, your own state, at least for the last 35, 40 years, we have been saying this. The losses of enterprises and the subsidies include somewhere about 3% of GST, the total amount of borrowing they have to do. Now, so, that's another issue. We need to take it up, and possibly we'll need to, debate on that much more. And then, we have to come to this thing. There was an austerity committee, which was chaired by Biju Patnaik way back in the 70s. It said minimum tariff should be based, placed on the agricultural consumption. Anyway, so coming to this revenue deficit issue, I think one has to. It's the central government, this FRBM acts that the revenue deficit doesn't matter, and then they remove the revenue deficit target in the scheme of things. But I think, as Ajay said, the focus will have to be generating the primary surplus, because even the fiscal deficit is not used in a manner that it should be done. We need to really, sort of move to a primary surplus so that you can ultimately, you'll have to cap the debt. And on the issue of revenue deficit grants, because I will not take much time. Now, you see, that is not the 14th Finance Commission's recommendation, this thing. Let me put it this way. This is a type of methodology that has been followed from the right from the first Finance Commission. You make projections of the revenues, projections of the expenditures, and then you bring in, you bring in what is the tax devolution, and whatever is the post-devolution deficit is given as a grant. So over a period of time, I used to say that, governments are indulging in two problems, finance commissions are indulging in two problems. One is the tyranny of the base year. The states which are condemned to at a low level of expenditure are condemned to continue to do that. Other one is fiscal dentistry. Basically, you are filling in the budgetary cavities, and then, sort of cavities become larger and larger over a period of time. Now, so over a period of time, what has happened is some norms have been introduced. Many of these freebies and things like that will not be included in the assessment of the Finance Commission. But there is a bigger elephant in the room, and that is your outstanding borrowing. The states which have profligated in the past have huge deficit and interest payments. Whether interest payment has to be taken into account or not, most of the commissions take, and then they end up with a large deficit. Now, this was the traditional thing. 15th Finance Commission also continued that, but then it had, in the terms of reference, they said the commission should see whether revenue deficit grant should be given at all. And what the commission did is, by the terminal year of its award, 2025-26, it did the assessment such that the revenue deficit grants go away. How? Kerala, for example, their revenues were hiked up by somewhere about 15-20%, and their own revenues, and expenditures were increase was given at 2%, and obviously over a period of time. So the Kerala will resort to other problems. So the basic point that I'm trying to make here is that possibly we will have to find some other way. Possibly tax devolution may have to be marginally increased in order to get rid of all the sort of grants. But at the same time, constitutional solution without political acceptability, political will, is a very difficult thing to implement. Thank you.
First, Subhash, and then you.
So, thank you very much. I think taking on the issues which you raised, I would advise that we don't get into only the semantics. What is revenue deficit, expenditure, what is capital expenditure? We are very ingenious people. We can craft any revenue expenditure as capital expenditure. If you want me to give you instances, I'll give you 100 instances. Therefore, looking for simple symptomatic solutions, that borrowing for capital expenditure is fine. Borrowing for revenue expenditure is not advisable. This is not going to lead you anywhere. What the government needs constraint is what Mr. Rao was saying. It's basically a political government which looks at, through the expenditures, a certain kind of political outcome. And therefore, the only responsible thing to do is to put a cap that you can't spend beyond this. Whether you do it on revenue or you do it so-called capital, it's fine with us. What the macroeconomic stability, what the national growth requirement requires, is that the government should not be overspending beyond it. Right? And that is where, whether you do a constitutional test, or you do a statutory test, or you do a simple governmental performance test, it doesn't matter whether you put it into the constitution, whether you put it into a law in the FRBM, or you trust the government to do it. The presentation brought out that the government of Chhattisgarh, government of Odisha have run surpluses for last 15 years. They have borrowed consistently less than 3% of the total. Their debt to GDP is less than even 20%, whereas there are governments of the states which have done much, much higher. They are operating under the same law, under the same constitution, but some behave differently, others behave differently. That's because it is the same Odisha government which in 2005-6 we were dealing as the fiscally sort of gone case. We were trying to get structural adjustment for them, but they completely changed their behavior, and they're getting re-elected. There's no political consequence for that. And therefore, what is important is what the actors behave in that particular, hold responsible them, rather than trying to find solutions through the law. One last point, and on this, it's absolutely important for the central leadership. Don't look at the states as villain or the states who can actually sabotage the fiscal integrity of the country. The states cannot do it. They are constrained. Mr. Rao brought it out very clearly. Ever since the FRBM were brought in 2003-4, the states have never exceeded more than 3% of the fiscal deficit, except 1 year, right? When they were permitted half, 1 or 2 years, that's it. Even then, in those years, their aggregate was less than 3%. But judge the behavior of the leader in the central government, whether it was the excuse of the financial crisis in 2008-9 or the excuse of COVID in 2021, when the fiscal rules were thrown to the winds. 9% fiscal deficit in 2021 and 6% from then onwards for last 4 years. This is the height of irresponsible behavior. The law says today, even the statute today says that you can't have more than 3% fiscal deficit. So you are in complete violation of the fiscal law. It's a violation of the national law. Forget the exception. Now the exceptions cover that. So whether the government is actually going against and doing against the rule of the law, but no one questions it. And citizens don't hold them accountable. I haven't seen anyone going to the court to say that force the government to stay within 3%. In last 5 years in this government, 42 lakh crores have been borrowed over and above permissible 3%. Where has this gone? Where has this been spent? Now, if we expect this kind of leader to force the states who are not actually deviating, then we are perhaps placing in the presentation you made actually reminded me of as if I'm sitting in late 90s or early 2000. This was the kind of lingo, the language, numbers which we used to hear there. Number of reforms were done, and those have been acted. One of them was that the central government will stop being a financer of the states. It will not lend to the states. All those loans through the state plan loans and other things were discontinued. But now we have these so-called capital expenditure loans to the states restarted again. And if we have the central government becoming a financer of the states again, what we need is that the state should be sort of subjected to the risk of the bankruptcy, what the many other countries have, rather than protected by the by government central, which itself misbehaves. So I think if we want to do a serious discussion, taking on board what happened in 20 years and why some of those solutions worked, but some of those solutions did not work or allowed to be diluted, and take from then on that what do we need to do, rather than looking for these solutions. Sorry to say, but these are not real solutions. These revenue expenditure, capital expenditure, central government becoming the empire. Thank you very much.
So what do you think is a real solution?
I'll offer 3 solutions. Number 1, put a total fiscal deficit limit, right? Whether you like 3%, this can be done on any analysis, etc., or 2% or 1% for both the central government and the state. Unless the central government behaves, we will have discussion on the next session on the OPS. OPS is a reaction to what the central government is doing. But staying here right now to what so number one, hard constraint without revenue, capital, and other considerations that you can't spend more than this. This is number one. Number two, what I said, expose the states and the center both for the bankruptcy risk. This can be done by doing away with what the present system which we have of the Reserve Bank borrowing for the states and then servicing it. There is no default risk. No state governments, whether it's Punjab or any other state which is fiscally profligate, but their loans will always be served. And therefore, people will buy without any risk. If you get a 2 or 3, 20 or 30 basis points higher rate of interest on Punjab loan, they will do it. That is the second solution. So if you take away, leave the states to raise their own finances on their own without being guaranteed and served by this, that will expose them, the states, to the real test of the fiscal. People will not invest in those states which they perceive will not be able to service their loans. And lastly, please don't make the center as the umpire of the states and a funder of the state. If you get into that trap, then you're getting into a much bigger problem in times to come.
That point is being taken up in the next one. actually. How do you create an independent mechanism, transparent and independent to monitor all this? You're
I want to say because, one small thing. Especially in the last few years, the behavior of the center has crossed all limits. I'll just give one example. Kerala borrowed with RBI's endorsement. One of their special purpose vehicles borrowed money for capital expenditure, some project. The center sent ED officials. This is the first time that ED sent a notice to Kerala asking for how the money was spent. A money laundering case against an institutional, against an institution which exists under the constitution in a kind of center state. I think when these things start happening, that's why I completely agree with what.
I think there is a bit of I think there is a bit of a confusion on this. Let me put it this way. See, as I mentioned, overall, so macroeconomic stabilization is a central function. Every country in the world, and when you have it as a central function, obviously overall debt limit it has to place. Now the question is whether center should sort of do it or some other way it has to be done. In fact, Financial Sector Legislative Reforms Commission basically made a recommendation that there should be a separate independent debt management authority. It has to be taken away from the Reserve Bank of India, since you mentioned it. Obviously, the things have not proceeded on that, because that was one of the very important, because they said the Reserve Bank of India is basically for monetary policy, and then that you should confine itself to be to that. All other functions should regulation and various other things, banking regulation and foreign exchange management and various other things should go, including the debt management. That didn't happen. One of the other ways, if you have an independent debt management authority, you can have it for both union and the states. You don't really have to have this thing. That will take an overall limit on that. The other way of going about is to have a situation that is similar, that exists in Australia, called what is called the Australian Loan Council. That again, basically it's an independent authority which borrows the total amount of money required and then basically gives. But even then, I would say that there, your FRBM should have. It is not just one single, target that overall debt or deficit. I think it's necessary to have some control over the revenue deficits, because revenue, obviously you borrowed money using for revenue purposes is not the thing. On the Kerala case, I think the situation is slightly different. The situation was that Kerala created an infrastructure, a company. Government created an infrastructure company which floated the bonds in the London Stock Exchange. And Constitution said that you can't borrow from abroad. But then, in order to avoid that, they floated an infrastructure company and then floated, bonds abroad. And then, no, it may RBI may clear, but that is not RBI is not Constitution. At the end of the day, the government of India has to see, what the thing. I'm not justifying whether the ED's rate is necessary or not. But the question is, Kerala was trying to make its own way of borrowing from abroad and other thing for their infrastructure, because they can't control revenue deficit. Borrowed money has to go for revenue purposes, and therefore the infrastructure has to be created by borrowed funds. This is the fact of life.
Thank you, sir. I think that's a nice segue to the second part of this theme, that is the independent and transparent mechanisms. The Office of Budget Responsibility equivalent and something like Fiscal Council. Do you require only one or two? One for transparent costing, another for actually managing 293, and of course independent data. But I think some discussion is required. Shall we break for tea now?
I just want to
no, after tea. Otherwise,
question. I'm not making a comment.
Okay, but no answer now. After tea.
No answer, just question. Because I want to remind that Mr. Yashwant Sinha said the problem is political, not fiscal. So I want to ask a question, and we go for tea break. That as you said in your presentation, 1 or 2% of the workforce, government employees, are able to play such a decisive role in electoral outcomes. I mean, whether it's OPS or
they probably are not. So but just to give a short answer, a politician like an examination going student, you think that the one question you didn't prepare for will come in the exam?
No.
So at that moment, the panic.
The disproportionate influence of the fact that we are discussing, government.
I know. So that's what political courage is about. What Yashwant Sinha did. What
May I just answer that? You see, in smaller states, right, this very organized vocal minority called government employees, like Himachal Pradesh or Goa for that matter, right, where the government employees to population or family ratios is very high. They actually do make a difference, but not in bigger states. At least I don't think so, because in Himachal, when we did the OPS, right, I was, not in favor, to put it very mildly. And I asked them, what is the logic? Why are you doing it? And the logic was that apparently there is a government employee from every family.
And shall we break for tea? We can continue the discussion. I'm delighted that there's so much of involvement, but tea first. Let's say 20 minutes. Shall we settle down? The discussion in the pre-tea session gives us a nice segue to the second theme. I think the issues came in sharp focus. How do you create an independent and transparent mechanism to ensure the compliance with the fiscal norms without politicizing it or utilizing it as a partisan political tool? I think, in given India's context, it's a central challenge. I think that came up nicely, the challenges. So my request is the chair for this part of the session, Shri T.S. Krishnamurthy, I would like him to offer his comments, and then Sane, I think she wanted to say something. She will be the first speaker after the chair. So.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jayaprakash. Well, probably I'm the oldest person in the meeting. I realize that, but I'm reminded of a joke relating to the World Cup. I thought I'll start with that. One of the commentators says, the best team in the World Cup is the England team, only on paper. But the game has to be played on the grass. So it's something like this, you're talking about fiscal prudence. Again, I'm reminded of a seminar in Budapest on whether public integrity and democracy, they are an oxymoron. Fiscal prudence in a democracy, particularly in Indian democracy, looks to be rather an oxymoron. In those days, I took the stand, it was not. But I'm inclined to hold the view that it is an oxymoron now, because whether you look at the state government or the central government, nobody really seems to care for the future generations. And the accumulation of debts seem to be a very ordinary thing. Be that as it may, one of the suggestions made now, which we are supposed to discuss now, is a constitutional mechanism. My question is it possible? My own experience with the political parties has been that in matters of public importance, no major leadership is forthcoming to look at issues in the long-term interest. In fact, the quotation you mentioned of a gentleman saying that politicians are interested in only long-term and short-term benefits and not in long-term solutions. Granting that constitutional mechanism can be ushered in, is it possible for the political parties to come to an agreement? I have my very serious doubts. On the matters relating to election reforms, I have seen no political parties even mentioning in the manifesto about the election reform. And if a matter such as this, where public accountability is called for through a constitutional amendment, will they have the political will to agree? I would be very happy if they do. I think that is the issue we have to consider, whether it is possible to have an independent agency. We have very many institutions, constitutional institutions in this country. I think we should be really proud of many of them. But, for example, the objections raised by the Comptroller and Auditor General, how many of them have really been answered by either by the state governments or the central government? I think running into large numbers. So the accountability has to come from the political will. I hope it will come. We sincerely look for it. But the sooner it comes, the better it is. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Naik. Dr. Naik.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to say one or two things which broadly would cover the kind of terrain that we have been talking about since morning. Well, what I thought of mentioning was the fact that as far back as 1918, so more than 100 years back, Joseph Schumpeter wrote a paper called The Tax State. The Tax State. Basically, he was trying to look at capitalism, countries largely governed by capitalism, the market system. And he was trying to see how governments evolve in these economies, coming from feudalism to a capitalist kind of setting. The main point that he was trying to make is that capitalism has to necessarily have taxation to finance the variety of expenditure requirements, be it maintaining a big army, be it looking at certain civic services, and be it education, health, and so forth. And there can be states with a greater amount of concern for health, education, and so forth, the social sector. And there have been in the history states like the Nordic states, which are very concerned about education, health, and community welfare, and so forth. Even giving money for unwed mothers today, for example, they can do it. They can do it because they also have the highest in terms of per capita income, in terms of paying capacity, they have it. Look at India, we are what, 139 in terms of per capita income. So we are at a very, very low level. Even today, even though we think of ourselves as Vishwaguru, etc., it is true that our GDP in total is number 5, but we refuse to divide it by the population. We're the most populous country in the world. We deliberately don't do that, I suppose. The people at the topmost dispensation, they will not divide by that number, because if they did, we are at 139, not at number 5. So this whole game is about going from number 5 to number 3, etc. But you look at your real situation and look at the number of people at the barest minimum level. Even people who are educated, there are no jobs for them. And what do they aspire to? Well, at most, maybe 10,000 rupees or so as chowkidars or some, because there are very few jobs available. So I don't want to dwell on all those things. Everyone here knows these things probably much more than I do, so I don't have to. So what I'm trying to say is that there has to, and I agree, there has to be a political will about undertaking your fiscal affairs. Now, 1 or 2 points I'll just make on this. Quite clearly, emerging from, since I did mention Schumpeter's piece, essentially the point he was trying to make is that there will be emerging requirements for expenditure in all these capitalist countries or even mixed economies. There will. And there will be a limitation of resource mobilization. Always there will be that. That is true here. We're having a situation here. And over the years, limitation of resource mobilization, because we have the GST, etc., etc. But we have to think in terms of novel ways how we can push our tax GDP ratio further up. We have been stuck at about, say, something like 17% or thereabouts. Govind is there, he can correct me. Something like that. That's the overall tax GDP ratio. This has to be pushed up. And in earlier days, when Dr. Raja Chalaya used to advise the government on a variety of issues, one of his dreams was to think in terms of pushing this to about at least 20% as a percentage of GDP. That has not happened. Despite the reform and so forth, it has not happened. So we need to make some major breakthroughs, even including in personal income taxes. We do know that there are people who ought to be in the income tax net, but they're not in the income tax net. Everyone knows that. How to bring that in? And right now, there is also this concern about inequality. I think Manishji talked about that. And in order to take a grip on inequality, probably you have to address the issue of wealth taxation and estate duty in a very significant and substantial way. I mean, you have a situation where there are some individuals in the country that are living with huge income vis-a-vis the, I don't have to mention names, but there are such individuals in the country whose incomes are in stratospheric levels. So obviously there has to be some notion of a wealth taxation in such situations. Expenditure control, obviously there has to be huge expenditure control. Now, what we see and what I can observe is that you have a situation where a lot of the expenditure by way of profligate expenditure is coming from the uppermost echelons of the government, not the people at large. People are concerned about some regular food, fuel, this, that, and the other. It's the government which is thinking in terms of very large ways of spending money, buying the most advanced fighter jets, for example. I mean, this is a matter of debate. We are talking about public finances. To what extent we should be defense ready and so forth, and should we be purchasing the most sophisticated planes which will not be touched by almost any country of the world, but we go and just make an order for 125 of those topmost planes, each one costing several billion.
My request is, so if you look at what request, you're right, public expenditure must be regulated.
Yes.
So two specific proposals we should consider in my view. One is the fiscal council issue, whenever it has come up in so many reports.
Yeah.
To me, it's the equivalent of Office of Budget Responsibility in Britain or the Congressional Budget Office in the US. It's not really a regulatory body about monitoring the public finances, but at least costing. The second is, do we require another body to actually exercise the functions in Article 293 so that the politicization, as Venu mentioned,
something like
that is not possible. Can we create? I think if we focus on this, then a credible answer.
Like an expansion of 293 along the ways of 293, 4, 5, in the manner that
I'm not sure if a constitutional amendment is the card, that should be our option. I think the existing provision, I would argue, is quite adequate. We simply have to create institutions. Let's not overburden the constitution. I have some experience in dealing with reform.
Correct.
The tougher you make it, the more impossible
more difficult
it becomes.
So, okay, there I agree. So I've more or less made my point. The point being that the India is not in any particular unique situation. This is a situation of all economies which have a mixed or a capitalist kind of setup. There will be limitation of revenue, so we have to think in terms of both bolstering revenue, and we have to curb expenditure. Expenditure curbs has to happen in the highest echelons of the government. It is they who are thinking in terms of overspending and being profligate, not the common masses of the country. They're interested in the most necessary kind of elements. Thank you.
Professor Balveer Arora and then Dr. Atul Sharma. As you know, Balveer Arora has done a lot of work on multi-level federalism. We're really talking about that now. How do you protect federalism even as you protect public finances? So, Dr. Arora.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, and thank you for this opportunity. Now, I think I would group my remarks in two portions. One is the question of what would be a credible, independent, non-partisan mechanism, institutions in our federal polity. I think you have that on the agenda. And so I would like to delve into comparative institutionalism to see how one can chisel out something of a you used the term monitoring, you used the term regulatory, what would work. The second thing is the question of what has been referred to as political will. I would also add to it the question of leading by example and not by exhortation. So there is a need to understand, first of all, how you create political will, and to understand why certain things work in certain situations, in certain circumstances, and why they don't in others. Mr. Shashwant Sinha pointed to many of those that worked at a certain time. So that leading from the front, that exhortation, the inspiration that comes from example is something that we have to keep in mind when you are talking about generating political will and the willingness to sacrifice the present for the future. I think this is one of the things that you were talking about, is that when you are calling upon people to sacrifice their present for a future, they have to be inspired, and that inspiration by example is something that we need to. Insofar as independent regulatory or just credible institutions are concerned that you are thinking of, and I quite agree with you, let's not go down the constitutional amendment path, because it's becoming increasingly difficult, and I think those attempts would be short-lived. I think it has to meet two criteria in our polity. All the examples that you cited. One is the non-partisan, that it has to satisfy both government and opposition. Unless you carry both together, none of these examples that you have cited work, because the opposition must go along. The second, I think, is particular to our federal polity. The second criterion that you have to satisfy is to satisfy both levels of the federal polity. You can't have a credible mechanism unless you satisfy and take along state governments. Now the question is, how do you build this consensus? How do you build this common ground, this common agreement, which would enable you to carry forward what you are wanting to do? You can look at the field of intergovernmental relations is strewn with dead horses. What do I call dead horses? Because there's no point flogging them. Are the mechanisms that have been devised for intergovernmental relations. And there are 2 or 3 stables that we have. The intergovernmental relations under the Ministry of Home Affairs have almost ceased to function. They're there. You could build consensus through them. You don't need to name them, the interstate council, zonal council, you name it. They are of no practical use for the purposes that you have in mind. The second stable is the PMO. The PMO, which used to have oversight over the Planning Commission and which now is replaced. Can the leadership come from there? I think I'm leaving that as an open question, because if the leadership came from the very top, the exhortation put aside, the example and the inspiration is possible. And the third new stable that is emerging is the finance ministry. Can we trust, because we have this shining example, it worked very well for some years, but then there were problems, of the GST Council. A new experiment, equality of states, a certain voting pattern is it possible to devise a mechanism, and you are talking about the fiscal, which would be anchored in a different stable? So I'll conclude here with just one remark, is that when you try and look at what works and what doesn't, the main thing that comes across in this is the fact that at some point of time, the current passed between government and opposition and between the center and the states. How do you generate that current again, and how do you and where do you locate the powerhouse for generating that current? I think these are the questions that we should be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we have to, as you said, rediscover the consensus building capacity of Narasimha Rao, Vajpayee, and Manmohan Singh. Bring back that framework. Dr. Atul Sharma next, and Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia is online available. After this, we'll request him to make a few comments. Thank you, Dr. Ahluwalia.
I'd like to make a couple of points regarding the objective of zeroing deficit finance, revenue deficit. There's a problem. Current expenditure comprises also expenditure on education and health. If you are saying in a blanketed way that you have to cap the current expenditure or cap the zeroing the revenue deficit, you have also to contain the current expenditure on education and health, which are actually, these are two sectors which are very labor intensive. So wages and salaries are very high, and current expenditure therefore is very high. So we cannot really say the contain current expenditure to ensure that it is a zero revenue deficit. There's one other aspect, there is an interstate problem. If you look at the disparity across the states, particularly in the post-reform period, a huge disparity between the states. The states which are far more advanced and the states which are lagging behind. And they have not, if you contain the expenditure, suppose you contain zero, because they are lagging behind, their capacity to mobilize resources is also limited. And as a result, they can spend less on education and health, more important thing, and which are already at a lower level. So how do we say that across the states you zero revenue expenditure? That is very difficult. It's problematic. Therefore, if we want to do that, if we want to talk about zeroing revenue deficit, that should be net of expenditure on health and education, because we say this is one of the youngest nations in the world. We need more and more of expenditure on health and education. And therefore, if we are talking about containing current expenditure, it should be net of those expenditures. That's one thing. Second thing about the making arrangement, institutional arrangement, if we look back in our own country, which all difficulties, we have got some startling examples of consensus building. One, that during the earlier, RBI used to give money freely to the government of India for financing their deficit. But with a lot of difficulty, they made an agreement between the government of India and RBI that it will not be automatic. If the government wants, the government wants the money, they have to borrow. This is one important thing. Secondly, the government of India, RBI, itself, government would have persuaded the RBI to fix the limit of inflation. Whether it is implemented or not, but there is an effort of implementing that there is a parliament law that you have to contain the inflation at 4% plus minus 2. And this was, RBI has been trying to adhere to that kind of limit. So this is possible.
And then, as Professor Aurora has said, GST Council is a great example of consensus building. We need an important fiscal, even fiscal system. If we have that kind of institution where everybody has gotten said, and we can have a kind of consensus building about the institutions, is possible. One final point is that we have got already provisions in the Constitution, and Govindo said that even the 2293 article, there's provision the Parliament can put the limit of the state borrowing. So why not use, instead of amending the Constitution, which is much more challenging, why not use the provisions that already exist? That is much easier to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for the optimistic tone. I share your optimism. Whatever be our problems, I am one of those who believe that federalism actually has improved in the last 30, 40 years. Those of us who lived through 1980s, we all remember Article 356 and for every 10 lakh rupees, a secretary to government to state government would have to travel to Delhi. All your flights are only with secretaries coming for trivial meetings. Things have changed dramatically. Post 1991 and post 1993 Bombay case judgment and a few other things, while there is a residual problem of federalism, to think that federalism today is much worse than it was earlier is, I think, ahistorical. I share that optimism. And I think there's been impressive consensus in the country on many issues, including fiscal deficit norms, GST, economic reform project itself, and RBI is no longer monetizing the debt or monetizing the deficit automatically. I think a lot of good things happened. That's the reason why we're actually meeting here. I genuinely believe that things can get better.
No, by the way, I must clarify. Well, I'm saying that GST is a great thing, it's a game changer. But at the same time, I believe that is really messed up.
And
have we got the GST?
No, the point I'm making is that the union and states came together.
Yeah.
By consent.
Came together.
Any public policy, there are pluses and minuses.
No, the problem is it has got revenue consequences. Had we been able to really introduce a GST of ideal time, probably we have been able to mobilize a lot more revenue. So we have put a limit to the capacity to mobilize the resources. Tell me, for the last so many years, why is it that states need to be compensated for the revenue which, they came to an agreement? It's a part of negotiation, obviously. It's a very difficult thing. That they will give the whatever they were mobilizing from the 8-9 taxes, that will be given plus 12% growth. Why is it that for the last so many years, with so much potential of GST, we need to pay given a compensation? So we messed up the whole GST. That is a different thing.
Well, sir, all I can say is politics is a bit of a mess, always. I wish it were more clean. That brings us to this optimism issue to Dr. Montague Singh Ahluwalia. We all have known him for a long time. I met him for the first time as a probationer in the academy, and I thought, wow, what an inspiring person. And the kind of consensus they could build, while NPS came with Yashwant Sinha, what Dr. Montague Ahluwalia, Prithviraj Chavan, who is here, Dr. Manmohan Singh, of course, Dr. Rangarajan, and Chidambaram, what they've done is remarkable. Acknowledging that and paying a tribute. Sir? Yes, that monetization of debt being stopped. So paying tribute to you in an optimistic spirit, Dr. Ahluwalia, the larger picture and specifically independent mechanisms to give confidence to both the states and the union, so that union does not ride offshore and yet fiscal stability and predictability is there.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to join this confabulation. And let me also say hello to all the friends around. I see them in bits and pieces. And since I'm going to be, 1 second, hold on. Hello? For 5 minutes, I'm on a Zoom thing. I'll be very brief. Let me say hello to Prithviraj ji, because I tried to contact him in Bombay, but we weren't able to do so. and also my own colleague Lavish Bhandari, and of course Govind, without whom you cannot possibly have a discussion on fiscal federalism. So hello everybody. You know, I want to be very brief. It's an excellent discussion. I have only been able to look in every now and then, but I'm happy to put in maybe 2 or 3 bits and would happily discuss and contribute later on, should you decide to have a discussion on what you see as emerging. The 2 or 3 things that I think are important. First, I share the view that we should be on the whole optimistic, because actually in the broad sweep of things, in a slow and gradual way, through multiple governments, certain aspects seem to have survived, and that's a good thing. Many of them have survived only as slogans. I mean, implementation is lacking, but that's true in many parts. So I think we should not be in a terrible, depressed state. That's one point. Second point, I completely agree with the institutionalization of getting the RBI out of debt management. I mean, the whole idea of putting the RBI on an independent pedestal, which we started in 1993 by getting rid of automatic monetization of the deficit. We didn't get rid of the deficit, but we just said, look, if you have to borrow, you borrow long term, not this bogus thing where so-called T-bills were automatically issued. We got rid of that. Part of the strategy then was that the debt management office should be a separate office outside the RBI. And I think the time has come to do that. And, you know, the RBI will obviously say that you fellows don't have enough experience. You could depute RBI officers to any such debt management office. I think the government of India should have a debt management office. Whether the states should have an independent debt management office, or they should ask this new office to manage their debt subject to whatever ceiling approved is agreed, that's an open question. And I would say that states that want that cover, and there'll be small states that don't really want to get into this, they should be allowed to do that. Other states want to set up their own debt management office, they should be allowed to do that. So that's a second specific suggestion. You know, the third thing is that I think we should recognize that what the FRBM type rules do is to sort of quantify a slogan. They don't actually provide any guarantee that what is said will get implemented. And that's for the simple reason that Parliament is supreme. So whatever law Parliament passes about debt, it can kind of amend later on. And nobody would be willing to change that. And I don't think a constitutional amendment will make a difference. But I think what one could do is introduce some automatic penalties. I mean, for example, could we have an understanding, doesn't have to be in the law, or even it can be in the law. Of course, Parliament can then amend this law, but amending this law will show up in insincerity. And that could be that whenever the debt rules are exceeded, the finance secretary and the finance minister resign. Now, at the political level, this can be easily bypassed because the finance minister could be made to resign and then reappointed. But that would not be so easy to do with the finance secretary. You know, in New Zealand, I mean, the governor of the New Zealand bank is formally expected to resign if he doesn't meet the target that has been set. Here we have what some people call an amazingly important rule, but on the other hand, there's no penalty for breaking it. And I think you need to introduce some penalty, if nothing else, as a signal. So that's something I'm throwing into the discussion. It may be impractical. I'd like to have the opinion of Prithvirajji on this. And also Manish. Hi, Manish. I didn't mention your name, but I really enjoyed listening to your contribution, getting their political take on it. Finally, getting back to economics, I agree with the few people who said that there is no golden rule that the revenue deficit should go to zero. I mean, I'm firmly of the view that the revenue deficit going to zero is an attempt to alter the composition of expenditure so that you more or less ensure that capital expenditure is not restrained. This belongs to the old-fashioned view that capital expenditure is the only thing that matters and revenue expenditure is a waste. But you know, in terms of our development diagnosis, where we are seen to have failed is primarily in health and education. I mean, failed big time. And if you want to raise expenditure in those segments, it's not going to be capital expenditure alone. It's actually going to be revenue expenditure because we need a lot more doctors and a lot more teachers and all the rest of it. And I think, therefore, if we were to put restrictions that you can't borrow to maintain revenue expenditure, it's a little unfair. I think we should limit borrowing, but whether the state uses the borrowing for capital expenditure or revenue expenditure, to my mind, can be left to the political processes within the state. So these are the propositions that I'm putting forward. And just one more point, and that is, let's remember, in the United States, these debt ceilings, etc., work because Parliament, I mean, Congress is actually independent of the executive. That's not so in India or in any parliamentary system, because if a government which has a majority can get Parliament to pass whatever it wants. And in that environment, the role of the Parliament can never put itself into the role that, let's say, the US Congress does on the debt ceiling. In the US Congress, it's not that the Congress actually precipitates a crisis, but it uses the need to give an approval to negotiate all kinds of things. So it kind of bring out the dirty linen, force this executive to do X, Y, and Z in order to get the debt limit changed. So those are my, and I think we have to recognize that that is not something that we can do. The most we can do is to set up a bunch of institutions that will force an informed discussion of these issues, which then have to go into the public domain and then have to be translated by the opposition or even within the government by people who maybe take a more fiscally conservative view. They would have to convert it into a politically powerful argument. That's about all that we can actually do. Well, I have to rush right now, for which I apologize. If I am able to join in again, I will try and do that. But meanwhile, thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Ahluwalia. That's very helpful. Later, maybe we'll ask you a question or two, but now that you're in a rush, maybe we'll let you go.
Can I?
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to specifically address the issue of, this fiscal council and, obviously one is not talking about the constitutional amendment. It was the 13th Finance Commission which actually said that there should be greater transparency, comprehensiveness, and accountability in the fiscal system. Transparency, comprehensiveness, that means inclusion of all the off-budget liabilities and all that, and there should be much greater accountability. But one of the, which is not actually your report makes some sort of a misunderstanding there. It is not the 13th Finance Commission which said that it should go to the finance, you should have a fiscal council. They said, and the type of council that they said is not the one which is really, what you talk about, the budget office of budget accountability or the congressional budget office. What this was, there will be, the finance will appoint a committee which will eventually transform into a council. If the Ministry of Finance is appointing a committee and if somebody is reporting to the Ministry of Finance, how can it be an independent fiscal council? You can't have a player who is an umpire. So that was a crucial error that they made. And the same thing was reported in the same thing was repeated in the FRBM review committee. That is one of the reasons why, in fact, I was personally involved in this in this discussion and in this write-up in the 14th Finance Commission. And the 14th Finance Commission said that you can't really have that. You need to have, you amend the FRBM Act and make provision for the Parliament to appoint a fiscal council with the three major functions. The functions are evaluation of the budget forecast, because all the problems actually start with the budget forecast. Proper evaluation of the budget forecast, monitoring the fiscal progress, and overall control over the basically overall control over the fiscal deficit related issues, and putting all the documents, reporting to the Parliament, putting the documents in public domain, so that there is a much greater discussion. There is a much greater as Montek said, much greater discussion on the issue and much greater awareness on the issue. We were quite aware of the fact that this is not going to be a silver bullet. Similarly, FRBM, many of us fail, but then I will not say that it is complete failure. It is neither a necessary condition nor a sufficient condition for fiscal, prudence. But in the long run. But in the initial stages, it helps. In the sense that, there is always a conscious effort that, we have to control, there is a ceiling there. With the same way here, if there is no political will, no fiscal council will succeed. If there is a political will, you don't need a fiscal council. But at the same time, it helps. It helps to much greater discussion on the issue. And, one of the major problems in this country, it's not just this, I have been repeating this in my writings. One of the major problems in Indian federalism is a lack of an institution for intergovernmental coordination, intergovernmental bargaining, intergovernmental conflict resolution. We don't have one. The interstate council, having been put in the home ministry, it can't be an independent institution. It's a part of the home union government. Planning commission, states used to listen to it, but then grudgingly, because they had some discretion money that they had to give. But we don't have that. So consensus building is not going to be easy. But at the same time, and the 15th Finance, in fact, I had a very long discussion with Dr. N.K. Singh on this particular thing. Because he, coming from the FRBM review committee, he said the Ministry of Finance. I said, sorry, that is not a fiscal council that you are talking about. These are called Parliamentary Budget Office in Australia, Office of Budget Accountability in UK, Congressional Budget Office. Basically, these are independent institutions. And obviously, you don't need this thing, but then you do need such things. Now, there is also a confusion that whether, since there you have a control and Directorate General, why do you need it? Control and Directorate just the postmortem. They don't do the monitoring on the way. So the third function of the thing, which I forgot to mention, is whenever there is a political party or the ruling party comes up with a proposal saying that, we are going to do this, we are going to do that, cost them. What is the expenditure that is involved in that particular thing? And then, say it in the public. And these are the three important things. Of course, the 15th Finance Commission actually followed the lead given by the 14th Finance Commission and has a much greater, they say that three pillars of fiscal responsibility, and this is one of them. I stop here.
Thank you. Maithili and then Subhashkar.
JP, I just have three very quick points. One, Govind's point about the fiscal council being appointed by the finance ministry and what credibility and independence we have. The finance commission is also appointed by the finance ministry and has done reasonably well, and governments have always accepted its recommendations. So there I will differ with him. Independence is a state of mind. You could be appointed by the government, but you could still be independent. Secondly, you need institutional arrangements, but the best of institutional arrangements will fail if we are going to think in terms of penalties for any violation, which you must. But are we as a country prepared to allow the people of a particular state
to suffer for the political mistakes of their political masters. It's a bit like a joint family. If you have one child who does nothing at all, are you willing to turn him out of the family? No. So these are slightly difficult political economy considerations we must consider. And my last point, I agree entirely with Mr. Krishnamurthy, and I find it very difficult to accept that I'm actually defending the political class in this country because I'm a vehement critic of the political class. But let us also give them credit for the fact that despite all the temptations that they've had in these 75 years, we're still relatively stable fiscally. So let's not take away everything from them. Yes, there is much that we need to do, criticize about the political class, but some way they too also have a conscience, hard as you might find it difficult to accept.
Thank you, Maithili, particularly for the first and last points. The Finance Commission is a great example of things working, and politicians, they are the ones who
I
are
want to
sustaining our
amend that.
democracy.
Finance Commission is not a finance ministry's creation.
No, the politician making independent institutions can work.
No, but the point is, it is appointed not by the, it is appointed by the President of India.
No, that's the notional thing. But the broader point is an optimistic one that we can create institutions that will serve the function. Subhash.
On the issues you raised, I have 4 points. One, on the 293. 293 is basically states being endowed with the authority to raise as much debt as they want, subject to the approval of the limits fixed by the state assembly. So it actually confers the unfettered sovereign power to the states to borrow. The 293, 3 and 3.4 are exception to that if the state were to be indebted to the center, then it will take center's permission, and center can put conditions. It's the primary power is not of the central as a controller. It's only an exceptional. I'll just draw your attention to the situation in the Government of India Act 1935, where this provision comes. All these 4 provisions were there, but there was one more. That one more was that in case the state wants permission and the center denies it unfairly or puts unfair conditions, the state can go to the court. Right? But this was removed because it was thought that it's not the British versus the Indian situation any longer, and both are part of the same family and they'll be reasonable. Now, that is not borne out by the fact that of the recent most examples where all sorts of conditions have been imposed on the states to borrow. That is actually undoing the sovereign power of the state to borrow. And therefore, my suggestion on this is that we should further amend 293.3, take away the power for the central government to give loans to the state and also to impose any conditions as long as they're in debt. Put the market discipline on the states, which I talked about earlier, not the overlordship of the center. So that's my suggestion on the 293.3 or 3.
Some countries have that. US has that, and I think Brazil in some respect has that.
Many countries have. There is no
I don't know if that architecture in India can be radically altered to that extent.
It can. In fact, it worked for 50 or 60 years. The center did not impose unfair conditions. In fact, until 2005, it was center encouraging the states to borrow as much as you like. You remember the additional plan finance?
The point is that I'm a great federalist, so I welcome the point that in the great crisis we are facing in the light of the discussion today, is this the time or the method to go ahead with? That is the challenge.
Crises have different solutions. Yes. We can always come up for the crisis situations.
I agree.
But crisis should not be defined in the normal.
Point on Maithili's thing, I'm not a great believer in creating too many new institutions. Very few have worked well in the country. When the Finance Commission is doing such a grand job, is it possible to make it permanent and trust this task, not only of this transparency in terms of public finances, union and states, but even, I'll go to the extent of saying, to the extent that the parliament or the government have decided applying the Article 293(3) independent of the government. Is it too much to ask? Is it feasible?
I think it's a good idea to have a permanent commission. Frankly, finance commissions have, in fact, tried to do that. I think it's good. But the only problem is that are we prepared? Because finance commissions, ultimately, their basic rule is that all citizens in the country, Govind will agree, should have access to the basic minimum of services across the country. So, which is why they have those, horizontal transfers. Now, if a state like, say, Punjab, for a variety of reasons, West Bengal, for a variety of reasons, is not able to deliver to its citizens the quality of life, say, a Tamil Nadu or Kerala gives, then finance commissions feel obliged to in some way compensate them so that those citizens staying in Tamil Nadu, citizens staying in West Bengal and UP are not hugely disadvantaged. There's not this kind of disparity. So how do we get out of that dilemma? Or somehow feeling that all citizens in this country, regardless of where they stay, should have access to the same bare minimum. Should people in a particular state be penalized for the kind of leaders they elect? You could take the view that, yes, if you elected terrible leaders, you suffer for it. But can we really live with that consequence as a federation if we want to stay together?
Now, on this issue, on the issue of this thing, the Ninth Finance Commission referred the matter to 3 constitutional experts. In fact, NKP Salve was the chairman. And I happen to have been an economic advisor to that commission. And I was given the responsibility of contacting these people. And after a lot of search at that time, but I'm talking about 1987, I contacted K.K. Venugopal. I do have his opinion. I will send the opinion to you. I mean, I have kept that opinion. And subsequently there have been some, sort of high Supreme Court decision on the issue of, Article 275 versus 282. I will not go into that. There was a specific question that was asked, not in that thing, but then there was a subsequent seminar in NAPAP, and where he answered this. He says, Finance Commission can be a permanent body. The reason is, if you see the Constitution, Article 282, it basically is basically Article 280. It basically says the President shall appoint a Finance Commission within 2 years of the commencement of the Constitution, and thereafterwards every 5 years or earlier as may be required. That means that he said that you can have the Finance Commission appointed for 5 years. You can have a permanent secretariat. And once that is permanent over, you can have a new Finance Commission taking over from the previous Finance Commission, and there can be continuity. There is no bar in the Constitution against that. But the problem was, the Finance Commission right from the beginning was seen as an evil that they have to, necessary evil they have to put up with. I mean, the reason, that's because when the Planning Commission became more and more prominent, and took over the powers of the Finance Commission to give all the plan grants, then what happened was that Finance Commission was relegated to the background, and then they did not really want to make it a permanent body. So every time the Finance Commission comes in, they will have to look for the premises, they will have to look for the people, they will have to, they have to start doing that. I mean, basically, this is what has happened. I mean, that's a fact of life. But the fact of the matter is, constitutionally, you can do that. Now, one other thing that finally I will say, Finance Ministry has a role in choosing the members and this thing, because it's not advice. But then they can't remove them. And therefore, since they cannot remove them, they act independently. And they know that their tenure is limited. And within that, they don't take a partisan. And that's a very important thing that you have to understand. Thank you.
What about Subhash's point? I'll come to you, Ajit. Subhash made a very, very important suggestion. Can we simply say the union is no longer responsible for the financial responsibility of India, financial stability of India? Let the states survive or perish on their own market, based on market thing.
No,
many countries do it.
It is possible if all the states are on an even keel. But when you have so much of variations across the states, I mean, you have Bihar, which has a taxable capacity 1/5 of that of Haryana, and when you have that sort of a thing, the union government, and the finance commission cannot deal with the capital expenditure. It can only bring about some sort of, and again, it can't give the 5 times transfers to Bihar as compared to this. The objective of the transfer is not regional equalization. Objective of general purpose transfers is to enable the states to provide comparable levels of services at comparable tax.
Can the union absolve itself of the responsibility to?
No, union
Can the
cannot take
financial
away the
state-
responsibility. It has to come in, and in a system that prevails in the that within the country. You can't. Let us also forget. All these things are discussed in the Constituent Assembly debates, and let us not. And that is one of the reasons why they said, the Constitution doesn't say that India is a federation; it's only a union of states. And so,
A brief comment from Subhash and then Ajit.
No. So on this, the states are created in the country by the parliament, which is essentially the government of India. So it is their responsibility to see that those states survive. So in no way the states which are unviable, like Northeast, etc., can go on without the center's protection. So I'm not suggesting at all that the center has no responsibility but for the mainstream states, it is better to go through the path of making them subject to. But I don't think time may not permit. I had a couple of other points on.
We'll come back to you. But my heart is with you. I'm a true federalist, but my mind tells me that it's unlikely to work that way. Ajit.
Thanks, JP. I'll just go in reverse or add 3-4. So just give me 3-4 minutes. One is on this issue of whether how much sub-sovereigns can do. Technically, they can raise a debt even in the domestic market, from Indians, only if they are not already indebted to Government of India. So that otherwise they have to seek RBI's permission. That's the technicality. Right. So, but we do give them the freedom. If, for example, I think maybe the state of Delhi is the only one today which is not indebted. So they can technically go to the market to raise money through bonds.
not the states.
No, the states. No, the domestic. Hello. That's what I'm saying. Please don't interrupt me. I'm saying from the people of India, you can raise money by floating bonds in rupee terms. They have some freedom. That is, they don't need the permission of RBI, but only if they are not already indebted. So therefore, there is some freedom given already to the federal entity, the state. So I'm saying my first suggestion is that since we already have this differentiated treatment, why can't we think about giving some more freedom to the sub-sovereign entities like states, the bigger states which are fiscally better managed or something, surely they can enjoy some more freedom. We need not and possibly constitutionally cannot go to the extremes of like Brazil. You said Brazil, the provinces are allowed to float dollar bonds internationally. But in India, even a masala bond which was tried to float, which Kerala state tried to float in London, there was a pushback, but that's a different story. And leave aside the anti-money laundering thing. It was a masala bond, rupee denominated, and this was India's, of pride that we are going to start floating rupee-denominated bonds in London. But Kerala state faced a pushback. But I'm saying surely we should have, without any constitutional changes, we can try and give more freedom to the states who are quote unquote slightly in a better position to do them. That's my first suggestion. Second is a related anecdote. Mr. Chauhan will. So about 30 years ago, there was a small sub-sovereign entity which found itself to be in the vicinity of one of India's largest then power projects coming here. So in the great enthusiasm and jumping up and down with joy, they said they thought we will impose a 0.25 or some very tiny percentage of property tax so that they can develop a good quality hospital and a college in their village precincts. That company was called Enron, and they were thinking it was 10-20,000 crore project. So the little village was called Dabhol. And the entire empire came on them like a brick of, ton of bricks. They had to fight all the way to the Supreme Court where they lost. So much for JP, your notion of strengthening the third tier. Even a very easy thing to do was denied to them. And this is despite the suggestion from the 13th Finance Commission, which has said that we should earmark funds directly to the third tier. I don't know what success, but that's second point. My third point is that while I'm optimistic about what you said, that Mr. Atul Sharma said that automatic monetization of the debt stopped in 1993 or 92. But please don't forget that, in 2020, 85 to 90% of the debt issued by the government of India ended up being with RBI. It's just a charade if you say that government is going to float the bonds and 85 to 90% of the bonds, if not 100%, are going to be lined up. The RBI is going to buy that. If that is not monetized, automatic monetization of debt, what is it? So, we invariably find a way to undermine what is supposed to be a good measure. So that is something we need to keep in mind. So therefore, this is not the spirit of it. And last point is about the GST Council, that I think, as you said correctly, that we don't need a new constitutional provision for this fiscal, but we have to learn from the fact that the design of GST Council, we should learn from the defects of the design. That essentially what is happening is de facto it's dominated by the central government. And the fact that Maharashtra has the same voting rights as Mizoram, I'm just using the alphabetical, is also not fair. I mean, apart from the fact that the dominance of the Union government, the fact that, it's like the senators in the US. So we can learn from those design defects and possibly come up with a better solution. Thank you.
Lavish and Louis. Specifically, Lavish, my request is, I think one important point has come, just as you're saying, greater regulation of debt if there is a fiscal stress and some degree of fiscal or lack of fiscal prudence, to put it that way. Equally, greater freedom when they're managing their finances well. There must be, I think one broad point has come up. But is there a possibility to have an independent mechanism beyond the government's partisan control to give permission to states to borrow, subject to the overall rules, so that the whole partisan political consideration is completely given up? That's, I think, especially.
So I'll partially answer your question, but towards the end, and I'm going to take some time. Sorry, almost everything that I'm going to say has already been said, but I'm still going to take what I feel is a bit of a dissenting opinion here. Let's just start with the thing, with the one learning that we've had, that every solution brings its own problems. So I'd start with that one principle. The second, and that's, I think, really critical, there's the problem of multiple bodies. I mean, you've already alluded to that. It's not a good idea to create too many bodies. There is a serious problem with coordination if they are independent. There is a problem of political takeover. There is a problem of accountability. And by that, I mean that as soon as we start to create new entities, you have, in a sense, removed the accountability from the political process and given it to someone else. So the more the people responsible, the less we can make any single person or entity accountable. So I think I'm not so sure that when we talk about any body, it may be related to debt management, etc., that I would keep it out of the political process. I think it needs to be within the executive. My first. The second, and this has already been alluded, or actually mentioned by Mr. Garg, is the difficulty in monitoring of the various actions. I mean, funds are fungible; they'll be used. You can't talk about current and revenue expenditures and capital expenditures. Mr. Ahluwalia said that, and similarly, the various different kinds of deficits. And the fact remains that there are a lot of off-budget borrowings, and there are public sector borrowings. So given that, what is this whole FRBM process? I sometimes feel that FRBM itself may be creating some damage, which we haven't really figured out well enough. There are delayed payments. There are some kinds of important expenditures which perhaps get pushed into to some other time, and so on. So there are all of these issues. Given this, why do we really need this? This is a problem. The political process has solved other problems. Why can it not solve this problem as well? So I leave with that question. Now, do I answer your question? I think I have, in a sense, that leave it to the political process. Of course, there needs to be more transparency on what's happening.
Thank you, Louis.
I'm just going to sort of repeat what I talked to you about in the break here. So I come from the private sector, and I'm just amazed at some of these discussions being talked over here as if they can't be solved. Whereas in the private sector, there is accountability for revenue and capex. It's very clearly defined over there. There are auditors. If you do something wrong, you'll be pulled up. Similarly, there are rules which have to be done. And if the compliance can happen over there, I'm just amazed that we find it struggling over here to do it, because maybe it's like the old feudal hangover that the owners are free from any of these rules here. So to me, it's just been a very interesting discussion, seeing how when it's one part of the system, it can be done. In another part of the system, it can't be done. And we talk about the power when we talked about the pension issues of 3% of the population, when there's 97% of the population which is outside this, and they're left on their own and to struggle. So I'm just finding this debate very interesting from that perspective.
I think it's a challenge to all of us involved in public policy and governance in some form or the other. If you are enforcing the will of the state on the individuals, why the hell are you not able to adhere to some discipline?
JP, if I can just make one very quick point. It might sound symbolic, but I think one basic mistake that all of us make in India is we always refer to the union government as a center. The word center has a very different connotation from union. So I repeated and try in my writings to use the word union, and most people don't understand union. Union is your one among equals. Center has a connotation of power. I'm center, you are the spokes of the wheel. I think we slowly, at least all of us in this room, we can take a decision that we will not use the word center. Slowly, the word union is so much a part of our DNA that we truly become a union.
The entire 14th Finance Commission report, there is no word center. In fact, it was a conscious decision taken in the Finance Commission that we will only use the word union. And you can't find one word on center in that.
I agree. I'm totally with you.
There are quite a few places there is central government. I'll show it to you.
Okay. I think a good time to break for lunch. Let's say about now it is 1:15. So is it too much to say 2 o'clock?
Not at all.
2 o'clock. We'll meet them. I think one important that has come up is, I think revenue deficit, perhaps there's no broad consensus, a hard expenditure limit. I think that's something that we have. Is it okay, Dr. Govindra, if that's what you go by? No golden rule.
Not too sure of that. I think golden rule is necessary because often, for example, even if you go to Kerala, they say that we spend a lot of money on education. And if you see that there is a huge amount of money spent on what is so-called quote unquote protected teachers. And, basically that means that, they pay the salaries of the private school teachers, the government pays, and obviously there is an incentive for the private sector to attract the government children to that school. And for every 40 children, there will be one teacher. So the teachers' positions are sold. And obviously the government school teacher doesn't care. Most of the children go to the private schools. These are surplus teachers. They cannot be transferred. They cannot, you can't do anything with them. You just have to pay them. And this particular problem has persisted because I wrote the first report on Kerala at the request of V. Ramachandran way back in 1985. The problem continues to be today. So, one has to be a little more, So
I think the point is very well made. Education, healthcare, while they're critical, more expenditure does not guarantee better outcomes. There's ample evidence. Therefore, this holy cow business we have to probably rethink.
No, I'm similarly, in fact, I asked this question to Thomas Isaac, last time when we met, because, one of these things, one of those, why is it that you are spending so much of money on education and healthcare? Why is it that the children are still going to the private schools? Why is it that the people are still going to the private taking private healthcare? I mean, you have created a situation where there is no incentive or accountability.
Thank you, sir. A few concluding remarks from the co-chair, Sri Prithviraj Chauhan and Dr. Krishnamurthy, then we'll move on to the lunch. You are the right.
No. I think we had a very good discussion. We still haven't reached a conclusion. I think there are differing views. But one thing seems to be, the consensus is to be emerging, is that a Reserve Bank should be divested of the other responsibilities of banking regulation and maybe even the public debt office, and it should become only a monetary authority. That seems to be, I think, I think maybe you can discuss it further, but that should be a, okay, all right. Yeah, but I thought that there was a view that should be done. The Finance Commission cites practical experience from states, and I entirely concur with Dr. Govinda said about the education system in Kerala. It's a similar thing is happening in Maharashtra. A lot of expenditure on education, but it is going to is salaries of private teachers are paid by the government. It's only government education, but educational institutes are managed by private entities, and there's so much corruption that teachers are shown a salary of about 70, 80, 90,000 rupees and actually given 15 or 20,000 rupees. People are even happy to do that and accept that situation just to get a job or a salary from a regular institution. Because in Maharashtra, the agitation that we're seeing today is just because there are no jobs. And children are not getting married till they're 40, 45, 50 because ladies don't want to get married to a person who doesn't have a salaried income. So just to get a salaried income, this educational mess continues. So maybe and also I agree that more expenditure doesn't necessarily create outcomes in health and education. There may be some other parameters like literacy ratio or mean year of education, other parameters which Human Development Index talks about. Can that be tied up into Finance Commission situation that minimal outcome in education and health has to be guaranteed by a state before it can do other infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sri Krishnamurthy.
Well, I think discussions were free and fair. I think we can take a view that it is possible to build a consensus within the existing mechanism. It is not necessary for us to look for new institutions like a fiscal council and so on. The Finance Commission can certainly play a role, a dual role, with its functions clearly enunciated by the Parliament. And there is no need for a separate institution. The same Finance Commission can also be given the responsibility to monitor the expenses or give its free opinion. Whether it will be accepted by the states or not is a big issue, but no harm in beginning. And it is possible that there will be some independent members who will give independent views, and eventually it will grow into a powerful institution. Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and meet at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Sumedha, if there are some vacant chairs, let the youngsters fill up. No need. Okay. Friends, welcome to this post-lunch session. I know post-prandial is always very difficult. But please indulge us because this session is a very practical. First one is a larger constitutional political economy question. Second one is a pragmatic one. Ultimately, the governments have the obligation to reconcile the interests of the employees and their demands and the needs for long-term sustainability. And we have to come up with a set of answers. Already some efforts are being made by many states. The union government has appointed a committee headed by Finance Secretary. Some of the states are doing a similar thing. One state, Andhra Pradesh, actually enacted a law guaranteeing a certain floor and some mechanism so that you meet the employees' demands halfway, but without undermining the future finances. Therefore, in this sustainable pension system session, there are four questions that we raised, but it's not limited to these four questions. And the first is, whatever the states want, as the point is made out today, Rakesh Garg and other states are sovereign. We are a federal system. The union cannot tell them what to do and what not to do. But I think it's reasonable to say, if you are making a commitment, show it in the budget. You cannot have concealed commitments or decisions with concealed costs and commitments for the future without making a provision for that today. That's, I think, not an unreasonable assumption. Therefore, how do we make sure that the pension, even if in whatever form they expand, is not unfunded? It is actually funded. Second is, if the states do not do that, the first one is obviously sinking fund, therefore put the money there, and discounted cash flow ratio to calculate. This is an economic issue and an accounting issue. It's a professional issue. But if the states do not do that, can the government of India then treat that as a deferred public debt? And therefore, fiscal rules will be employed, keeping that in mind, that it's a debt, whether you show it or not, because it's a very transparent public thing. It's a public debt, and therefore, the whole debt GDP norms and other things should come in automatically. The third is, world over, retirement age is increasing. In India also, I think from 55, we come to 58 and 60 in many states, etc. Do we progressively increase it to 65 or so, so that in the long term, given the demographic changes in the country and aging population, etc., both the needs of productivity in the economy and the fiscal management of the post-retirement pensions, they are both addressed. And finally, even today, even in entities where there is a national pension system which is contributory, like Government of India, certain branches of government are exempted from that. For instance, the armed forces, they still get the old pension system. Now, that's a political decision. But is there a way of making sure that the wage indexation is not given? While you must protect the purchasing power and therefore the price indexation, DNS allowance, etc., must be accounted for in the pensions. I think it's very difficult to make a case that with substantial revisions of wages of employees in government with the pay revision commissions, they are translated into pensions automatically, and therefore the burden mounts. So while protecting the purchasing power, can you remove the wage indexation? So these are the four questions. There could be other incidental questions. I request two eminent persons here, Dr. Rakesh Mohan, who is a byword in economic management of the country and the monetary management of the country, and you name it, is a go-to person, whether infrastructure or India's public finances and so on and so forth. We're grateful that he's here. And Dr. Balveer Arora, a man who has been for decades fighting for multi-level federalism in a country where federalism starts and stops with union and states. One of the few, to my knowledge, has been talking about multi-level federalism in India. We're grateful to you for that. May I request Dr. Rakesh Mohan to make his introductory remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jayaprakash, for this introduction. Very, very, I would say, excessively kind introduction. But much more for this whole discussion the whole day. I couldn't be here in the morning. And obviously, this is an extremely important issue for the country's future. To some extent, I always hesitate in talking about defined contribution versus defined benefit as a beneficiary of defined benefit. So it is in some sense strange for I would say many of us or most of us who argue for defined contribution from fiscal grounds are all happily themselves beneficiaries of defined benefit pensions. So I always, in this discussion, that's the first thing I think that one has to think, and it's a substantive point in that, say, when many of us, because I was not in the regular civil service, but I was a regular civil servant. That there is an issue that when you join, this is among the issues of why you join the government in every country, not just here, everywhere. Public employees, whether it's state employees, whether city employees, everywhere. I know in the US, all city employees also get defined benefits. Of course, there could be variations of what the definition of those benefits are. So I think this is a important and serious question, both fiscal, but not just fiscal. It has to be also what are the characteristics of government, what the government is meant for, and what people serving the government can expect, should expect, and what they're meant for. So I think that's very, very important. Second, in terms of the future, unlike most people, most observers, I do believe that our government is too small, not too big, at all levels. Whether you call it union or central, state, local, it's too small. Therefore, if it is the case that we're going to improve governance in the country, the likelihood, say, for 20 years is that both the number of people in government and associated agencies and the quality, of course, of those people has to go up over, say, the next 20 years. And therefore, the issue is even more difficult than I perceive now, because as it happens in 30 years, we have not increased the size of government much. I know for the Reserve Bank, for example, the number of professionals today in the Reserve Bank is lower than it was 15 years ago. Okay, it's lower than it was 15 years ago. And this doesn't make any sense to me, given how the financial sector has expanded, international operations of the monetary system, the financial system, etc. And I do feel that because of our history of how the government has functioned, many of us, and certainly including myself, who worked a lot on the whole reform process since the late 80s, that we were talking about all the time about how government was dysfunctional, right? And so most of us economists have been saying this, but I think it should be recognized. I was just mentioning at the lunch table that among many other, that the US Department of Transportation has 60,000 employees. 60,000. Okay. And you look at the Treasury, you look at the UK Treasury. So what I'm saying is that and of course, quality justice is even worse, the comparison, actually. So I think that we need to keep in mind the numbers at all levels, city, state, center, when we think about the future in terms of government liabilities. I think that's very important. One other thing that does strike me now in terms of people's ability to save by themselves for their retired lives, that I don't have data on this, but my perception certainly is that with the increase in education and health expenditures, that even though government servants are protected as far as health is concerned, even then the increase in health expenditures is still high, and certainly in education. There's no doubt about that in terms of how it's been. So my guess would be, I'm not doing a survey on this or anything, but my guess would be that the ability to save through your working life, and I don't know this, as far as data are concerned. What we are seeing is that household financial savings overall, as a proportion of GDP, have been going down since 2010 or thereabouts, whereas it was almost a secular increase for right from independence till 2010 for 60 years. So that's another issue that if the government, if there isn't a pension system that is secure, then the people's ability themselves to save is in question. But again, that's an empirical issue which the people I think should do on that. So, and you talk about the aging, that even if you raise the retirement age, whatever, 2 years, 3 years, 5, whatever, but with the increase in longevity, you have longer years, you have more years to live. So I used to say that in the past, when the life expectancy was much lower, the expectation would be that your parents would live with you for, say, 10 years. That is, I'm talking about the children, daughter or son. And therefore, that was your pension system. That was the social security. But now, that if they're going to live till the age of 90, and so that when they're 90, you are 60, let us say. When they're 80, you're 50. So to some extent, you're really talking about long periods of time where you have to look after your parents. There is a sort of natural social security or pension. And that's not feasible. I always tell this little anecdote that when my son was, I think, 6 or 7 years old, I was teasing him. I said, Rasesh, will you look after me, but I'm old? So he said, how old will I be when you're old? And that's what gave this thought to me to think about that. So I told him, no, in that case, I'll be out on my adventures. So, you're 6 or 7-year-old boy. So I think these are the sort of the fiscal issues you've outlined, which are very clear. The thing I would say is that as it happens, that I was Secretary of Economic Affairs when the pension system was changed. And again, as an anecdote, we had to meet the unions. So Finance Minister, Mr. Chidambaram, did his usual trick, which was, he said, let's set this meeting on Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. I said, fine. He rings me up at 9 or 10 at night. Oh, I have to go to my constituency. So you take the meeting. So I was left holding. And it was very interesting that the union said, look, you people are very smart. You are changing the pension system, which does nothing to all existing government employees. So no one's going to object, because the fellows who will be affected are all the fellows who are not there. And this is why I assume there is not, because it's now 19 years since the system changed, that this issue is now coming up. Because I guess those people are now in their 40s, late 40s, and so on, beginning to think on their pensions, so those demands are coming in the States. So I think that the points you outlined from Andhra, that it does seem to me that given the pressures that are taking place and the number of states that are making commitments to go back to the old pension system, that this will happen. Second, if 5 states or 6 states or 8 states do it, then the center will also have to do it for central government employees. And so it's a very, very important fiscal issue. And so it seems to me the technocratic solution to this, as what you were mentioning, which is that presumably it's feasible to do exercises or to do scenarios of what the implications that, suppose you had the old pension system now, both at the center, the states, maybe local governments, whatever, that what would be implications for pension levels over some period of time. And similarly do calculations, scenarios, simulations, that with the new pension system, what is the expectation, given expectations of markets, etc., of what kind of pension levels people will have either price indexed or wage indexed. I don't know what the results of such a calculation would be, but I think the current chairman of the PFRDA said that they've done some calculations and there's not that big a difference. Now, I don't know if that's correct or not, but my point is that presumably it's feasible to do these scenarios. And just what you said, you put a floor you say that, look, here's a new pension system, we'll continue with this defined contribution, but we're looking at what will happen to benefits over a period of time. And we give a guarantee that we'll plug the gap when the market is not doing well or is not keeping up, right? And there can be many different ways of doing it, in the sense that you could, for example, presumably, suppose I'm putting in 100 rupees a month, that in doing this calculation, it's all right, we'll put in 5 rupees a month from the government side. So that's defined, you know how much you're going to put in. You know, I think there are many different ways of tackling this. But I do think that it is fair to do something like this, where you calculate what can be the possible contingent liabilities with expectations of how much the new pension system would give. You then tweak the new pension system itself. You could increase government contributions, employers' contributions, or whatever. You can set up contingency funds and so on. It seems to me this is practicable. And I assume that the Somanathan committee will be doing something like this, because when I did meet the finance minister just before the budget this year, this is one of the things I talked about. And the finance secretary was there, and he said, yes, we are working on this. So I assume that they must be looking at something like this. Because clearly you cannot live with the old pension system in terms of fiscal implications for the future. That's very clear. But at the same time, you do need to reassure employees that they won't be left high and dry. Now, as a very small recollection, that when I was running the National Council of Applied Economic Research, prior to my joining in 1996, even though the government funding that NCR got was less than 10% of its annual expenditures and revenue, but until then they tied their salaries to government DA indexation, whereas you have no control over that. So I actually introduced a system. I said, look, we are dependent on how much we earn. And so I'm going to remove this DA indexation with the government because I have no government funds. Now, what we'll do is, I will ensure at least half that what I said, look, we'll try and maintain it, depending on our revenues, so that if we do well, we'll keep track of the kind of indexation the government is doing and do our best. If our revenues can't maintain, we won't do it. But I assure you that we will definitely do 50% of what the government is doing. I was very surprised that the employees they said, yes, that's fine. I said, I could even do more. If you do well, we'll do more. But I was surprised that the employees, starting from the bottommost to the top, no one objected. But I thought they would say, no, we said, you can't do this, with inflation going this way and that way. So my point there is that it seems to me that, like we were discussing early in the morning also, you need much more wider consultation and bring out all these issues. Also ask people what will satisfy you. I know you have to question how you consult and so on. But it does seem to me that if people are talked to reasonably, they also give reasonable responses. Of course, there will always be some people who are not reasonable, but that's part of life. I think this is feasible. I'll stop there.
Can I make a small question? Sorry to intervene. I'm one of the beneficiaries of the old pension scheme. So maybe I have every reason to get worried because in future it's going to be creating more problem. I wanted to know why we are addressing only the demand side. Why are we not addressing the supply side? Namely, why should there be more government servants? Can we not corporatize some of the government services so that you take them out of the pension scheme. For example, railways. It could be easily corporatized. They need not come under a pension scheme. So similarly, is it possible to reduce the government services, government servant strength, both at the state and the central level, over a period of time? I'm sure it cannot be done overnight. But I think government should seriously address whether most of the services rendered by that cannot be corporatized and take away from the pension scheme. So, we'll come to
that. Thank you, sir. I think a few important points have emerged. About calculations that you mentioned, we gave some graphs in the presentation. To the best of my knowledge, SBI internal team has done some study and came up with some numbers on how accurate the calculation is for the experts to decide. Then Andhra Pradesh government has done perhaps the most serious study. They came up with some horrific numbers this morning. I displayed in the PowerPoint presentation in the kit given to you. It's not available here. It's incredibly frightening. The numbers are simply unsustainable.
If you go to OPS.
If you go to OPS.
So absolutely, I would expect that. Yeah.
The second one, I think two issues. One is the floor, that means a guarantee, because the fear is uncertain. While in real terms, in a growing economy with so far I'm told that PFRDA, the growth has been 9.5%, if I'm not mistaken. That's not an unreasonable growth, and compounded, that's actually a pretty good sum. But the fear is, who knows, the stock market may collapse, something else may happen. Therefore, what will happen to the future? If a floor giving a guarantee, what Andhra Pradesh has tried by law. The second is perhaps one thing we not mentioned, we should look at this. Once the money is in your personal account, it's not like American pension fund where everybody gets something, but you don't have your own personal fund. Depending on the risk appetite of the individual employee, why can't you give complete freedom to manage that money? Suppose somebody wants to risk it all in the capital market, somebody else wants a more safe fund. And that freedom itself, once they decide what happens to their money, I think there is a greater understanding. And there are two issues which are ignored in the country. The first is, in case of the NPS, at the end of the life of the employee, the lump sum goes to his family, it's his money. It's not that the pension is the end of it. That money is yours. Therefore, you get the whole lump sum, the grown money. The second one, and that's where Mr. Krishnamurthy's point is very important. If the current projections as we have are reasonably accurate, 25 years later, there will be no pension for everybody and salaries will have to be reduced because there simply is not going to be money in the kitty. Therefore, much of the debate is illusory. For a money that will not exist, there is now a fight, not realizing that the fiscal collapse is imminent. And the larger question, and you raised a very important point, Dr. Rakesh Mohan, I think with the aging population, a measure of dignity and security in life after retirement for everybody is necessary, and that's what the third session is about. So really, it's a segue into also third thing. How naturally it progresses is lovely actually. India has not even made a beginning at looking at social security for the country, except the small old age pensions, minuscule. Some states are expanding it a little bit. But we have to have at least a 20-25 year horizon to look at a reasonable measure of social security for all Indians, but funded and viable, sustainable. Dr. Balveer Arora.
Well, I think between you and Rakesh Mohan, you have covered most of the points. I would focus on two things that I think we need to keep in mind. One is that the risks, the anxieties, which weigh on people's minds, and which is why they are looking for this promise of security, are known in the sense that they could have. So I think one of the things that you had mentioned earlier was a hybrid kind of system where you would take care of these concerns, where in the event of a total collapse or a total failure, market failure breakdown, nobody would be left high and dry. And so that element of hybridity that you had talked about earlier is something that we need to retain as to how we can meet the legitimate anxieties of persons as to how they would survive in their old age. The second thing is that something that cropped up earlier also is that your multi-level federal system, 3 levels, government employees at each level, we're talking about a huge number. How do you work out a mechanism, a consultative mechanism, where best practices and options could be discussed and shared? And this I would say again, discussing this with Govind Rao over lunch, is that our intergovernmental interaction mechanisms are in a state of crisis. For the federal polity, it's a very serious situation to be in, where the few that exist are questioned. Are they working optimally? Are they designed properly? But those designs can be improved. And if the consultation mechanism between the center and the states, and we're talking about how the states deal with the subnational units, and the local government level is a different question altogether, which will take us a long time. I think part of the issue comes back to how these, where, in what forum these are discussed. Finally, I think the question that came up of the, I remember this issue when when this thing came, and now the NPS has affected because those who joined later joined under that scheme. There used to be something called the contributory pension scheme.
Yes.
And many of my colleagues, some of them eminent economists, had opted for that. And this was the general pension scheme. And then at one time, government gave the option for those who had opted for CPF to convert, but then they closed that option. And the experience of those and the hardships that they face build up the fears again about the NPS. So I think these are issues that far more qualified people than I am who are here wait to hear from you. And there's someone there who's waiting. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I was not aware that there was actually a CPS earlier and then.
That is called Contributory Provident Fund, not Pension Fund.
Provident Fund. Okay, other form of social security. Before we proceed further, there are Rajiv Gowda, Professor Rajiv Gowda from Bangalore is online, and he is been very much involved in this effort. In Karnataka, he is fighting very hard to try and see some kind of a balanced position is taken, because Karnataka government has given a commitment about the OPS. And then we have Dr. Barendra Bhoy, formerly of RBI, an expert in the subject. So may I request Professor Rajiv Gowda to make a few comments. Rajiv.
Thank you, JBG, for organizing this very timely and important conference. Now, I just thought that I should try and take some contrarian views, just to not necessarily represent what I fully feel, but to just keep the discussion going, right? So one is, what we are seeing is the political class responding to a very, very well-organized interest group, which is government employees and retirees. In states like Himachal Pradesh, if you notice the difference between the Congress and the BJP when it came to the election voter turnout, vote share, the margin was about 0.4%. The seat share difference ended up being 40 for the Congress and 25 for the BJP, which gives the government some stability from destabilization, etc. Now, if you were to attribute that both the victory and that margin to anything, it's probably this government retirees interest group that must have helped that victory happen. And so the lesson that the political class is taking from these sorts of outcomes, political outcomes, electoral outcomes, is that, look, what matters is victory, and everything else will get resolved in the longer run. If you were to speak to the leadership, they will say, look, growth will take care of things. Everyone else is a doomsday player. But that is an argument that may work in a state like Karnataka, where, by the way, we have not committed, we've said we would explore OPS, but we have not committed the way Himachal's Congress leadership had committed. Now, what instead that we have done, and which is being replicated in other states, is we are providing a mega social safety net through our 5 guarantees, monthly 2,000 rupee support to women head of households, free bus travel for women, some support for unemployed people, and then some free electricity up to a certain level, etc. Right? Some food grains as well, going beyond the National Food Security Act's contribution. So basically here, what again, if you were to think about how we won the election recently, it was partly the negative vote against the BJP's corruption. And of course, the vote was positive on this front. And again, it was a very tight, we of course won with a significant margin, but it was still a very tight election. So the lessons the political class is gathering is that, look, we have to go out there and do these things. And then once we're in office, we will figure out how to deal with this. So the projections about demography and all of those are essentially in the long term. We are living in the Keynesian statement, in the long run, we are all dead. And that, it's the short run that matters. We have to win this state. That's what's becoming the situation, right? But in a state like Karnataka, however, we do actually, some of us who are caught in this, in the middle of this, do feel that just like Keynesian economics and deficits, we would generate growth. We are expecting to be one of the fastest growing states in the country, that we expect that even though we have very little fiscal room for anything at this point, anything in investment oriented, development oriented, that essentially, because we are a fast growing state, in a variety of cutting edge sectors, that we look around the world. We look at a country like Japan, which is already aging and which needs to keep funding its pension liabilities by generating returns through investments in fast-growing economies, not Japan itself, right? So we see this as, they will come to us. We will be able to generate resources for infrastructure through PPPs and other kinds of FDI. And so that will take care of the investment required to fuel the state's growth and to generate the kinds of returns that we need to keep our fiscal commitments, and of course also to put in place something for pensions. So we would probably argue with you and say, look, think about this as the first set of people in the country who are getting long-term social security. And we are not, as I said, in Karnataka, going with the OPS. If at all, we would probably look for some hybrid solution, like is being discussed in Andhra Pradesh or elsewhere, where we address the concerns that that there is no guaranteed outcome in some ways, with some element of defined payment, while also ensuring that there is a contributory aspect as well from both the employee as well as from the government. So the larger issue is, can we, the big worry we have, and this is across the board, and it's not just Karnataka that's concerned about this. It's many states have been, and the national government have been. There's just the debt burdens are going up extraordinarily. And this is the one part that is invisible to the public, or doesn't even make sense because it's not part of the political rhetoric, where we are talking that that there's so much of a debt burden passed on to our children. And so there, maybe one, if FRBM is one solution, maybe just like we have systematic investment programs, we probably need some other kind of systematic investment of government revenues into some funding mechanism that keeps some debt reduction agenda going, right? I'm not saying I have clearly thought through and articulatable solutions, but I'm just raising these sorts of issues because I also want to, provoke a certain amount of interaction on these issues. There are many, many more wiser and more experienced and what shall we say, knowledgeable economists and others around the table. And so this is where I just thought I should say that these are the first steps towards a larger social security safety net agenda. The pension funds, etc., that we have for old age is extremely low, and I'm not sure it helps in any significant way. I'll stop for now. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. First, it's very heartwarming to learn that Karnataka is looking at hybrid models. It's a very important example. Karnataka is relatively well-managed state, fiscally speaking, debt GDP ratio, other things. One of the better states, what are the other governance problems? Therefore, it's important that Karnataka sets an example to the rest of the country. Just two brief points, Rajiv. You talked about the welfare, the short-term welfare measures to mitigate the poverty. This morning, we had some discussion on that. We are drawing a clear distinction between the short-term welfare measures that go to the poor. While the manner of welfare we can debate, I don't think there's anybody who is dissenting on the need for that welfare mechanism. And also fiscally, that is a different situation altogether, because after all, that's going to a large number of poor people, relatively small sums per capita, and that is funded. There's no burden on the future. And any future government can restructure it in a better way. Whereas something like an old pension system is legally, once liability is incurred and is unfunded, you cannot go back on that, and it's going to be a fiscal disaster. So I think we are very clear. We are not talking in terms of generally government expenditure as a whole and the short-term welfare measures. We are talking about unfunded issues. The central issue is funded versus unfunded liabilities. The second is Andhra Pradesh. Let me bring to, because actually AP Finance Minister and Finance Secretary are supposed to be here today. It so happened that the Finance Minister of India is traveling in that state, therefore both were tied up. But they both spoke to me and they asked me to convey to this team. They feel optimistic. Their assessment is so far it's about 9.5% growth of the pension fund. With contributory pension, if the government offers some kind of a guaranteed floor, they're looking at 40-50% without wage indexation. That's the critical thing. They looked at it carefully. Therefore, they said, we will protect the purchasing power, but not the wage indexation. I think that's critical in our country. If that happens, they made an assumption, let's say only 4% growth rate as opposed to current growth rate of 9% of this fund. They say even that is more or less adequate. At worst, there'll be an 8% gap in the pension payment is what they have come to the conclusion. I think 4% by any standard is an extremely conservative estimate. It's reasonable to assume that in a growing economy like India, in the foreseeable future, a 5-6% growth, nominal growth we're talking about. We're not talking about real growth. So that should not be a serious challenge. I think it's actually more comfortable than it appears. If we take a hybrid model and then do the calculation and then actuarial results they come, is possible, provided both sides and the governments are willing to take a bit of a political risk, or at least the rest of the population must wake up and say, what about us? And how can you simply take away all the money and put in the pockets of a small number of people because they have a voice, but we have numbers. They have to discover that. And employees also must recognize, I believe, a large number of employees are public-spirited. Every youngster who joins government genuinely believes in India's future and commitment to the country and so on and so forth. Maybe we can rekindle that spirit. Maybe it's a little romantic and idealistic, but I'm an idealist and romantic in some respects. May I now request Dr. Barendra Bhai, with his enormous experience, to throw some light on this whole business of fiscal sustainability and the ways out. Dr. Bhai.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this roundtable. Session chair, my ex-boss, Dr. Rakesh Monsar, and other fellow panelists. Now, I want to cite a few numbers. First is the average global life expectancy is expected to increase to 77.2 years by 2050, from 72.9 years in 2022. This is one important number. Similarly, the share of global population aged 65 years and above is projected to rise from 10% in 2022 to 16% in 2050. This is the global scenario. Now, coming to India, two things I want to flag. One is that public policy should be rule-based. Rule-based, your FRBM Act for fiscal activities and some type of tailored rule for the monetary policy. Both sovereign and the Reserve Bank, they have the discretion to deviate from this rule under exceptional circumstances. Certainly, because the circumstances are different, so they may deviate. But if they deviate for a long time, there is a suboptimal outcome. This is precisely the reason why I am emphasizing that Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act is needed. This is the international best practice. And here, this is not a debate whether the center is dominating, taking the role of an umpire, or state government, they don't have the kind of discretion. It's not the case. State governments have also committed to FRBM Act. Since they have committed, it is incumbent upon them to adhere to the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act in letter and spirit. And one more thing actually I want to flag here is the FRBM Act and your pension reform, more or less, they are being implemented from the same period. So the FRBM Act is probably contemplated, keeping in view the pension liability will be going out of this budget. That was the kind of understanding. Now, most of the states have accepted this, new pension scheme, except West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Now, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Punjab, HP have already announced the reversal to this, old pension scheme from the NPS. Now, if all states will go for this old pension scheme, what will happen? For that, Reserve Bank has come out very recently with one study, fiscal cost of reverting to old pension scheme by Indian states. That is September Bulletin 2023. Here, actually, they have calculated that if all states, not the center, only all states will go to the old pension scheme, the pension liability will increase at least 4 to 5 times. By 4 to 5 times by 2000, I think 50 or beyond. That is the kind of situation they have calculated. Now, actually, what exactly they are telling, see, now we are having two types of pension scheme. The old people, they are getting as per the old scheme. Those who have joined the national pension scheme, very few have actually retired. And others will be retiring maybe up to 2040 or even beyond. So at that time, it is not very certain what would be their pension intake or what would be their pension payout. That is the kind of situation that uncertainty is still there. That's why most of the people think that the old pension scheme is probably this, defined benefit is better than this defined contribution kind of thing. This is what is creating problem. Problem is, yes, social security is a broader issue that should be provided on the basis of targeted audience. If you say the government employee, definitely they are not the people below poverty line. Social security is necessary, but at the same time, government's discretionary power is reduced if they are moving to the old pension scheme. The old pension scheme, their liability will be increasing. Initially, their liability will not increase. Why it will not increase? Mainly because, when this NPA, National Pension Scheme, was introduced, at that time, 10% of the basic and DA by the employee with a matching contribution by the state government was the rule. From April 1, 2019, employers' contribution has been increased from 10% to 14%. And the employees' contribution continued to be 10%. Now this 14% contribution, they will reduce it to 0 for some time. So what will be its impact? Its impact will be that by say 2040, the pension liability will exceed the benefit that they are getting now for this short period. So for the short-term gain, they are compromising with the long-term problem of the fisc. The whole thing, it appears that probably if we are going back to this old pension scheme, it is a kind of a recipe for a fiscal disaster in the times to come. This is the kind of thing that is emerging. Then pension burden of the state over the period from end March 2023 to end March 2084 will increase on an average more than 4 times if they choose to shift from NPS to OPS. So, in this situation, one would definitely argue that it is not sustainable. That is more or less certain. This old pension scheme is not sustainable. The burden has to be shifted to, see, all along we are arguing that everything should be market determined. Therefore, it should be contributory. So they will contribute. And now pension, new products are being floated by the pension authority. So when new products are being floated, hybrid product can be floated, and hybrid products will be, the government can very well guarantee this minimum kind of return, and there can be a variable element depending upon the return that money will accrue over a period of time. So there will be some sort of security. At the same time, they can also get a variable element depending upon the return. Now, this is, I'm not talking about that, they should not be provided with social security. But social security is definitely a bigger issue that should be provided on the basis of a targeted group. Targeted group means there are a lot of people below poverty line. Government has an obligation to provide social security to this section of the society. If old pension scheme is implemented, their discretionary power is definitely reduced. If their discretionary power is reduced, then they cannot be able to provide different social security scheme to the people below poverty line. So one can argue that going back to old pension scheme is an anti-poverty program. One can very well argue. Now, one more thing, see, if public policy is not rule-based, what happens? Even this, flexible inflation targeting will not deliver because there is fiscal dominance. So if there is a fiscal dominance, monetary policy will be dysfunctional, and the stabilization rule will also be compromised. So under these circumstances, the international best practice should be followed, and not only it is being followed in India, but also in most of the developed countries, they have switched over from unfunded to funded pension scheme. So pension scheme reform is definitely good for the society and also good for the next generation. So intergeneration equity also requires that there is a need to go in for what is called defined contribution and maybe different type of products depending upon the risk appetite of the people. I should stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Barendra. I think the take-home point is that OPS is anti-poor. May I request Dr. Mukesh Anand, his extensive experience in pension systems and public finances both. So.
Thank you, sir. Sir, to begin with, Dr. Yashwant Sinha made the statement that the pension problem is political. I agree with him to a very large extent, but I think after that it is not merely a political problem. It has also been made an economic problem by the economists who are working on it. So the old pension system is now the new pension system, and the new pension system risks becoming the old pension system. And the way forward, I mean, I think the talk or the discussion on whether the old pension system is sustainable or not, I think it is redundant, because that was the question which was there more than almost 3 decades ago, and it was settled that it is not a sustainable pension system. But I think the main question which should have then been discussed was, what is it that makes it an unsustainable system? The system per se is not unsustainable. Old pension system can be made sustainable. It is the scheme or the benefits or the provisions under it that make it unsustainable. And there is nothing in the new pension system which can make it sustainable if you continue to guarantee the benefits. So it is the design of the benefits or the design of the provisions that make a system sustainable or unsustainable. Theoretically or mathematically, NPS is as good as OPS, or an OPS is as good as an NPS, provided the benefits or the design of or the provision of the benefits are kept within to serve the objective which a pension system is supposed to serve. So if we don't go back to see what this objective of a pension system is, we are going to end up with a reform which is going to creep back to what the old system is. So we have to get back to what the basic objectives of a pension system are. And to go back to the original thinking, it was an anti-poverty measure during old age, insurance benefits, and some supplementary benefits. Insurance against vulnerability and some supplementary benefits. Over a period of time, you expanded that to make the provisions much more liberal. And then there were some decisions by the Supreme Court which actually establish it as a deferred compensation kind of a scheme. But the Supreme Court does not say that the deferred compensation should be at 50% and that it should continue to be wage index and all that. So there are provisions in the design of the old pension system or old pension scheme which make it unsustainable. And to my mind, there need not be an old pension scheme and a new pension scheme. There has to be one pension scheme. Unless there is harmonization of the system and the schemes, anything which is more liberal is where people would gravitate to. So a new imposition on a future set of retirees, the new set of workers, was seen to be an easy political solution at that point of time. And I mean, I felt that time also that it's perhaps not going to last. We'll creep back, or we'll get back to the old pension system, because what is good for John was not shown to be bad for the new Johnnies. And that's not going to be workable. So if I were to say, how do we need to go, what should be our guiding principles for pension reform? There has to be the design should ensure that there is some equity in public expenditure in terms of an intergenerational transfer of debt. So there has to be a limit in the level to which you cap that expenditure on. So we need to rationalize the benefits. And to rationalize those benefits, then you have to identify or eliminate the overreach in the design of the retirement benefits. I would like to expand the scope of pension to the whole basket of retirement benefits. And I think if we look there, you'll find some low-hanging fruits, which you can pluck to actually reduce the level of or the expenditure which this pension system or the retirement benefit system entails. The second important principle would be that you need to add dignity to old age income support for all. Krishnamurti sir said that you can it sounded means if I got the point correct, he was saying corporatization of the railways with a view to reduce the pension burden on the government. But if you corporatize with a view to improve the efficiency of railways, it's a good measure. But by taking away people or a set of people out of the pension system or out of the old age income security system and then think that you have provided a better solution is perhaps not the way to go. And we are finding that despite the new pension system, the proportion of the population who remain out of the social security net is growing. Despite the introduction of the NPS, the proportion of the population or the proportion of the workforce or the proportion of the elderly who would have benefited from it are not. So it should actually then make us sit up and see whether what the reform is actually a reform. It actually didn't reduce the level of public expenditure either, which was actually the driving force of introducing a reform. You wanted to lower and it would have only reduced if at all, it could be sustained for almost 3.5 decades or so. Only then it could have perhaps started lowering the public expenditure. So to my mind, the reform was not a reform at all. It's not a new system at all. It's not, and the least that it is a pension system at all. The pension system should actually, at the minimum, provide for some reduce your vulnerability. It should provide for some certainty. And if we go by what the Supreme Court has said, if it is to be in the nature of a deferred compensation, that certainty has to be linked with your current level of compensation. But Supreme Court never said that it should be 50%. It never said that it should be linked to the current workers' productivity. So that then can give you a hint of the kind of changes that can be brought in. One is that wage indexation has to be done away with, because to link yesterday's workers with current workers' productivity is something which is not desirable. And we are doing, you talked about raising the retirement age, but sir, raising the retirement age actually is helpful only when you ensure that the retirement benefits start accruing to you or coming to you from that increased age of retirement, or after 60, or what is the normal age of superannuation. In today's India, there is a growing proportion of work claimants who are actually not senior citizens, who are less than 60. And that should be also a question to worry about, or an issue to worry about. The incentivization to delink the qualifying service for full pension, which the 6th Pay Commission did. And this is more anti-people actually, because it's it actually incentivized you to go in for an early retirement. Maybe that was the objective then, because there were some people who thought against what Dr. Rakesh Mohan said. The size of the government is too large and we should be reducing the size of the government. And I agree with Dr. Rakesh Mohan that with increasing size of public service, with increasing size of the population, and if we are to increase the public service delivery, there is need to increase the number of government servants also. So we need to ensure that there has to be a minimum age of drawing benefits, and there has to be a full linking with the service provided and not a delinking. And wage indexation should be done away with. And there are some other elements in the design of retirement benefits, which I want to also present to this August House for consideration.
Shall we take that up in the third session because of social security angle?
Or, sir, it also, actually, it can be taken up both with that also. But I can just hint it here. One is, sir, there is in the package of retirement benefits, you get leave encashment of 300 days, and then another 60 days you can encash during your the idea of leaves or earned leaves was introduced to ensure or provide for a better work-life balance. The allowance to encash that actually goes against the whole idea of work-life balance. It actually, and that's something which is irrational. And there is another very bigger element which is more serious. Sir, you provide for 40% commutation of your pension. That commutation of pension is unscrupulous. The idea of pension was to ensure that you have some sustained, to sustain your survival in the old age, you have a regular source of funds. You allow for commuting a 40% upfront. Now, it actually reduces risk sharing because everyone does that. Everyone will commute it. Even if you, because even if I know that I'm going to die in a year's time, I'll definitely commute it because at least my family benefits and they get the family pension in any case. Commutation of pension is unscrupulous, and it goes against the whole idea about old age income security. And because the gratuity actually provides this function of providing a lump sum benefit. I'll stop here now. I have more points, but maybe we'll take it up during the social pension discussion. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. I think a few very important points emerged. Apart from wage indexation being removed, minimum age for eligibility for pension for those who retire prematurely, leave encashment, a huge amount, and then this 40% commutation. I think these are important issues. But about the other point you made, I'm not sure Dr. Rakesh Mohan and others, they will examine that. I don't know if you implemented some kind of a changed pension plan for the existing employees, the courts would have looked upon it kindly, given Indian courts' propensity. In fact, in a large measure, it's the courts that created the pension problem. The 80s reckless populism of the courts, Justice Desai, Chennappa Reddy, Bhagavati and others who thought that they were heroes, they're the ones who landed us in this mess. Pardon me for saying this so openly. One day or other, we have to speak the truth. So I don't know if the government at that time had an option really of extending it to the existing employees. So I'm a more pragmatic person. I don't know if you agree.
Sir, what I wanted to submit was that what the government actually ended up doing, it should have known that it is going to get reversed. It was that's why I said it was an easy political solution at that point of time, but not the correct solution either economically or politically.
But the other points, I think we should engage this further because I think there are this low-hanging fruit you're talking about. I think very important perspective. We must see how best we can take upon that. So, Ajit, Devanshish and others who had not participated. So, specifics. What can the states or the union do to meet the employees' demands halfway, but to protect the future of the public?
I think I mentioned that in the earlier session. Firstly, to repeat what Mr. Yashwant Sinha said, I think that should be minuted somewhere in your notes, finally, that this is not a fiscal problem. It is much more a political problem. That's for sure. Secondly, I'm still continue to marvel at the fact that when you presented the numbers in the beginning and that such a small percentage. Okay, Himachal, we got an explanation from Manish Tiwari. But why is it across the country that a small percentage of the workforce is able to influence such a disproportionate impact on the discourse and the discussion? I heard Mr. Boi saying that now the contribution from the employer has gone up from 10% to 14%. All these are numbers I only hear in offices, But 80-90% of the people I interact with, the people who come to do my house cleaning or my driver, for them, this is just alien concepts. So I don't know if it's only boardrooms and in the offices These are that's my second question. That is, how is it that 2, 3, 4% of the workforce is able to influence such a disproportionate influence on the discourse, on the political mobilization, on the helplessness of political parties to succumb to the populism? This is something you must answer, Mr. JP. I mean, I'm still not able to understand how that is so. The third point I want to make is, just a small point on Mr. Rakesh Mohan's point, that he's saying that the government is understaffed. With an understaffed, and I think he also referred to the productivity of the US Transportation Department, with understaffed government, if the numbers you projected are so startling, I'm wondering, the situation is much worse than what you presented, that he's saying, actually, our proper staffing has to be bigger. And then this just blowing up 27% in a few years, you're saying, of the revenues. And these are 27% of revenues which are meant for everything, education, healthcare, infrastructure. But you're saying 27% of all own revenues are going just to pay for pensions. And you're seeing it's understaffed. So it's like a really scary scenario. Fourth point is that, and this is something about the hybrid, that I think what happened is that the benefits that the new joinees saw, that is after 2004-5, actually, by the way, the institution that I am at, they just kicking and dragging their feet, they took it all the way to 2012. So they actually joined the new pension scheme only after being forced to in 2012. So they got a postponement of 8 years. But the difference in benefits is so stark. And India is a land of people, there's a heartburn, even if your neighbor gets 20,000 more salaries than you, when you think it's the same qualification. So that's where I think the failure of policy was, that we should have had a way to design a transition path so that you don't create so much heartburn. Apart from the other point that Rakesh Mohan made about the fact that you need to have the stock market vulnerability and all that, I think that's not as important in my mind as this heartburn issue, that they see the difference is too large. And last point is about wage indexation. I don't know why we call it give it a euphemistic name. We should call it something else. Because what basically you're saying is that every year people need to get some cost of living adjustment. You call it inflation. So every year something more people want, but it should just be reflecting the inflationary times, not rather than anything else. Let's not call it indexation. Let's just say that little bit of inflation correction will get. Thank you.
Economists don't want to tell us very straightforward. So cost of living indexation is about inflation. And wage indexation is pay revision commissions.
But pay commission is applicable only to 3-4% of the workforce. So the language also is such that we are just constantly referring only. If I talk to the person who come to my house, if I say indexation, so kuch pata bhi nahi, what is this word? But if I say, महंगाई है, महंगाई हो रही है, थोड़ा सा 5% हम देंगे आपको ज्यादा, then you understand कि inflation के लिए थोड़ा सा correction चाहिए. Wage, first of all, I don't get a regular wage, I don't have a written contract, and you say indexation. This only organized sector employees understand what it is.
But Ajit, wage indexation is different from DA. Wage indexation is when you have the pay commission raising it.
I know, but this language and discourse
DA is for inflation.
I'm saying a small proportion of people are able to influence the discourse across the country, across the workforce.
Just a little digression to a couple of things. One about the size of government. Dr. Rakesh Mohan's point in a broad sense is right. Across the world, the governments are bigger per unit population. I don't think he's arguing that the government as it is today must expand, more clerks, more drivers, more peons, and more so on and so forth, but real functions and ensuring delivery. Education we actually expanded, but delivery is obnoxiously bad. It's terrible. So I don't think that's what we want. He's making a broader point. I don't think he's making a case for expansion of government today. But in 20, 30 years' time, it will have to.
But I'm saying with even the smaller numbers, the situation is so alarming. It's actually much worse than.
That's because that's the digression that I wanted. I didn't want to say it, but now I think we must discuss a little more openly. On an average, if we take away the top levels of government and top levels in private sector, an average employee in government gets 3 to 4 times the salary of the market. It's absolutely
first-hand information. Niti Aayog, organized sector driver, Niti Aayog employee 80,000 rupees a month. The driver of his colleague who's on contract 15,000 or 17, 18,000.
So, in our misplaced understanding of socialism, well-meaning but misplaced, we thought socialism meant the organized sector employees in government, then a few employees in manufacturing sector. This is our socialism at the cost of the rest of India, unrelated to productivity. I mean, I didn't want to raise these. We all know this, but I thought now that the issue has come up, we might as well be open and blunt on the record. And that's the reason for these consequences. But the two is.
I just want to make one almost sort of maybe irrelevant side comment on this, on the difference in wages, so on, which has been my current pet peeve for the last 6 months. So in 2022, if I remember correctly, Google worldwide fired 20 to 30,000 people. Google worldwide. But Mr. Sundar Pichai, same year, took $270 million compensation. So where is accountability, Louis? You're talking about private sector. And he should have at least taken zero increase, actually. I'm just saying that this is not just, I'm not defending anything. It's not just private sector. It's not just organized.
Whoever has power and voice.
Whoever has power does it, right? It's your fault for having hired too many people. Your mismanagement. You fired 30,000 people, but you pay yourself, I think it was 270, 370, I forget which. I'm just saying, as I said, it was an irrelevant, by the way, point. But what I'm saying
is current pet peeve, so
it's my current pet peeve.
But the question to Louis, because Ajit raised a very important question. In a democracy, voice counts. I'll come to that. People's votes count. Why do 3% voters have so much power related to 97%? This is actually an entirely political question I've been addressing all my life. Without going into too many details, my central hypothesis is our democracy is so flawed that most people have no clue of what the vote is about. I'm being utterly truthful and blunt. They still vote because that's the only thing that gives access to political party workers and therefore some services, that gives them money, that gives them freebies and all kinds of stuff. But the link between vote and the consequences to their lives in a tangible way completely snapped in our governance system. Education, lifestyle, local governance. And therefore the challenge is, Louis, that's where I want you from the private sector particularly to look at. If at least out of 54 crore workers of India, only about 2 crore or so are in government, give or take some numbers. And about 45 or so crore are unorganized, 40, 45 crores. At least the balance 7, 8, 9 crores, if they raise their voice a little bit, understand what's happening, then the parties will wake up. Prithviraj Chauhan and others don't have to have this agony. And can we do something to awaken these 9, 10 crore workers, at least 15, 20% of the working population of India, and make them realize how they are robbed?
So this power which you talk about, Ajit, this 3%, I'm amazed also. But it is something in public choice, which is that when a certain small sector people can get together, it is across the world. You have beekeepers who will basically get together and lobby more effectively. So it's the ability to lobby more effectively in a small cohesive unit versus a larger group of this 8-9% which is scattered all over. But I think it's therefore an issue also of communication. And if you can get people to go on the street like they protested against the farmer bill and make people realize that this is ridiculous, then possibly there will be rollback. But unless you see that strong vote outside, it'll be difficult. I agree with you. It's just shocking when I saw that note which you all had sent. First of all, that A, they get paid more, and 2, they want to have this protection. I just think this is like an abuse of power, which I didn't realize until I saw your note.
No, that's not the mystery of JP. It's not that they have power. Of course, all vested interests will come together, but it's that the politicians are helpless before this. They cannot stand up. We are seeing that in Maharashtra, in the Maratha, So it's the fact that if these people come together, even their numbers are small, the political compulsions are such that you have to give in.
Yes.
Devansh.
Right, sir. Thank you so much. I will try and keep this brief. I certainly don't have any expertise in pensions, so I'll try and bring a certain commonsensical view to it, perhaps as an outsider, which may add some value. Also, perhaps to address the other 2 points that are being discussed right now. On the first point, completely agree with Dr. Rakesh Mohan. There is an element. So one is, of course, it is not so much about the government workforce expansion as it is about rationalization. Certainly, there are positions which have become redundant. Those positions, by and large, are still sanctioned but unfilled. If you look at any government budget, you will find that most of those positions are unfilled. And so, therefore, by nature itself, they've been removed, except that they can't remove them on paper for whatever political compulsions. However, there are positions which need significant boosting. And that not necessarily so much for socialist benefits in itself, but more so for economic growth. Having more judges, having more doctors, having more professors will then unlock the growth that you need to fund your pensions, rather than to say that they will only add to the pension burden and not necessarily to the other side of the picture. That's one. Two, sir, to your point of why it is possibly that a very small proportion of the government seems, or the population seems to be influencing disproportionately. My own hypothesis is twofold. One is that an interested party, especially a small and coordinated party, is much more likely to have an influence than a dispersed entity which has no stake in the matter. Nobody right now is thinking that I will lose out on something simply because somebody else is getting more pension. And for me, therefore, to oppose that increase is frankly just mean-spirited in the absence of that understanding. Right? Why should I oppose somebody getting more when it is no implication on me? But that, of course, is a flawed understanding. That perhaps is how it is. Second, I would also imagine that the government workforce by itself has a certain value to the government, which is to say that the unions, etc., can really bring in impediments to the government functioning. Teacher unions, Anganwadi unions, and I'm sure sort of other central government and state government unions have to be placated. It is not as straightforward as to say it is simply an economic matter and we don't necessarily concern ourselves with how we feel. Coming to the final point, sir, on in terms of what the structure of this scheme should be. Now, like I said, I think I don't necessarily have the numbers, and I don't think I have given it enough thought to really give you any meaningful insights on this. But the very commonsensical point of view here, perhaps, is that we can offer a choice to the employee themselves, similar to how you have a old IT scheme, new IT scheme, blah, blah, blah. There can be, I imagine, certain calculations that you may want to do where you match the reward to the current risk and contribution. So you say, okay, you will get the old pension without any contribution, but that will be 20%. If you put in a contribution, we give you 50% with 50% as a ceiling, not just as a floor, to say that, okay, if you're giving a certain contribution, you will get no less, but also no more than 50%, and anything additionally accrued will go straight to the government. And in the third instance, when you give a higher contribution, you have the higher reward function going in. So there could be this, and revealed preferences are probably the best way rather than doing an upfront ex ante survey and finding out, okay, do you prefer old or new, etc., etc. The revealed preferences, and certainly subsequently, if you find that certain schemes are not working out, they can be wound down. There is absolutely nothing that needs to be retained in perpetuity if nobody's interested in it. Yeah, those are my limited points, but thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
JP.
Thank you. Mr. Krishnamurthy and then Louis. Prithviraj Chavanji. Okay, Maithili.
2 points that I'll mention. One is you mentioned that corporatization is to avoid paying social security measures. That's not the intention. I said commercial activities of the government need not be shown as departmental services. It must be commercialized and it will be subject to availability of profit and so on. So when once you corporatize commercial activities of the government, your user charges also will improve and the government revenues can improve, or the revenues for the corporatized entity will improve. So that is one of the reasons, not to avoid the social security benefit. The other point you mentioned, why a small section is able to dictate terms. If hospital nurses don't work, there's a chaos, even though the number may be less. Similarly, if the teachers don't work, it has much more political influence than political impact than mere number. So it is these powerful sections of the government which certainly influence the party's decisions to provide the social security. That's why I said at least the commercial activities of the government need not be rendered as departmental undertakings. It should be taken out. And it will reduce at least even the small number who are essential, they can be kept under control by the various laws of the country. Instead of, they're threatening to go on action. For example, if the doctors don't work, even though the doctor number may be hardly 20 or 30, but the consequences are enormous for political party or the party in power.
Sorry, then the pension unrest didn't happen for 10 years then, from 2004 till 2014, 15. So the unrest did not happen for 10
years. I mentioned right in the beginning, Ajit, that it was affected only new joinees, right? When it's joining...
Only new recruits.
When it's joining at 25, 30, you don't think about the pension issues. So now that it's 20 years from then, now people are very kya. That's the difference.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I made some opening comments in the first session. See that broadly, there is an understanding in the state governments that going back to the old pension system is unsustainable. So people are working. Andhra Pradesh is what you said. I know about Maharashtra. Senior bureaucrat is tasked to come out with a workable model. I think one thing is very clear that whatever we ultimately do has to be contributory. There's no way of unfunded situation at all. It's not fair at all. The main concern with the employees is if the pension funds are entrusted to the private sector, what happens? Stock market and all that. So if somebody can assure that government will stand guarantee, maybe with some sinking fund or something like that, those mechanisms can be worked out, that you will not go below what you're getting last year, below that. Now, indexation may not be right, but cost of living will have to be covered. I think it's possible to design a system which will be acceptable. One of the main reasons, I think, one of the main points I'd like to address is why is it that a very small number of people are able to create such a great influence on the political system? I think we have seen recently a few examples where any organized group can make government toe their line or reverse the government decision. One was the farm bills. Very well organized, such a large people organizing was surprising for India, but it happened a very long agitation for more than a year, forced government to pull those bills back. Second, of course, we've seen the government employees in various state elections which happened recently. And third, with Ajit and I know, is the current Maratha agitation going on in Maharashtra. One person is setting on hunger strike, and he's able to create a huge, he's gathered a lot of support and all that, but the government really today has tied itself in knots, and it will have implication for the whole country, because whatever is done in Maharashtra will have to be replicated in other states. So I think it is important that central government gets involved and designs a system which will satisfy many people. I think I have some questions about the numbers. We said 3.2% or whatever percent. 3.2% of what? Of the total population?
Of the workforce.
Well, total workforce, yes. But there are people who are salaried employees and those who are not salaried employees. For example, Ajit gave an example of his driver or some cleaning person. They don't understand indexation, they don't understand pension, they don't understand gratuity. They just get some monthly salary, that's it. So one of the things is those people, so we are talking about 6 or 7% in the organized sector, which get some deferred compensation, post-retirement benefits and all that. I think what about others? That's a big question. Maybe you're going to discuss in the third session. But I think for equity, this disproportionate pressure for a small group can be reduced slightly, provided we're able to explain to all the people that everybody has right to some social security. Today, we don't have almost 93, 92% people don't have any semblance of even a salary or a job contract, anything at all. And they're used to it. They know that they're not going to come at all. So we're only talking about salaried people or sort of organized sector people, maybe 3%, maybe 7, 8%, I don't know what. Government also has created a problem by accepting dual system, that for the armed forces, the old system continues. So old system will continue for some people if it's a particular class of people. And therefore, signal has gone that if you get organized, then government will bend to our way of thinking. I think a wider debate will reduce the disproportionate influence of certain sections of society when other people like the landless farm workers and all that, they start saying, look, we need some social security. The current government, both in my state and in national level, gave 500 rupee a month pension to this Kisan Sanman Yojana and all that. It is only given to the land owning classes, not to landless neighbors who really need it. Maybe some states have done it. Now, Maharashtra has added 500 rupees more, so we get 1,000 rupees to a land-owning farm, not to the others who really require it. So I think there is a confusion. There is a need is felt that we need to give some social security, but we're not articulating it properly. Political classes are not really aware of the total complexity of the question. I think as people start discussing, we're also afraid to talk about it. Because the moment you talk about it, like for my party, I mean, everybody blindly supported, no, because it wins elections. And I don't know whether we actually won election because of supporting this scheme, but every single manifesto of my party had OPS in it. And fortunately, Karnataka government sort of backtracked a little even after they won the election. They said, look, we'll consider it. But it's going to be in every, I think it'll be probably in the national agenda of the opposition parties. It makes it very difficult to have a meaningful debate. I think we must really fine-tune the numbers and let people know that this many people do not have any semblance of remotely of semblance of any social security whatsoever. It's the duty of the state to make sure that they get some social security, old age security out here. And it's only the organized sector people who anyway get regular jobs and are otherwise well off. They are only agitating for these benefits to continue. I think once people understand the comparison, I think this disproportionate pressure will reduce the thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks very much. Please.
So all these calculations that have been done are really in a static situation. You have to think of it, India is one of the least taxed country. Amongst the big countries, it is the lowest. So why should we assume, if we're talking about a high growth economy, why can't we think of taxing a little more? That's one thing. Even if the calculations are 3.2%, of what? Workforce. How much is the workforce? It is less than 35%. So it is, size is larger, not 3.2%, it is more than 10%. So it is the static condition. Second point I want to make is about the growth pattern itself. What is the kind of growth we are having? It is leading to a situation in the 2022 to 23-24, over this 1 year, the people who have filed income tax return with 500 crore rupees has increased by 34%. Whereas the income at the lower level, they say, 95, I think. 95% of people get less than 25,000 rupees per month. But it is much less for a large segment of swing. So this is the income distribution that we have. And at the same time, we have the inter-regional growth, you see. Or the investment, 5 or 6 states own a large part of the investment. FDI, or you talk about, or private investment, you say, only these 5, 6 states we get. And some of the states are so backward. So this is the kind of good process that we are having. We have to think in a much broader context. The growth has to be much different. You cannot just focus on the unqualified growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. And you're totally right about the broader perspective of what's happening in the distortions in the economy. But I'm not too sure or sanguine about the prospect of increasing tax GDP ratio. Globally, there is a relationship between per capita income and the tax GDP ratio. Even China, which is 4 times richer than us, 4.5 times, its tax GDP ratio is only about 18-19%. So I have no realistic expectation, except on the margins 1 or 2%, that we will now make the tax GDP ratio 30% and therefore all this will be solved. And about the growth distortions, you're absolutely right. But who are the people who are suffering? 80% of Indians, not the employees of government. They are among the better off. They may not be as well off as Tata or Ambani, but they are among the better off people. So that's a larger question of political economy. How do we do justice to the ordinary people of India denied education, healthcare, productivity, and opportunities because of circumstances of birth? But government employees are not part of the conversation. They are part of the problem there. I have no doubt about it. Long ago, my great friend Sharad Joshi from the great state of Maharashtra used to say, the fundamental challenge in India is the clash of interest between the employees of government and the general public. Louis and Maithili.
Sure. So JP, you raised an interesting point about, why is it that the other people don't sort of protest against this? So actually look back at Milton Friedman's 4 ways of spending money, depending on whose money it is and whom it's spent. And he said that if you're spending someone else's money on yourself, you tend to therefore not economize and seek the highest value here. So I think that's reflective of what's happening over here. Rakesh, to come back to your point, I quickly Googled about this thing on Pichai's compensation. So the face of it, yes, it looks extravagant, but he got paid 226 million. A lot of it was deferred stock grant. And let me finish with you. Let me finish.
See, I'm not talking the details of it. I'm just saying, in a year that you fire 30,000 people, okay, and increase your compensation, whatever it consists of, right? So there's no point discussing that because we're talking.
That's really what the thing is. First of all, this is the previous year. This year, when they sacked it, they announced also that all senior compensation will be lower. All senior management got lower comp this year. That's what happened.
Yeah, since the fundamental problem why we're not able to do any reform which is needed is because the disproportionate voice of government employees in the entire system. Can an organization of like yours do 2 things? A, do a detailed state-wise breakup of the number of share of people who are government employees or quasi-government employees, and educate the politicians, saying this is how much they really count for, number one, and at the same time do advocacy amongst the general public so that they become a potent voice against these guys. The problem today is because the rest of the people are not organized, they don't have one common voice. So if you can get them, and you can do it through advocacy in media. Pulse Polio is an outstanding example of what you can do to educate people through media. Television, radio is not as expensive. Otherwise, television is expensive, but through radio, you can do it. And you get the rest of the population to say, look, it's us versus them. And tell the politician, look, you have this 90%, 93% of the workforce is in the unorganized sector, 93% against 7. Who wins?
Yeah, I just want to take 1 minute. When I said education, I meant this, what Maithili is saying. I meant that when Mr. Chavan says that a lot of people don't understand, because unke liye not only it's not in their vocabulary, it's not well articulated. You call it voter education, call it citizen education, whatever it is. It's just they don't comprehend. And like he said, it's not as if they are sourpusses. They want this government employees to get less. But indeed, if you are saying it's this, the Sharad Joshi statement, this is actually the interest of them, and this is actually opposed. When I saw the 27% number, it is true. If the pensions and salaries are eating up the limited resources, the most dramatic way of saying it is that the railways and the army, the armed forces, pay more for people to stay at home than at work because more pensioners. So just one last point, about education and educated people. Apparently, this is anecdotal, but maybe apocryphal, but it's very. So when we got independence, Pandit Nehru told his party workers that to go to the length and breadth of the country to tell people that we are free now. Azad hai, British chale gaye. No, the Britishers have left. We are free now. So apparently, the standard refrain was, "Oh, the Britishers have left. Who's going to rule us now?"
Can I take 1 minute?
Yes, please.
I think the point which Mr. Krishnamurthy made is very, very relevant. I think we still have to go back and then look at what the role of the government is. And this is not just at the railways. In fact, many commercial activities are taken up by the states. And, there are 27 Mayura hotels in Karnataka. There are, something like 7 or 8 forest lodges. I think basically the role of the state, when it has to go back and then basically look at what those commercial establishments are and obviously, sort of, I mean, depending upon how the commercial establishment does, I think there has to be a severing of the relations, and then commercial establishment either should be privatized or should be completely corporatized, and then that's one of the important ways that has to. Second thing is, over a period of time, many of these sanctioned appointments have not taken place. There has been, there are still a number of sanctioned posts which are vacant. Now, what happens is the politicians come and say that I will create a Rozgar Mela. I will create the 75,000 employees. Give employment letters. These are not the employees which are really needed. But then they are employed because these are all for, for voting purposes. I think somehow the attempt should be to see that those sanctioned posts which are not vacant should be, they should be removed from the system. I mean, there is a lot. I mean, it can start with some of the states. Particularly the states which are facing hard budget constraint. The third thing is that. I was only thinking, but if the Finance Commission is asked that they should not give the revenue deficit grant, there is no problem. But if they are going to give the revenue deficit grant, if they continue with the Article 275, then the problem, the issue is that they have to make the assessment of revenues and expenditures. And if that is the case, in the terms of reference in the assessment, you can make a point that you make the assessment of the employees this thing on the basis of the defined contribution, not on the basis of the defined benefit scheme. You make that particular in the assessment. You see, just as finance commissions, when you have these various welfare schemes and then these freebies that are given, when the finance commission makes the assessment, they take normatively, they do not take that into account in the projections. So possibly that's one of the ways in which you can go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just a brief comment. Governments are trying in their own way to reduce the pension burden. I'll give 2 examples. Government of Maharashtra, on the 7th of September, last couple of months, 1 month back, issued a government order listing out 176 government positions which will be contracted out. There was a huge agitation against that, unemployed youth and all that. Then the government justified by saying previous government also had done it. And they went back to my government and one before that and all that. But then when we counter-argued, we told them that the previous governments had indeed done it, but that was for absolutely really part-time job like gardener, driver, so initial data entry, because you got a whole data which has to be filled in once. So it's not a permanent job. We never had outsourced or privatized executive jobs, because this government order had Tehsildar. You can't have more executive positions than Tehsildar in our system. The government had to backtrack. I think last week or 15 days back, the government order was rescinded because it was not accepted. A huge outcry against it. But the same thing has been done by central government. After all, what is Agniveer? You are taking workers on contract for 4 months without any social security benefit whatsoever. An 18-year-old will be recruited, trained, lethal skills, armed and weapons training and all that. And after 3 or 4 years, he'll be let out without a degree, because there's no provision for giving him a degree yet. And pension or nothing at all. He'll not. That's exactly what he'll do, because he'll not got a regular salary job, he'll not get. So he'll swell the ranks of Bombay underworld. Thank you.
No, absolutely valid point. That's the inevitable consequence. I think the point that has to be made publicly repeatedly is that if we go back to OPS and things like that, there's no pension, there's no salary. We are simply lying to ourselves. Agniveer, I think, is a fantastic example. It is the one rank, one pension that created this problem. So this is nothing but a way of avoiding pensionability. And eventually governments will be forced to do that in a very ugly and very murky way. And Employees don't
But
realize.
JP, the problem with one rank, one pension was you gave it to civilian employees. So then you had to give it to the armed forces, which I think are far more deserving than civilian employees. They risk their lives. I think we do not treat our armed forces as well as we should in this country, unfortunately.
The difference, you're right on what the principle you're saying. The difference is the civilian employees retired 55, 60 or whatever, right? The army rank and file, they when they're 35 years old. So you're talking about giving them pensions for 40 years, right? So there's a difference. I'm not, the principle is absolutely right.
Yeah, the contribution to the country, security.
Contribution is not clear to me. They mostly run around, play golf.
You're not talking about the Jawans. You're talking about the senior government army officials, not the Jawans who sacrifice their lives.
So, I mean, everyone does a job, whether it's a cleaner, whether it's a conductor, I never agree to this of glorifying people. They were doing a job.
I tend to agree with that. Right now, Maithili, the armed constabulary and the police force is saying we are putting our lives on the line. Why don't we get OPS? And actually, 1,000 policemen die a year in this country. And I'm sorry to say this, some very powerful organs of state are saying exempt us, and they have power.
And also the construction.
I don't want to mention them. In private, I will. They have the power to bend the government to their will. So, now it's a domino effect in the country. I think the only answer is, Prithviraj, I'm sorry to have to say this. If in one or two places with the OPS promise there is a loss in elections, then I think they'll be rethinking, honestly. Because that's the only argument that can be heard. No, I think it can happen. I'm an optimist. And some of us must do whatever we can to make that happen. We have absolutely no political intention in a party political sense, but we have to protect the country right now.
More important thing is to make other people aware of that they're not getting anything.
Exactly. And right now, to answer Maithili's question, Maithili, some of us are doing our best, but this country is big and complex, and we have no illusions that we can make our voice heard. But I can assure you, in some parts of the country, some serious effort is underway. But farm laws taught me one thing. Notwithstanding what Louis said, I stand by my consistent argument that farm laws were wonderful. Badly executed, that's all. There's no serious economist in the country or a person who loves agriculture would say farm laws are bad.
Get a brand ambassador, get a Virat Kohli or a Sachin Tendulkar.
But in my part of the country, I can tell you with some degree of integrity that because we raised the voice, no political party dared to agitate. But then I can't, unless we have 100 people to raise the voice across the country and make the people understand with credibility, this can't be won politically. India is too big. My God, 1/5 of humanity.
Punjab is a border state. It has other issues.
Yeah.
That was a very big factor in the government's decision to backtrack.
We'll move on to the last one before we adjourn for tea. Yes, sir. Dr. Rakesh Mohan. Yes, I'm just.
If I can say so, I think it was a bit unfortunate that we veered from the straightforward issue of government pensions and their impact, future fiscal impact, to larger issue on fairness in the country. Okay. And I mean, I can wax eloquent for the next 6 hours on unfairness in the country. It's there. And so I think it was a bit unfortunate that this discussion got sidetracked on that. Not that that's not important, but to my mind, that was not this discussion. Because I think the key point is what JP had said, that look, there will be no money. Okay. And, whatever agitation, whatever education of people, etc., you do, the issue of government pensions will remain. And unless a solution is found in terms of some kind of hybrid that Prithviraj is saying, that we are going to be in trouble. And that's what I said to the finance minister. I said, look, given what is happening in a number of states, if 6 states do OPS and the trouble will come, after that particular government is gone, it's a responsibility of the central government, having started the NPS, to come out with a fiscally sustainable solution of some hybrid kind. I don't know what that might be, with appropriate calculations and estimations, etc. Because I think that just saying, look, it's unfair, 90% don't get it, that's not going to help. Okay. Because government people will continue getting pensions. They do in every country. It's not just ours. And So you have to find a solution to that so it's fiscally sustainable, because otherwise we are in trouble on a fiscal basis. I think that's really the key issue to my mind as far as the subject of this session is concerned. Next session on overall social security, etc., is a different issue. Let's make a few side points of the comments. Mr. Kashmut, as you know, I did a railways report in 2000, 2001, so not 22 years since then, strongly argued for corporatization. And I'd said in that report, we do not favor privatization, but people who are against corporatization said, here, recommend privatization. Okay, right? Including Mr. Tarun Khanna, Professor Tarun Khanna of Harvard, in a case study, he puts a quote from my report which wasn't there in terms of suggesting privatization. So that's a level of discussion. It's unfortunate. So corporatization, I absolutely agree with everyone that that government commercial functions should be corporatized. However, if you said to the railway that even if there was any chance of railways being corporatized, if you said to the railways, we are corporatizing you because the pensions will not be a problem, you will never corporatize. Okay. So in fact, and this also corporatization 100% of all commercial functions, but you be careful how you do that. One comment I wanted to make to you was when you said people should be given a choice of whether how to invest the funds, etc. Look, 99.9% people don't know how to. I don't know how to make those decisions. I can give you a personal example because I taught at Yale University for a number of years. The pension contributions, mine as well as what comes from the university. There's a whole system of TIA, teachers, whatnot in the US. And I get reports and I get all kinds of choices. I have a PhD in economics. I've worked in government, Reserve Bank, etc. I cannot. I just do the default. Okay. And there have been studies on this, also more systematic studies, not just my personal example. People cannot make these decisions. And it really is the 2-3 default things that say, look, you can have this, which are clear. So I just don't agree on this business of giving people choice on these financial decisions because no one understands. I don't. Of the different choices you have in investing some large sums of money. The couple of other points which are not directly relevant, but because of comments were made, I'll just make them. In terms of pressure groups, right? We are giving PLI to a certain set of industries 200,000 crores. I have not seen even one economist talk about this as a freebie and a remedy, etc. When politicians give promise for 500 rupees a month, people, all of us economists come out and say, what are you giving? But when you give in to the corporate, included in some of the companies going to FAP is Reliance. Okay. The world's most wealthy company, Apple. And Apple. That's what I'm saying. So there are many other issues with unfairness. It's a completely amazing. Similarly, the corporate tax cut, which everyone says is very good. We are now competitive. Okay. There is no indication of any company making more investment. The few boards I've been on, there has never been a discussion. Now, corporate tax, let's make an investment. Okay. Internationally, I have not seen a single paper. At a year, I asked my colleagues, is there any evidence of a tax cut leading to greater investment? There isn't. We economists keep saying, tax cut karo. Same thing FDR, Mr. Rajiv Gowda was talking about it, right? Saying that FDR we'll give some social security, social investments, and we'll be able to develop through FDI. That's just incorrect. Again, the idea that people come because of tax cuts hasn't happened. The FDI is a proportion of GDP that remains rock solid. There is no impact on FDI. The many FDI studies, these things don't make a difference to FDI. So all I'm saying is, in terms of unfairness, there's no shortage of unfairness. And in terms of fairness, even in the most capitalist country in the world, the United States, you have Social Security, and once you have a Social Security number, everything that you earn gets logged in, and you get eligible for Social Security age of 65 for everyone whose pays are get logged in. Second, despite the privatized medical system, everyone over the age of 65 gets Medicare. Okay. Third, up to high school education, everyone is assured of free education. Of course, people they choose to go to private education, but it's a very small proportion. So I think in terms of overall equity and so on, even the most, whereas we in our country, most of us economists are arguing for privatization of education, privatization of health, whereas the most capitalist country doesn't do it. Okay. So I think that's
but is this true that everyone privatization of education and privatization of health? Most economists are saying
yes.
No, I'm not aware of that. Certainly, is that
I hope I'm wrong. I hope you're right. You know, I can say.
Well, I don't.
Well, okay. No, I hope you're right. I would love it if you're right. Actually. Anyway, enough of a rant. But to come back to the main issue of the session, I do think it is absolutely urgent, especially with the various state elections coming, the national elections coming. This issue has to be tackled in the next 5 months.
Thank you, sir.
Take this point because what I would say is that government policy seems to suggest that we are already withdrawing from the education sector and the health sector in a very substantial way. The central government is doing that. Most state governments are doing that. In the morning, there was talk of the state of Orissa having a reasonably good fiscal situation. Well, they're having a good fiscal situation by withdrawing from higher education in particular, and even primary education. Just as an example, I'm familiar with the economics department of Utkal University in Bhubaneswar. They used to have 17 permanent positions of faculty members in the economics department. Today they have 4. And there are people teaching micro, macro, etc. These 4 papers. And for papers like international trade, public finance, and so forth and so on, and the list is very, very large, they'll get guest lecturers from the city of Bhubaneswar or Cuttack or something. This is not an isolated picture. This is what I hear from virtually all states all across the country. So the point simple point that I'm trying to make is that in government policy, we see a withdrawal of the state from education and health. But this is not to say that all economists are arguing for it. I don't think so. I mean, certainly I don't argue for it. India spends what, 1.3% by way of public expenditure on health. It is the lowest. It is the pits, absolutely. China spends about 3.5%. Most West European countries are in the range of 8 to 10%. Netherlands about 12%. So where is India? I mean, we are expanding on Apollo and so forth, all these big corporate houses coming in with big hospitals, big medical bills and so forth. That's not the way to go. And if you think all economists are arguing for it, well, I differ on that.
No, point well taken, Dr. Naik. No, I entirely agree with you. School education, government is not withdrawing, but government is delivering terribly. School also?
Yes.
But if you take the GDP expenditure, number of teachers, teacher-student ratio relative to the number of students in government schools, that's not the evidence. Maybe macro examples are there.
Again, example from the current government of Maharashtra. Is again, last couple of months back, government order was issued that government will privatize 70,000 Jila Parishad schools, the primary schools. Not privatize, they called it in some sugar-coated. It's saying that if the CSR funds are given, they're given a scale. If you give 1 crore rupees, then you'll be given charge that is good for 8 years, and you'll be able to put the name of your grandmother or whatever in that school. So what is that?
But they'll fund the schools, right?
No, they're saying the private sector will do it now. I'll send you the.
I'll study the model, but broader picture, as all of us are keenly committed to school education.
Entirely, they're withdrawing hugely from health and education, higher education fully. The example you gave is universal everywhere. There are 1 or 2 regular teachers and all other guest lecturers.
We are digressing now that the point has come. School education outcomes in India are terrible. We have expanded expenditure phenomenally in the last 10, 15 years, 20 years in school education, but outcomes are even worse than 20 years ago. So it's not how much you spend. It's terrible. It's the greatest source of inequity in the country. We have to do something. There's no question of government withdrawing. Higher education has been bad, it's getting worse. That's a different challenge. But the point you made that Orissa is improving because it is not fair, because you yourself made the point that all over the country it's happening. So independent of that, Orissa is one of the states which is managing economy better. That's the only limited point I'm making. But healthcare, we are of course the lowest funded, and we have 50 million people descending into poverty every year. It's a disaster that's happening. And we require, but we'll discuss these issues different occasion, much more deeply. But for all that to happen, we must protect the public finances today. Otherwise, all this is a joke. We're discussing. Luis.
Let's just come back to the point which Rakesh also mentioned. We've got to wrap up this session. And what are we therefore saying? And I think it's agreed. We've got 5-month window. We need to focus on this. So what is it that we think we should be talking about? Is it that the OPS is bad, but then are we recommending that as a political, in the political economy, as a compromise, that there is a floor? What are we trying to, what should we talk about?
Luis, I'm delighted that people like you and Ajit are riled, and we need this energy to be felt across the economic place of the country to mount a very powerful campaign, very intelligent campaign to educate the rest of the people who are silent, whose interests are being mortgaged, suborned. Now, how we'll discuss offline, but we desperately need that. Because 25 years ago, we mounted several campaigns, but at that time, people were willing to do this free and all that, but now no takers.
I would still repeat that on a realistic, practical basis, because of this pressure of OPS that is coming in from different states, that we really have to work hard immediately to give a practical alternative in terms of a hybrid solution, which on the one side protects the fisc, on the other side doesn't rile up the government employees, because whether it's fair, unfair or not, they will be riled up and they will make life impossible. So I'm not going to fairness of that. Okay. But if we don't act on this, we are in for a fiscal disaster.
That's why I wanted AP finance minister to come here today. He could not make it because they made on it. Whatever be the faults of the government, there are many, but on this issue, they acted with a great deal of commitment and foresight. I think there is a model available or similar models available. But the problem politically I see is, let me be very candid. Party political point of view, the opposing union government will raise the issue. I don't think the opposition is going to keep quiet or cooperate. Yeah. They will polarize further, and therefore there's a fear of political loss. Every party is now trying to get. So I'm really at a loss. How can we make it happen? I hear you. You are absolutely right. That's the reason. Several months I've been spending sleepless nights. To me, right now, from India's futures point of view, this is number one issue. Many others are there, but they can be addressed tomorrow, day after. But this is make or break. But honestly, I'm looking. I live in the periphery of the country, so you're all just heart of the same country. So please tell us, what is it we can do together?
I think Bajpayee government did do that. I mean, everybody else cooperated. I mean, if there's a will, it can be done, I think, but the initiative will have to be taken from Delhi, I think.
How can you inject Vajpayee's personality in the current incumbent? That's not. Balveerji, for you.
No, I think we have reached a critical point where you are looking for a practical solution in this pre-electoral year, and you don't create currents of interaction and cooperation and consensus if you are in an antagonistic mode with ED raids and CBI raids. So there is a practical issue there, is that the dialogue has broken down. Yeah. And so you won't be able to look for that kind of initiative during this period. That's the sad part.
Shall we break for tea, Riti, or shall we continue on back? So, supposing in half an hour, 45 minutes, we finish and then have tea, is it better? So, will you please alert them about that? Yeah, the mode is going. That's again a segue to the issue Dr. Rakesh Mohan talked about, the fundamental injustice of our society. Yeah, we could check. Yeah, they'll verify. Yeah, they'll check. They'll let us know in a minute. We can have bio break. I think Dr. Rakesh Mohan.
So before you start, I just wanted to make one point on this. I completely agree with the notion. Many people had that particular view, and the view is that the OPS is something that is very dear to anybody who has been in the government sector. Anyone who has been in the university, anyone who has been a secretary to the government, etc., joint secretary, deputy secretaries, they would all want a pension, and who wouldn't? But that is creating a fiscal difficulty. So, can there be something like a social compact whereby these individuals who are all, beneficiaries of having been in the government for a long period, they all agree to a substantially lower compensation? But they all get the compensation, they all get the OPS, but it's OPS which is OPS divided by 2 or OPS divided by 3. Deliberately, I'm saying this just to pose the problem, to think along the line as to you keep that security. The main thing is so essentially what I'm saying is that a person retires and gets 1 lakh of rupees, but that's a very large amount of money. You look at the common man, he's just getting 10,000 bucks after a full sort of education, etc.
Marginal utility of money is not negative.
No. So what I'm
See, you're so idealistic at your age.
No, it has to be, because if you don't think along those lines, we are talking about a fiscal pressure which is.
Dr. Naik, I admire your passion. I thought I was an optimist and a romantic.
No, there are more such people around here. So think in terms of a.
Matthew, to answer your question, I'm afraid we'll have to go and pick up tea, and if you don't mind, make up tea and snacks. So we'll continue, but you can pick up as you please. Unless I have
no logic in pension. I'm the beneficiary of.
True, sir, but you are alone. I don't think individual morality is an issue on this. Now, let's be practical. I know, I hear you. But if social compact exists, employees would not have agitated when they already have a generous pension even under the NPS. The social compact in this respect is not there. We are one class, they are another class. No, I hear you. I completely hear you. Yeah, exactly. I think some very powerful points emerged about the broader injustice in society. I think it's not agitating us enough in this country, because I always believe that we are inured to the inequality by birth in this country. There is moral neutrality to inequality by birth in this country, unlike almost any other country on earth, because of a caste system.
Acceptance of it.
Even when we are kind and generous to people, we are very kind, we are very warm. We don't practice caste in a traditional sense, but we are not really troubled by the fact that our servant maid son doesn't get any kind of an education worth mentioning. And 80% of kids have no future in this country. I am saying it with absolute sense of responsibility, not casually, not hyperbole. Our education is so flawed. So given that context, while we have to look at education, healthcare, etc. later, they're critical, but mere social security in old age, can we now begin to think, I'm being very hesitant, just begin to think of some long-term program so that in 25 years' time, something can happen. Some states are now trying to say 3,000 rupees a month, 2,500 a month. Some beginning is happening. Government of India's minuscule amount is there. But there are 3 or 4 questions I thought we should focus on. One is, can we expand the social security net of this kind of NPS system to informal sector within the organized sector? There are many informal workers. That's, I think, easy, low-hanging fruit to start with. Can we unify the existing welfare programs of the government for the poor? At least, I think Dr. Govindrao has been making that point quite rightly, multiplicity of schemes. At least if we have one basket, then we know how to deal with that.
Answer is yes.
JP, just can I give you a very small point, talking about pensions. I worked for 30 years as a journalist in the Economic Times, subscribing to EPS. You know what my pension is? Monthly pension. I think Rakesh and Mr. Krishnamurthy would be horrified. Give me a guess. What do you think my monthly pension is? Whatever my income, what monthly pension? 198 rupees. And I mean that is the amount you get after 30 years in the private sector. So that is what we kind of not just in the unorganized.
What I'm challenging you, Maithili, is why are you not hollering from the rooftop every day?
I mean, get any money. I don't get any pension.
No, you are not on the pensions.
No.
Any kind of a social welfare pension of the American kind, how do you fund it? When you don't have organized employees and no payrolls, payroll tax is a non-starter. Therefore, what is the innovative funding mechanism? I'm not talking today, but it is 5 years since to begin to think. And finally, what is the federal arrangement where each state will try, because Social Security mostly is now state issue. They're all figuring out something or other. Is there some kind of federal framework necessary, or if so, what are the ways of addressing that? This is more for brainstorming today, but I don't think we have solutions yet. But there are experts like, Sonny Ruma is there. She worked on that, and the others who worked. So I thought we'd have the benefit of your experience. May I request Dr. Ruma Ghosh to start off, because she has worked in this field considerably. A challenging one. I don't know if there are solutions that we are not able to identify, but I think you are the best judge. Switch on the microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving this opportunity. When we are talking about extending universal social security, although it is one of the important social security benefits as per ILO conventions or international standards, Convention 102, the flagship convention of ILO, which was made way back in 1952. Out of the 9 benefits, old age social security was one of the benefits that had been flagged off. And even later on, when ILO thought that insurance-based mechanism of social security would not work in developing countries like India, or many other developing countries where there are large informal sector. So therefore, thought about a non-contributory mechanism of extending social security through its recommendation number 202, which came out in 2012, with 4 features of basic social security. So for social protection floor, that is the basic social security, which could be the floor level or the basic social security, and old age benefit was one among the 4, besides health and income opportunities and child protection. So therefore, it has been a mandate, international, through the of the international organizations and the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. It has been a mandate to have universal social security for everyone. Now, what is the current scenario in our country? We have the latest periodical survey, the PLFS survey, Periodical Labor Force Survey, which is done every year now. From 17-18, it is being done every year. It shows earlier it was 93% in the unorganized sector and 7%. Now it shows that there are 82% people in the unorganized sector. And the 21-22 PLFS report shows that out of the 82% people who are in the informal sector, about 40% don't out of the remaining people who are in the formal sector, not the informal workers, the formal workers who are there. Out of the formal workers, about 70% don't have a job contract, and about 40% don't have social security. Now, what exactly do we have in our country? What does the government offer? On the one hand, we have, if you take the 9 principles of ILO, we have all the acts, the EPS Act, ESIC Act, Maternity Gratuity, and Employees Compensation Act, which takes care of all the 9 benefits spelled out by ILO. But then all these acts have a threshold of 10, and the EPFO Act has a threshold of 20, whereby we are eliminating a large number of workers from getting the. So as a result, only about maybe 16 to 18% of the workers in the formal sector, they have the social security. They are supposed to be the regular workers. Whether they have social security or not is still debatable. And then as the PLFS survey shows that many of the regular workers are not having social security. So on the one hand, we have the EPFO Act, whereby we have the EPF benefit and the EPS 95 benefit, whereby we have direct benefit and contributory benefit kind of social security. So, and the EPS is there, where which is more of a direct benefit, and EPFO, the EPF benefit is more of a contributory kind of benefit. But then we also have the NPS from 95 onwards, which is more of a contributory kind of benefit. But then what happens? How do we have ensured that more and more people come under the ambit of old age social security? Now, it is undoubtedly that we have to collect more and more contributions. Without contribution, we will not be able to give social security, old age pension for 82% of the people who are in the informal sector. Now, how do we collect more contribution? One way is to see that more and more people are falling in the ambit of contribution. That means raising the ambit of EPS. Now, the EPS is restricted to, it has a threshold. It covers enterprises where there are 20 or more workers. So reducing the threshold and enlarging the umbrella of coverage, whereby contributions can be collected from employers, would be one way to ensure that more workers are covered from their employers. And the other could also be that now the EPF Act has a ceiling of 15,000. So increasing the wage ceiling would also ensure that more people are coming, in the ambit of the contribution, or they're coming in the ambit of EPS. So extending the coverage of EPS is one viable solution, but this alone cannot do it. So this has to be done with other strategies, like increasing the coverage to capture higher earning younger members. Now, there are many sectors where there are young people, young professionals who are working, and they have higher capacity or higher income capacity. So somehow finding a viable mechanism to capture those population who are young, who would be having now with higher education. We have been seeing that the joining age in work, it is becoming delayed joining has been taking place. So as a result of this, because of the delayed joining, the number of years of contribution is getting less. So how do we address these kind of issues? The delayed joining of the workforce on the one hand, and therefore less contribution period, but getting the same benefits. So a strategy has to be worked out that those people who are joining beyond a particular age, they would have to pay to certain, adhere to certain norms and pay more or in a different manner. And then the increasing the coverage to capture more young people, then increasing the minimum eligibility, like for example, increasing it from 10 years to 20 years. People would be eligible if they are there in the service for at least 20 years, not, so increasing the contribution period. So these are some of the things, according to me, that these can increase the net or the umbrella of people who are from where contributions can be made. So we by taking these strategies, I feel that the net of the umbrella of the people whose contribution can be taken from employers for giving social security, that can be enhanced. So as a result of this, the people with no contribution will be reduced to some extent. Now, obviously, when you're talking about universal social security, you will have to think about mixing both contributory and non-contributory. So a non-contributory thing also has to be there. We can't completely shrug off the non-contributory part when it comes to the BPL households or households, who fall in a certain category as per the socio-economic caste census. So they have to be taken into consideration also. So how, what do we do? Do we just give them flat, dole out money, or adopt strategies like Brazil and many other countries who make conditional cash transfers, that okay, you will be given some social assistance for ensuring old age security, but then that money has to go to the NPS or something. So it has to be, linking it with NPS so that the NPS umbrella also increases. The number of people or the contribution in the NPS kitty also increases. So some kind of not giving social assistance in a just doling out manner, but following strategies from countries like Brazil, who have actually this program, Brazil's Bolsa Familia program, that was in the case of education, to conditional cash transfer for education, for universal education. So probably we could think about something in terms of universal old age security. It has to be a mix and match of both contributory and non-contributory. And here would like to hear what others feel, and then would like to pitch in.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Ideas?
I have a question. We're talking about this unorganized sector and the need to provide something for them, which is great. What about the efforts to provide them security when they are working? I mean, I don't know what's happening now. For example, there was this issue on domestic help. There should be certain standards set up for them. Did they go through, etc.?
Oh, it has not happened.
I know. So if we're not able to solve the first problem itself while they are working, to give them that, and what can we do about that instead of worrying about what do they do when they're old? I mean, I think both are important, but we're not able to get that political consensus to just focus on the people today. I'm asking more out of curiosity because I don't know.
Yeah, we are yet a long way to go in terms of other social security benefits, but I feel that old age pension, like the health benefits, it's a very, very important. Studies have shown that there are quite a lot of people who go down even if they are slightly above the poverty line because of out-of-pocket expenditure, or for their old age insecurities, they go down the ladder and they fall into the poverty trap. Yeah, so old age. So this is indeed a very important issue, old age security.
No, I think Mukesh has those, because the Modi government has introduced a number of schemes.
Yes.
So Mukesh will tell you, I don't know the full details because they're all done something, but some big Hindi thing, which I, as a good South Indian, refuse to kind of even try to kind of follow. I don't understand why you need to have these complicated done something, arogya something. I mean, have something, all of it. Yeah. No, but the government has done a fair bit. So Mukesh, I don't know.
Sir, can I take a few minutes to? So first to answer Prithviraj Chauhan sir's question on what is the elderly coverage and all that. Just to give you a brief, there 62% of the elderly are uncovered by any scheme.
Yes.
They are totally dependent on their children, if at all the children. Around 19% are out of the remainder 42%, 19% of the out of 42 are dependent on social pensions. And I'll talk about it. And then the work-based pensions actually covers the rest of the elderly, which is about 28% or so of the elderly. This is assuming that those who are covered under the voluntary provident fund and voluntary schemes are exclusive to those who are covered under the mandatory schemes. Normally, my own contention is that most of those who are in the voluntary schemes are also those who are covered necessarily under the mandatory schemes, because most of the population does not have the propensity to or the capacity to save at all, leave aside saving for the old age. So, but if you allow me that exclusivity, then and so around 19, it should not be 28, it should be 19, 80. Now, if I were to just going back to the previous talk and trying to link with it, I had the guiding principles for the reform or viable framework, if I were to introduce that. So one is there has to be equity in public expenditure. So when I say equity, I'm saying that there is no net. The proposal that I'll have in mind is that there'll be no net addition in resource conscription. No net addition in resource in terms of percentages. So it adds caps the capital expenditure on such intergenerational transfer. The next is that you add dignity to old age income support for all. So, and that means there should be lesser reliance on social pensions. Increase in coverage under social pensions, and if it is 19%, if you increase it to 40%, I would not like to think that that is the direction in which I would say is we are developing. If we are able to bring more workers into the regular stream of being covered under some design of a pension scheme, that is a better approach. So my reform proposal would actually also take care of that. Third is that we need to harmonize the rules for all and dissolve all considerations for distinction based on sector, region, scale, wage caps, number of workers, etc. It's not going to help. You will tend to have constituencies which will say that I want the old pension scheme. So those who are in the old pension scheme will also have to do some adjustment. Without that, you can't have the resources which will fund or which are required to fund those social pensions, because I'm capping the public expenditure to what is the current draft. Finally, there should be there should be a clear signal of state commitment to protect low earning workers. My proposal would be to bring them into a mandatory pension scheme, which is totally funded by the government during their work life. Okay, so the Atal Pension Yojana has three-year co-contributory component as far as the federal government is concerned. I'm saying that it should be an unrequired continuous contribution by the federal government or by the state governments. If the individual can also contribute, well and good, but it can otherwise be a mandatory unrequited contribution by the government. Right now, there are two schemes. One is the Atal Pension Yojana, the other is the Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Man Dhan Yojana, and you have the Department of Women and Child Development, which is actually competing with the Ministry of Finance, Department of Expenditure to actually see who are able to cover more of them, and neither are they. And you end up spending more money through the banking correspondent who is actually trying to incentivize or trying to enroll them. So with these four principles, one of harmonization, the other of signaling state commitment and providing dignity and equity, intergenerational equity, now I need to then arrange resources, and I'm arranging resources precisely from the people who are benefiting, who I think are getting largest in the current situation, which is those who are drawing the old pension system, from the old pension system. So there has to be a minimum age for drawing benefits and not just old age. And so current design is not just an old age income security. It actually provides for to the youngsters also. We have de-linked a qualifying service for full pension. This reinforces the incentive to permanently withdraw from labor force participation at an earlier age. This should be eliminated. There is deferred compensation is determined by applying the replacement rate only on the peak individual pay, the last pay which is drawn. Now, if I worked at the age, my deferred compensation for the work which I do at 21 should be dependent on the work which I do at that age or the salary which I earn at that age and not at the peak. So the full wage indexation, as you have pointed out, that should also be done away with. Then the ratcheting up of the replacement rate for the very old. It's as bad as wage indexation or worse actually, because their current needs, actually their need for clothing, their need for travel, their need for food, all declines. Their need for health may be increasing, but that's already covered under a different scheme. So there is no way that there is, we should be ratcheting up the replacement rate for the very old. It's going to actually, with increase in longevity, this is going to worsen your expenditure on it. Encashment of earned leaves, I've already mentioned, and the last one relates to commutation of pension. So if you actually work on the current basket of benefits, which goes into this determining the retirement benefits of those who are under the old pension system. And my proposal is only by correcting only two, which is earned leave encashment and commutation of pension. You will be able to achieve a social objective of widening the inclusion of workers and coverage of all elderly. So if that is my objective, that I widen the coverage of elderly and widen it to include all workers. So, and I am proposing that if you do away with the leave encashment part and the commutation of pension, you'll be left with sufficient resources to at least contribute 1,000 rupees per worker. All workers in the 18 to 39-year-old group, all workers for the next 20 years, if you are able to do that, you will be able to actually bring all workers into this system, and they will get a dignified pension, which is not a social pension which you draw only when you get into poverty. It will be a dignified pension linked to your being only in the labor force. That's all the requirement should be. And that's workable. That I can give you the numbers if you want.
Yeah, number crunching if you do, because it's a very politically saleable
This
idea.
number is already there, sir, with me. I can, if I quote them, you'll forget it. But
I'm sure as a seasoned public figure, Prithviraj Chauhan will be very happy once you put interest of 3 crores versus 50 crores and how they're benefiting and this money is going there. That's a politically saleable idea. T.S. Krishna.
Sir, just to give you a feel of the numbers, if I can take a minute.
We'll discuss. We'll come back to it.
I think we are unnecessarily looking for new places for resources. In addition to the coverage that you have proposed, I suggest there are enough CSR funds in this country which are being either used for various purposes by some of the companies, or it is given to the Prime Minister's Relief Fund. I would suggest if you make it mandatory that 50% of the CSR liability of the profit-making corporation should go for a social security fund. That will provide the initial impetus for the social security. In addition, I do not stand for any monetary contribution to the old age people. Many state governments are giving it. Leave it at that. I suggest they should build old age shelters in each village. Also requiring hospital to be built in each village. If this can be done even as a part of the CSR activity, this will provide a lot of sense and significance for the poor people, unorganized poor people. And it can be done easily through the company law.
Sir, I agree with you in terms of that we have laying too much of stress on the financial part of security. Whereas I think too much of finance with an elderly person actually re-exposes them to insecurity in of all forms, particularly in urban areas. If they are living alone and someone knows that they are getting a high pension,
I agree with you partly. I agree with you partly, but there are many old people, they are going and drinking, taking the money and drinking. So that is why I say provide it in kind.
Yes,
as much as possible.
Yes.
Don't give it in cash.
Yes.
I just want to react, Mr. Krishnamurthy, to CSR because this is the one prize that everybody looks at. Corporate profits in India are roughly 8% of GDP. Okay, and by the way, there are 1 million registered companies in India under MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Officially, 85 or 80% of them make losses. Now, I don't know if it's the accountants who are cooking the books, but total estimate of corporate profits in India is about 8%. 7, maybe Maithili, please confirm. So 2%, even if you take that as gross profit, because it's pre-tax, post-tax, but even if I take it as post-tax, 3% of that, 2% of that is not even 2% of GDP. That's really nowhere near the need for for social security. So it's good to have the CSR concept, and India is the only country in the world which has this law of actually, what should I say? What's the right word? I don't know. Dispossessing, shall I say, post-tax profit, because they actually, it's illegal to touch post-tax profit, but we have a law which sanctifies illegality.
Just looking at the numbers, 21, 22, 14,000 crores.
Exactly, it's nothing. It's just not even a drop in the ocean. So I know in many discussions they say, oh, CSR, but it's, first of all, it's a very small pot of money, and there are 10 million claimants to it. And it's so that is nowhere even remotely going to solve any of our social security problems. So individual initiatives, yes, but as a public policy,
Can be as a mandatory item. Build them in the villages.
so the list of items eligible or applicable, allowable under the CSR list compared to the 2013 January when the law was passed, now they keep on expanding the list. It's like priority sector lending. Now the list is so big, everything is now allowed, including funding universities. It's nothing, really nothing. But I just want to make a related point. See, did we discuss the construct? Sorry, I just had stepped out to have a coffee with Mr. Rakesh was leading. These construction workers who probably make up at least 2 or 3% of the workforce. I don't know.
The fund already available, actually. That's an easy.
Yeah, that's
target.
so easy. It's actually, and it's a very sizable fund. And it's completely, my sense is that it is quite invisible. And in terms of the social, not the social, but the audit of that, the utilization, and in fact, workers themselves are often unaware because it's done through the contractors, and the contractors' compliance also is a question mark. So this, since we have a law in place, and it affects a very large proportion of the workers, I think this is what
we have taken note of it. I think that's low-hanging fruit. Wherever fund is available, it's easy. Mukesh Anand.
Can add to one of the things which I said was harmonizing the rules for all, and there actually I wanted to say that is because see most of the people who are there in the informal sector are actually not sticking to say construction work or agriculture. They are moving across different sectors. So like if we try and introduce programs or policies which are trying to define you or characterize you with one particular engagement, it's not going to sustain, because you move from one activity to another one. Do you lose what you saved in the earlier activity? How do you actually transport it to the next one? Is it, I mean, it leads into all kinds of troubles and why should we be identifying people by the kind of work which they do? A worker is a worker wherever he works. And so that is the only thing, and like we have gig workers, and it's not going to help because gig workers will also be changing their activity to something. If I can say something on funding, so CSR, as I agree with what Dr. Ranade would say, that CSR is good, but beyond the point, pensions, has to have an element of social, has to have a social dimension. It is in the intent of social security. There has to be risk sharing, and there is no one who is better equipped to share risk or to disperse risk other than the government. And the government will have to take the first responsibility. And that's why I want the resources to be tapped from by actually putting a cap on the kind of provisions and benefits which are there in the old pension scheme. And I'm saying that by simplifying or by using what I'm saying, what I'm proposing, a notional exercise I carried out, which related only to the group of federal government civilian pensioners, yields the following estimates. So if you savings on account of repeal of provision for lump sum commutation of pension for new retirees, 34.5 billion on account of only federal government civilian employees, 34.5 billion.
Billion is 100 crore rupees. 3,500 crores.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 billion is 100 crores. Saving on account of repeal of provision for leave encashment for new retirees. I'm not saying that those who have been given leave encashment earlier, you take it back from them. I'm only looking at the new retirees. 17.899 billion, almost 18 billion. So 80. Additional spending, then those who will be not be allowed commutation of pension, then I'll have to pay an increased rate of pension to them, because 40% they were taking. So if additional spending on recurring pension benefit of new retirees due to disallowance of commutation is about 7.65 billion, 765 crores. So this yields a net saving of INR 4484 crores or 44.84 billion in the first year of implementation. And if I were to use this is 2016-17 numbers I'm saying, sir. If 2016-17 from the PLFS, there are 150 million workers in the 18 to 39 year age group who are in the informal sector. And I'm saying for them, you need for those 150 million workers, you need 150 billion rupees per annum as contribution under the Atal Pension Yojana. And if for the federal government, it was 44.84 crores. If we include all state government employees, so you will be easily hitting 200 crores, 200 billion. And if you were to also include the defense, you can easily reach 300 billion. So that funding is possible.
But this requires a hard decision of repealing leave encashment and repealing
commutation of pension.
But these are the most difficult. I mean,
these are not difficult, sir. Sir, why I mentioned these were because these are unscrupulous. It goes against the idea of
thoroughly unscrupulous. I agree, sir. They use the word leave policy, but it is leave policy is nothing but pension retirement policy.
Yes.
So it's just it's a nice name to give. They say, what are the leave policies? So everybody saves their leave encashment for the last day of employment and very protect them like make sure. So it is nothing but pension, retirement policy.
Sir,
no.
Sir,
Dr. Not that most of the fellows in government are actually working.
Sir,
but then this hard decision, I don't think politically is easy.
Sir, all decisions will be hard, sir. All decisions in this sector will be hard.
At this stage, is brainstorming. Let's look at options.
And I am saying that this is the easiest because you are again affecting only the 3%. Sir, popularize that. And I'm only talking about that 3 to 6% of the workers who are drawing from the government.
But I'm curious to know, why do you call it unscrupulous?
Sir, it's unscrupulous because the idea is, if the idea of pension is to give you periodic benefit over your survival, and there are some people who will be dying earlier, some will be dying later, so that risk was to be shared. When you do this, you are saying that you are not making any contribution, only your work contribution is sufficient to ensure what you draw as defined contribution in your defined benefit in your later life. That is actually that is an overreach of the pension system. That is an overreach. Leave encashment is an overreach. Commutation of pension is an overreach. And when I mentioned what to touch, those are the overreaches in the pension system. And that's what I would say that present to this August House, that let's get rid only of the overreaches. I would say that inflation indexation is not an overreach. I have not even touched that 50% is an overreach. I'm saying 50% there though, but 50% of average lifetime compensation instead of, or maybe even I would say that please go ahead and give 75% of average lifetime compensation, but not 50% of peak benefit or peak compensation.
Maitri.
Yeah, JPC, as far as social security is concerned, yes, there is a section of the population which requires government support. Okay, they're just not able to save for their old age. But today we have a situation where there are a large number of people who are in the so-called organized or maybe unorganized sector who are willing to save for their old age. Public Provident Fund is an excellent way, but there's a cap of 1,50,000 which has remained there for the past so many years. Government is not doing anything. Like I told you, my princely sum of 1798 is what I get after 30 years of contributing to the EPF. So government should raise the limit, number one. Number two, as he said, financial security is not the only thing. Medical benefits which government employees get without any ceiling at all, no medical benefit is available. But today we have the ridiculous situation. Well, health insurance is a scam, which is a separate issue altogether. Two, on health insurance premium, you actually have a GST of 18%. In a country where the government is not able to give you medical facilities, on your insurance for your own medical health, you pay 18% GST. Is there nothing else that government can tax by way of GST? The biggest luxury cars are also 18%. Medical premium is also 18%. So these are the kind of things that I think government should seriously think about. Let me contribute. If I am willing to contribute for my old age, why are you preventing me by putting a cap of 1,50,000? Why don't you give me a 50-year bond, which government is now coming out of the 50-year bond, but it's much too late for me. I will not benefit from that 50-year. But if you have these long-term instruments, somebody entering the workforce at the age of 20, 21 can buy a 50-year-old bond, a 10-year or 50-year tenure, and have old age security. So have these long-term instruments where the government gives you a certain level of interest, which is assured, because Government of India, if it defaults, of course, is much too catastrophic for us to even think of. But these are the kind of things, I think, low-hanging fruit, which will provide social security, because not only the very poor, even middle class needs social security.
Just quick response to PPF. I believe the reason for that is because the interest on PPF is not decided by Finance Ministry, but by the Labour Ministry. And therefore, that's the problem. So if you take it
now it is linked to Government of India securities. All small savings schemes are linked to Government of India securities. Just check it out.
Still a political decision.
No, it's a political decision. But all small savings, and PPF comes under small savings, are now linked to interest on government securities, market linked.
Prithvirajji and then Rumakar.
First, I have a question really. Can we put a fix on the numbers? Because we've heard a number of 82% in the whatever unorganized sector are not protected. We are used to hearing a number of 93% being in the. So, what is the real number? And secondly, do you have disaggregated numbers of how many agricultural laborers? And I'm sure the data is there. I think what needs to be done is we can't really fight the organized government employees. Even if you say a whisper that this should be relooked at, there'll be a problem for many people. So I think what we need to do is counter-argue is that perhaps your group or all of us together can work out and look at these disaggregated or segmented sectors. For example, the construction workers. In Maharashtra, we have a cess on all that, and there's a huge amount of money lying there. The workers themselves don't know that some money is being collected to the builders, and that huge corpus is there. And so it's funded now. Minister orders helmets and all that, security helmets and all that, and then distributes it. And the helmet is overpriced usually, about 5 to 10 times. And so that money is siphoned off in the name of security of the construction workers. Now that can be just converted to a old age pension or something like that with bare minimum, implements and tools that they need. So can we look at disaggregated sectors? For example, largest sector is agriculture workers. So we have Aadhaar, we have direct benefit transfer, all those tools are there with us. Now, can we not create a database of workers and we force them to register, give some incentive for registering, and at least have a database of district-wise and taluk-wise and state-wise of how many agriculture workers who do not own land, or maybe who also own land. so that we start focusing on them. Now, where do you get money to fund them and all that is a different issue. You know that in the political manifesto of our party, we had this Nyaya scheme, which talked about something like 6,000 rupee a month to 20% poor people. Now, this is based on some UBI concept, I don't know. But UBI is, I think, universal. This was designed for 20% poor people. Now, how do you define 20% people? That's a different issue. But that number was fixed at various times, various numbers. The National Manifesto talked of 6,000 rupee per month, which is about 70,000 a year, which I think is too much. Now, the Prime Minister is giving 500 rupee a month to farmers. My government is giving additional 500 rupee to farmers, which is 1,000. They're very happy. I mean, they don't release it in the first or something like that. They release it once in a while. So the person goes to the whenever bank or post office, Modi ji ka paisa hai kya, Fadnis ka paisa hai kya? You know, they keep on waiting whether the money is coming or not. So that's a lot of these schemes like Atal Pension Yojana are there. Why can't they be all aggregated together into a clear old age and medical insurance scheme? With Maithili, I don't agree with one point that she made. The health insurance scheme that I launched in Maharashtra in 2014 worked very well. I think it's working far better than the Ayushman Bharat, which they copied. No, this is
Mediclaim Premier.
Yeah, no, that's a scam, I know. But this scheme that we worked out, the cap was at 1.5 lakh for 2014, 10 years back, which has now been increased to 5, which I think is too high, should be 3 lakhs. But it worked well. It covered about 95, 96% people in the country. It really helped them out. But this is all tertiary. So you're not putting that kind of money in primary health sector, which is really required very badly. After COVID, the people's attitude of looking at a Sarkari hospital changed. A lot of people started knowing there's something good, which is a good thing. So if you really fund it properly, people will use the public system to a great distance. I think the out-of-pocket expenditure now is about 48% is what I hear. I don't know what the latest numbers are. But I think if you differentiate different categories, at least like Gharilu Kamgar, that is the domestic workers, they're getting organized. But the idea is, can we work out a system where each person gets a number, so like a social security number in the United States, and then we can work on some systems once you have a fix on the numbers. What are the numbers you're talking about? Say agriculture workers, domestic workers, construction workers, in large categories, and work at it. I think only way to counter the pressure from these organized groups which are demanding these special favors is to say that there are almost 97% people do not do anything like that. So if you propose a scheme for 97% people or 90% people, and the awareness in the political class is, look, we have done nothing for these people, then the voice of the 3% sort of gets slightly weakened. But that, I think, that it's not us or them. It's not, we're not saying anything against them. But the point is, the equity argument will go that when we point out that these people get nothing at all, there's absolutely no social security, which you're looking at it. And also awareness will come that I too am entitled to getting some post-retirement benefits or old age benefits or some social security medical benefits, which most of the organized sector people are destined. हमारे भाग में लिखा है, हमारे पास नौकरी नहीं है. We have no सरकारी नौकरी. So this either, that's why सरकारी नौकरी is important. Either नौकरी with all the benefits or nothing. It's just that. The people who are nothing, can they be given some hope that there's something can come if the political classes want you to do?
Okay, I was also planning to tell something similar, but slightly someone said there are a lot of programs that have been done by the government. Yes, of course, there are too many programs now for the informal sector workers in terms of social assistance, like Pradhan Mantri Jan Suraksha Yojana, then Ayushman Bharat, and so Mudra, and so startups, stand-ups, so many things. But then we have quite a lot of programs that have been done by governments in a very haphazard, random manner. And many a times we have seen that there is a duplication of programs, even in the center, between ministries. For example, Atal Pension Yojana by the Ministry of finance is similar to the PM SIM, Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Mandhan Yojana, which is being run for the informal workers, again for pension, run by my ministry, Ministry of Labour and Employment. And then when you see why Atal Pension is doing better, competition between both the ministries. I have had meetings in I had done a study for my ministry why APS is doing better as compared to PM SIM, why it is not doing better. So competition among the ministries to get more people, clients. So, or even if you go to the state level, there are similar programs, state level pension programs, or for health insurance also. There are many programs which are programs here on Ayushman Bharat. Even at Karnataka is also running, or even Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, or Maharashtra, for example. They have their own state level health insurance program. So aren't we that? And then we have the creamy layer, the white collar government workers who are in the organized sector, who are entitled to these 5 premier acts: EPFO, ESIC, gratuity, maternity, and employees compensation. And there are so many schemes on the other hand, each government trying to satisfy and give social assistance to the poor people. So there are quite a lot of people who are in the middle now, who are left behind. Actually, they are the missing middle who no one thinks about in terms of either old age. They are in the informal sector. They have the capacity to pay, but there is no ideal scheme for them. They are not entitled to EPFO or the other ESIC or other schemes. And at the same time, they don't have the non-contributory social security programs, which the people in the means targeted BPL household people are getting. So I think the country needs to think about some kind of social security policy. When we were doing the exercise of making the new social security code, we were in a way trying to do that exercise. But then it did not completely materialize. So I think there is a need for a policy where we have to think about streamline. We can't compare the old pension scheme with the present situation now. The old pension scheme, the EPFO Act, came out in 1952, when the longevity of people was in India was maybe 34 or 35. And so a person was expected to retire in 60, die by 66 and 68 and finish. But now in 2020, this is somewhere, your longevity is somewhere like 80. So you can't compare a 52 Act with your 23 situation. So one has to look into the entire situation, and I think we need to streamline and consolidate all our policies and programs and make a consolidated program, because there is the EPFO Act, there is a APY, there is PM SIM, then there is so much programs for destitute women, widows, and then we have the BOCW Act. Under there are 28% workers, construction workers. They are the second largest workers after agricultural workers, who are almost 40%, and construction workers about 28%. And then we have the BOCW, the Building and Other Construction Workers Cess Act, as per which for any construction beyond 10 lakh, there has to be a cess of minimum 1 to 2%. So a huge amount is collected by the state governments under the state fund, BOCW fund, and it runs into crores. And under the BOCW fund, the different kind of social security that is supposed to be given to the construction workers are medical benefit, old age benefit, maternity benefit. So although, like, I am witness to one committee that was formed by the Ministry of Labour, where the new social security code, it talks about utilizing those money, that BOCW, the existing funds, the BOCW money, for the gig and platform workers. Even the aggregators will have to be making similar kind of payment in the BOCW model. They will also have to give 1 to 2% of their annual turnover for the gig and platform workers. So the ministry thought that to start off with, it would be best to start with the construction workers, because already a huge sum of money, crores of money is already lying, and let us connect them with ESIC. So the government wanted to connect them with ESIC, and I was there in the committee also, but we had strong resistance from the construction workers, Nirman Mazdoor unions, without naming anyone, that they did not want to part away with the money, because one of the main plans of this money is old age pension. And they have been saying, they said things like, the people who would be taking the pension, they are still young now. They have not even reached their middle age. So when they will be actually requiring that money, the fund will be not having any money. So that was which made the government stop that entire exercise. So why do we have the pension money with BOCW? Why with AP? Why again with PMSIM? Again another destitute and widow fund and EPFO? Why not think about a consolidated and so that everyone is treated alike? There is no one who's having the cake and others don't have anything to have. So one has to, I think a policy has to be done whereby more and more workers have to be brought under the realms of contribution by increasing the umbrella of EPS 95 or NPS. Somehow you increase the umbrella, add more people into it, remove threshold or reduce the threshold from 20 to 10, reduce the ceiling of 15,000, add more people who are, encourage more and more people to, it's a voluntary scheme. EPS, NPS is a voluntary scheme. So, many people are not even aware of it. So increase awareness, encourage more and more people. And then even if you are doing assistance program, of course, in spite of all this, there are some people who can't, some income group, they can't even afford to give the come into the umbrella of NPS because of their limited income. So why not do some conditional cash transfer for them and encourage them to come into NPS? Whatever transfer is being made, why not let that transfer come for the NPS umbrella? So we need to we have to increase the contribution net, whether we are doing it by increasing the net of the workers, by reducing thresholds, or by reducing the wage ceilings, or by giving conditional cash transfers to the workers in the low income category. So we have to think in that manner.
Madam, what is the status of Shram Shakti portal?
Oh, yes. Now, someone was talking about the registration.
Why is it low?
Yes, in 2018, the e-Shram portal was started by the Ministry of Labour, and as of now 30 crore workers, just to identify different categories of workers in the informal sector, so that
they have registered themselves,
30
right?
Yes,
so that 30, is more reliable than the Aadhaar database.
Yes, 30 crore workers have already registered. If you go to the e-Shram portal, eshram.gov.in,
these have been verified.
It's under the Ministry of Labour only.
So that's something we can.
But that doesn't include the agriculture.
Yes, everyone. Anyone who's above 16 and who has an Aadhaar card can do self-registration.
Yes, sir. I think, sir, what you were suggesting for this to have an account and all that, sir, can we use this Jan Dhan account? Like it can have an account A, account B, and the B part can be related to what you are diverting for social security. And the A account is for something else. Means I think technically or technologically that should be a solution is possible.
Because they have self-identified themselves as informal sector workers, and for a long time the Shram Shakti e-Shakti portal was not getting enough registration like Udyam. But now they changed incentives in such a way that you got up to 30 crore.
No incentive. It is just now you can do online registration.
What is my incentive to go and register as a worker?
I don't know about the incentive, but now anyone can do online registration.
I know that.
Also.
That is always the case.
Online, yeah.
But for a long time there was no
16
progress.
years and above. But one more
what
thing.
Happened with, what happened with Udyam is they said you can't get mudra loan to the micro entrepreneurs unless you are registered in Udyam. So no, Udyam. Udyam is for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs means enterprises. Suddenly that registration shot up. So I think this progress must have happened in the last 2 years, this 30 crore. Yeah. But what is the incentive for a work? Why should I go and register on e-Shram portal? What do I get? Yeah, so that's what I mean.
Yeah. PMJJY, they have been linked to PM Ayushman Bharat and some of the like one.
Yeah. Some benefit is there. Okay.
Someone was talking about using the CSR fund. Actually, the new Social Security Code talks about the state Social Security Fund, which would be made from the CSR funds, from the fund, BOCW SES fund, the aggregators fund for the gig and platform workers, and the CSR fund. So these three will together comprise the Social Security Fund.
Thank you, Ramaji. Before I request Prudence Chavan to make a few concluding remarks, if a round table or a meet is judged by three criteria: time management, enthusiasm and energy in participation, and a set of very constructive and practical suggestions, and finally focus on the objective rather than digressing and meandering, which is very Indian pastime. I think today has been a huge success. We started half an hour late, we're ending half an hour earlier without compromising on our objective today.
Thanks to you, JP, for getting this through. Frankly, as I said, very few people would take a non-partisan, political issue which concerns the
We're all
country.
together, Maitri.
So hats off to you.
So I can't tell you how gratified I feel and my team feels. And fantastic work my team has done, Rithi and Sumetha and Arjun and Prithvi and Ankit and others. I have done very little, I must tell you honestly. I sort of stayed away. I said, it's an opportunity for you. You have done a great job. And thank you for all, not only taking the trouble to come here. I know in this day and age how tough it is to travel, to come here and to spare time. But the genuine energy and commitment and passion and leadership that you bring is very heartwarming. And if nothing else, the broad ideas are, I think, validated. I think we have a few broad conclusions very quickly. While there are some concerns, the union cannot abdicate the role in managing the financial stability of India and protecting the credit of the Union of India. I think that is broadly accepted because revisiting the constitutional architecture in this respect will be ruinous to the country. I'm sure everybody agrees on that. B, I think it came out very sharply that OPS reversion is an unmitigated disaster and simply unviable. There are no two opinions. C, at the same time, you can't have a binary of this or that, and employees are part of this governance structure and society for a large number of political, economic, and social reasons. We have to have some hybrid approach to figure out a viable set of solutions. And it looks like they are actually feasible if only an effort is made. Fourth, if some states or one day union, I hope not, do want to go back to OPS, after all, it's their sovereign right, but there is no sovereign right to transfer the liability to the future. Therefore, they must fund it today on the basis of discounted cash flow and therefore project in the budget and then face the consequences. If that's what you want to do with the public money, you're entitled to that, you have got the mandate. But it must be funded today, you cannot be burdened in the future. But in any case, exclude the wage indexation, because that's, again, I think everybody agrees. And finally, all this cannot be done by the union unless they really change the architecture of implementing these things. You cannot make it a departmental affair, a partisan political affair. We have to create a set of institutional independent mechanisms, both for transparency in data, costing and monitoring and fiscal responsibility data, but also in decision making, hopefully, under Article 293, so that there cannot be even a whiff of partisanship. And insofar as the long-term social security program for the poor, the truly the benighted, what shall I say, the people who are most unjustly treated and cruelly treated by our society, it's not going to be easy. But I think Ruma Ghosh and Mukesh Anand gave us some initial approaches. We'll reach out to you and then get much more. But I think if a beginning is made, maybe my sense is in 20 years' time. There was a time when I used to think 25 years is a long time. Now I realize 25 years in a jiffy. Some of us may not be there to live to see it, but it's a short time for a nation. So if we at least start the process, I'm sure this country will be a little more just, a little more fair. We'll eliminate avoidable suffering a little more. And once again,
consolidation of all the
Yes, we'll do that. We're very grateful to you. And if you broadly agree with this set of points, with your permission, in the evening, we'll have a brief press meets. Mr. T.S. Krishnamurthy, Dr. Govind Rao, and my dear Maithili, and others are not able to make it, and some of us will meet them on behalf of you, because we have to make the case. We have to let the society know some noise must be made. We can't make the kind of noise that ordinarily is made in the country, but I'm hoping that rationality ultimately, the long term prevails. I'm still an incurable optimist.
Also, the point which I think you alluded to, which is that it's 3% versus that larger part over there.
Absolutely. May I request Sri Prithviraj Chauhan? Yeah. And a very special thanks to Sri Chauhan, not only for taking the trouble to come here, and I know how much of a political risk he is taking. No, seriously, no. It's easy to talk, but the risk is real. It's not theoretical.
Mr. Chauhan has made me revise my view of politicians.
Yeah. No, he has been always one of those.
No, I think, thank you very much for inviting us here. And I was in two minds whether to join, participate, because I don't think I could have contributed a whole deal academically, because I've been not in touch day-to-day basis. But I really came here to learn. And I did learn quite a lot. I got new ideas how to address the issue further. I did also mention that my party has taken a particular position. There's, of course, as usual, no discussion about it, just empirical evidence that it helps you in elections, which I think so far has happened in a smaller state. We'll see what happens in larger states. But I think one talking point that you have given me today is that it's a sovereign right of states to accept whatever scheme they want to, but it must be funded. That's a key point. I think in our, at least my dialogue, whenever we have internal discussion, we'll say that absolutely right, but nothing doing. Unfunded is not acceptable. We'll oppose that very clearly. It's not opposing the unions or the employees, but that this is not acceptable, because you cannot, the whole issue about intergenerational equity and all that, those terms had to be brought to a common people's, they're not commonly understood terms. I think time has come whether we cannot let the unorganized sector or those who are no social security whatsoever to look at their needs, even if they cannot articulate it themselves, because they don't even know that such a thing exists. We have to articulate it from them. So it will be not, again, us versus them, but that there's a large section of society, whether it's whatever percentages, I think we should also get the correct percentages, because the last report that I was involved in was the Arjun Sengupta Commission, which talked about unorganized sector enterprises, not the entire gamut of people, but they talked about it. It was an excellent report. It was published in 2006, I think. It had some data and numbers. The current government hasn't updated it. I think that data that needs to be updated, either the unorganized sector enterprises or overall unorganized sector social security. I think we need to carry forward this dialogue. I think we will modify the internal dialogue in our party to modify it by saying that, yes, you have a right to do it, but not, you have to put it in the budget numbers, and it cannot be unfunded and cannot be left to the future generations. I think the people will start understanding the implications of it. But I think somehow if we can put forward the demand for various unorganized sector employees, I'm closely connected with agriculture employees, because that's anyway almost 50% of our employment depends on agriculture one way or the other. If their demands are articulated and then if it gets highlighted, and it's 3.2%, whatever the actual number is, gets highlighted, then automatically you are energizing 97% people. Instead of our being against the demand, let the 97% people say that, what about me? I mean, you're only looking at people already getting the best of the world. And so I think that's a way to go about it without trying to appear that we are against this group or these demands are unfair. And I think then dialogue can continue forward. But I think we are at a time after 75 years of independence that we must really do much more about social security of everyone than what we have done so far. Thank you, Narayanji, for inviting us, and it was a very enlightening whole day. I definitely decided to come and spend the whole day because I knew it will be quite informative, like get us some points to talk about in our election campaigns respective. We are now in the election season throughout the year. Our state assembly election happens in October. So from now to next whole of next year, we're in the election mode.
Please protect Maharashtra from this. You're a vital state.
And also, interestingly, the 73rd and 74th amendment, which was done to strengthen the third tier of government that we talked about. In my state, for last 1.5 years, 2 years, elections have not been held because the government doesn't think that they should face elections if they get a negative result now in the local elections, including 4 Lok Sabha by-elections. By the way, they should have been conducted because the vacancy occurred 1 year before the term of the parliament began. And then election commission has to mandatorily hold the election within 6 months. We have election commissioner, he'll know.
No, you are likely to forego the local body grants because the 15th Finance Commission's entry condition.
Yeah. But that I think we'll have to invoke that because our government says
entry condition is that you should have the local body elections before March 2024. I think state finance commission before March 24.
Well, I think what the government has done is they involved Supreme Court in it, and some OBC reservation issue has been meddled up. So they say we can't do it. We
no, but,
to hold
but they can surely can have a state finance commission.
No, yeah, they can have a state finance commission. I don't think they have it. But anyway, it's an issue that political issues are quite different. But I think this will become a very important manifesto item in all our manifestos. And so therefore, if there's informative paper giving the complete picture, in a brief, short form, that political parties can understand and begin a dialogue within the parties, then I think we can cover some ground, if not the entire ground. I think we need to continue this dialogue on the social security of unorganized sector people. Those are not covered, period. A very small percentage is covered. We can think about ideas where to get funds from. But the point is, the commitment has to be made that we cannot not do something about this sector. How to find money and all that, we'll work about. On the NPS OPS debate, I have had some discussion with the person who is handling the Maharashtra situation, a bureaucrat who's been tasked to come out with a hybrid model. And after having discussed a little bit with settlement, I think it's possible to have a partly funded, partly contributory, partly secure kind of a system. A hybrid model can be designed, and I think we should do that. I think most of the government employees will accept a model like that, provided they're primarily worried that what happens if my pension funds are entrusted to a private entity and at the vagary of stock markets and all that. I think thank you very much. It was very well organized, very business-like, point to point, and stuck to the time. I think Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan made us work and with very short breaks and all that, but very happy to have participated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'm deeply gratified. Sumetha, just a short word, and then if any logistical things are there, very quickly.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sumedha. I would like to very briefly propose a vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of you on behalf of my team for making the time. And also for your enthusiasm, not just today, but also throughout the process. I know there was a lot of communication from our end. We sent a lot of material. We gave you a lot of homework. But thank you so much. It's very inspiring. I think we took a lot of learnings from today. I will go back, we'll reflect, we'll study, and we hope to count on your support going forward as well. And I would also like to thank all of my teammates. I think we are a small team, but we really work together for this. I hope we've done it justice. And also, finally, thank you, Dr. JP, for everything, for your leadership, vision, and optimism. Thank you.
Thank you from all of us. Thank
The
you
work
very much.
begins now, Sumedha. The real work is now to make it happen. Thank you. Yeah, beginning to connect. But we're already beginning to do whatever I said we'll do in Telangana. I'm sorry, your party may get hurt because of that, but there's no choice. You decided. I didn't.